Welcome to the Alpha King's Queen, a werewolf fated mate romance, where fate is messy, the sparks are wild, and the full moon brings more than fur and fangs. There's snark, steam, and a mate bond neither of them asked for, but can't escape. Buckle up, pack. From haunted hearts to ancient curses, you'll find stories here that pull you in and don't let go. If you're into tales that twist the real and the unreal, you're in the right place. TM, Nyxen Audiobooks. To my subscribers and listeners, your ears give these stories their second life. Hit that subscribe button and let's dive in. The throne room of the underground stronghold was not merely a structure of defense. It was a psychological weapon built to remind wolves, from the most dominant alpha to the lowest omega, what absolute power looked like. Black, carved basalt stone, jagged and unforgiving, rose in sharp, almost painful angles toward a vaulted ceiling that was deliberately left without light, swallowed entirely by shadow. It felt less like a room and more like the inside of a massive, frozen beast. Torches, fueled by thick, pungent oil, burned in iron sconces, hammered into the stone, their light more threatening than welcoming. They cast the assembled alphas in flickering, unnatural amber and blood-orange hues, making every face appear gaunt and ruthless. The air was thick and heavy, tasting of burning smoke, ancient leather, raw mineral, and the taut, barely restrained violence of 43 dominant wolves, forced into submission. Galen Theron sat upon the obsidian throne, a monument of silent, unwavering control. His seat was carved from a single block of volcanic glass, cold and brutal, fitting its occupant perfectly. He didn't slouch, didn't shift, didn't once make an unnecessary movement. Every line of his powerful body, the broad shoulders set beneath fine black deerskin, the hard line of his jaw spoke of absolute, effortless mastery. This control did not come from effort. It was the intrinsic nature of the apex predator. His dark hair caught the firelight, revealing silver threads that were beginning to stripe his temples, a crown of experience rather than age. His eyes, the color of a winter storm breaking over a frozen sea, swept across the gathering with the devastating detachment of a raptor hovering high above, deciding which prey was worth the dive. When Galen inhaled, the pressure in the room tightened, every chest following his rhythm. When he exhaled, the alphas allowed themselves a shallow, nervous breath. He was the gravity that held their world together, and the abyss that could swallow it whole. 43 alphas had answered the summons known throughout the territories simply as the Sovereign's command. 43 dominants who ruled their own sprawling territories with iron laws and razor fangs now stood in careful, studied formation. Their postures were reverent, their inner wolves pressed low and quiet, fighting the instinct to challenge the overwhelming alpha scent that dominated the air. They wore their finest heavy leather tunics marked with ceremonial silver, cloaks embroidered with pack symbols, but beneath the finely tailored show of rank, every single one of them was afraid of the man on the throne. As they should be. Your Majesty, Alpha Voss of the Northern Reach, a scarred giant with the perpetual scent of pine and ice clinging to him, stepped forward. He bowed so low his ceremonial silver chain swung free, his voice carrying the practiced deference of someone who'd survived 3 of these tense gatherings. The northern territories remained stable, borders secure, per the Treaty of High Pass. No challenges this season, and the mandated tribute of iron ore has been delivered fully. Galen's gaze settled on him. It was a physical thing, like a boulder rolling into a shallow stream. He said nothing. The silence stretched, absorbing the crackle of the torches. Voss's pulse kicked up sharply, a thudding rhythm audible even across the stone floor to Galen's enhanced hearing. The alpha swallowed hard, desperately checking his posture for any sign of disrespect. Good, Galen finally said, his voice low and smooth as dark, cold water flowing beneath the earth. See that it stays that way, Voss. Diligence is not rewarded, but negligence is punished. Voss retreated with rapid, visible relief, sweat beading on his brow as he melted back into the formation. The formal reports continued. tribute offered, territorial disputes arbitrated with swift, brutal efficiency. When Alpha Corin, smelling faintly of stale arrogance, tried to hedge his pack's numbers, claiming an unexpected sickness had reduced his fighting force, Galen simply leaned forward half an inch. The movement was tiny, but the effect was seismic. The air pressure dropped. Corin's wolf whined deep in his throat before the man himself did, and the truth came spilling out with an edge of panic and shame. Galen didn't need to raise his voice. He never did. Authority resided in his stillness. He was watching Alpha Draven give a tedious report about mining rights and border markers, the sort of administrative detail Galen delegated but refused to ignore, when a minute shift at the hall's entrance pulled his attention completely. Away from the proceedings. She walked in like water moving through stone, utterly out of place. Galen's focus sharpened instantly, a switch flipping in his mind. Beneath the armor of his control, his wolf stirred, not in aggression, but lifting its heavy head with sudden, profound interest, an awareness the king hadn't felt in years. The girl moved beside an older alpha colt, Galen confirmed, the leader of the East Aurora Alliance, a minor but strategically important pack. A grim-faced young man walked on her other side, a protective stance confirming him as the brother. But it was the girl who had instantly commanded the room, though she had done nothing but walk. She was dressed simply but elegantly in deep charcoal fabric that fell in clean, flowing lines, contrasting sharply with the heavy, masculine armor and cloaks around her. A single silver clasp at her throat caught the torchlight. Her black hair spilled down her back like liquid ink. Her face was serene, almost peaceful, an expression that had no place in this subterranean chamber built for intimidation and war. And her eyes, even from across the echoing hall, he could see they were pale. Unusually so, not blue or gray, but the flat, polished silver of fogbank or moon-kissed quartz. She moved with her hand resting lightly on her father's arm, but there was nothing uncertain about her steps. Each one was deliberate, measured, graceful, in a way that spoke of absolute, internalized practice, not dependence. His wolf pushed closer to the surface, recognizing an enigma. Galen tilted his head slightly, the only sign of his shift in attention, and caught the eye of Jackson, his enormous head enforcer. Jackson, a man built like a cinder block and radiating sheer, contained threat, stood 3 steps below the throne. Jackson moved closer without being summoned, having learned long ago to read the dangerous currents of his king's silences. The girl, Galen murmured, ensuring his voice was pitched for wolf ears only, barely cutting through the torch crackle. With Alpha Cult, who is she? Jackson risked a quick, analytical glance toward the entrance. Skylar, Your Majesty, Colt's daughter, East Aurora Alliance. Only recently started attending political gatherings. Tell me about her. She's blind, Your Majesty. Jackson kept his voice neutral, factual. Has been since birth, from what I understand. The brother is her twin, Sawyer. Colt brought them both to solidify his standing with the neighboring Western packs. Blind. Galen's eyes tracked her again, as she and her family found their place among the lower-ranking alphas near the wall. She released her father's arm and stood independently, her head tilted just slightly, as if listening to something no one else could perceive in the heavy atmosphere. She doesn't move like she's blind, Galen observed, a chill of skepticism in his tone. No stumbling, no hesitation, Your Majesty, Jackson confirmed. Rumor says her senses are unnaturally developed. She maps the room through sound and air currents. Interesting. Galen dismissed Jackson with a flick of his wrist and returned his full attention to the girl. The reports wrapped up. Alphas stepped forward, bowed, spoke their piece, and accepted Galen's verdict. Life or death, stability or ruin. Your Majesty fell from their lips, like prayers offered to a swift and vengeful god. Through it all, Galen found his attention repeatedly drawn back to the girl with the silver eyes. She tilted her head whenever someone new spoke. Not toward them, exactly more like she was catching their voice in the air, allowing the sound to paint a picture of their location and emotional state. When Alpha Thorn raised his voice in protest over some territorial nonsense, her head snapped toward the noise with fluid, immediate precision. She was tracking the room through sound alone, identifying emotional spikes and stress points. When the formal summit portion concluded, disputes settled, tributes accepted, warnings issued with finality, Galen stood. The obsidian throne scraped slightly on the stone platform, and the room fell instantly, absolutely silent. Every wolf dropped their gaze, a collective wave of submission. "Tonight, we feast," he announced, his voice carrying effortlessly, filling the vast space without strain. "You are guests of the underground. You will celebrate the stability brought by the sovereign's rule. But remember that hospitality is not permission." The threat beneath the courtesy resonated, sharp and cold. As the alphas began moving toward the feast hall, a controlled, orderly flow, Galen descended from his throne. His enforcers moved with him, a dark, silent wave of lethal efficiency. Wolves parted before him instinctively, exposing their throats in subtle, deep-rooted gestures of submission as he passed. He walked past Colt's family, forcing himself not to look directly at them, but his wolf was acutely aware of the girl's presence. She didn't flinch when his massive, dominant scent washed over her. She couldn't drop her eyes, but her head turned just barely, following the heavy, rhythmic sound of his footsteps. Her nostrils flared delicately, almost imperceptibly. She was scenting him. Not just his rank, but the unique, underlying signature of the man. Something in Galen's chest tightened, a strange, unfamiliar jolt that felt acutely exposed and definitely unwelcome. He continued walking, his control unbroken, but the scent of smoke, leather, and dominance was now overlaid with the subtle, cool fragrance of the girl who saw nothing but perceived everything. The transition to the feast hall was a transition from ice to fire. It blazed with light, hundreds of flickering oil lamps and massive stone fireplaces, and roared with noise. Long tables groaned under the weight of roasted boar, venison, smoked salmon, fresh bread, and wine that flowed freely from massive casks. Drums pounded a low, relentless beat, complemented by the sharper tones of strings and flutes. The alphas loosened slightly under the influence of the wine and the music, their initial wariness easing into a tense, false camaraderie. This was supposed to be neutral ground, a place where business deals were sealed with drink. But every wolf knew neutrality could shatter in a heartbeat. Galen sat at the head table, elevated on a dais above the rest, with a clear view of the entire hall. His inner circle, Jackson, the quartermaster, and the few trusted Gamma advisors flanked him. From this vantage point, he could watch every face, track every gesture, and listen to every whispered conversation that might be an alliance or treason. And he could see her. Skylar sat with her father and brother at one of the middle tables, positioned near a large column, seemingly for acoustic reasons. She ate carefully, her movements economical and precise. She never reached too far or missed her mark. When her brother, Sawyer, leaned close to speak to her over the din, she turned her head. That familiar, uncanny tilt and a genuine, beautiful smile transformed her face from serene to radiant. The warmth of the smile, directed at a brother who clearly cherished her, felt like a jarring intrusion into Galen's cold world. Galen's fingers tightened around his heavy silver wine cup. "You're staring, Your Majesty," Jackson murmured, his mouth barely moving, his voice pitched so quietly only Galen could register it over the celebratory noise. "I'm observing," Galen corrected, the word colder than the wine. "Of course, Your Majesty. My apologies for the inaccuracy." An alpha from the Western Territories, emboldened by a refill of wine, approached the high table, bowing low before speaking. "Your Majesty, if I might request a moment of your time to discuss the logistics of the Salt Road taxes." Galen listened with perhaps a quarter of his attention, responding with curt, definitive statements that brooked no argument. The rest of his focus kept drifting to the girl who shouldn't have been interesting but was now a silent, immovable magnet in the chaos of the feast. Skylar tilted her head suddenly, sharply, past her father, and toward the far side of the hall where the shadows were deepest. Her peaceful expression didn't change, but something in her posture shifted a tension that was instantly recognizable to Galen as heightened sensory awareness. Galen cut off the Western alpha mid-sentence and followed her invisible line of attention. A cluster of older, more experienced alphas stood near the far wall, their backs to the main room, speaking in low, indistinct tones. Nothing unusual, nothing overtly threatening, just political maneuvering. But she was listening to them, truly listening. When her father touched her arm, asking her something, she shook her head slightly, offered another brief, dismissive smile, and returned to her meal. Galen had seen it, though. That flash of absolute concentration, that moment where her whole being had been dedicated to extracting sound from noise. She wasn't just deafened by silence. She was hunting something in the cacophony. And whatever she had heard, she had elected to keep it to herself. The great hall was thick with the scent of roasted meat, spiced wine, and the low, confident hum of the pack. Yet, through the swirling chaos of his court, Galen's attention remained surgically fixed on the anomaly sitting quietly near the fringe of the gathering. Through it all, Galen watched the blind girl who saw more than anyone realized. He was seated high upon his massive, carved oak throne, a silent, immovable figure of authority whose very stillness commanded the room. He didn't chew his meal or join the boisterous banter. He simply observed, calculating the movements of all his subjects. But the girl was not his subject, not yet, and her quiet observation of the unseen world was a blatant infraction against the natural order he enforced. When she tilted her head again, a subtle, almost imperceptible shift of balance toward a low, confidential conversation happening 3 tables away, his wolf pressed forward with unmistakable interest. It wasn't just the angle of her chin or the way her ear sought the sound. It was the intense focus of her entire body, tuned like a sophisticated instrument to frequencies others missed. Galen, alpha of the northern peaks, possessed hearing that could track a mouse from a mile away, but even he couldn't discern the specific words she was tracking from that distance. The raw, primal instinct that lived beneath Galen's tailored garments and regal demeanor didn't just stir it snarled with curiosity. His animal rarely cared for frailty, yet this girl, fragile as porcelain, was fascinating precisely because she defied her supposed weakness. There was something here, a psychic resonance, an instinctual awareness, a sense that cut across the boundaries of sight and sound and logic, something he couldn't name yet. It felt like the whisper of a forgotten magic, dangerous and alluring in equal measure. But he would figure it out. He always did. Galen's command over his territory was absolute. Secrets rarely survived his deliberate scrutiny. Whatever hidden gift she possessed, he would isolate it, understand it, and claim it. The rough-hewn pillars of the hall cast long, dancing shadows, and the hungry firelight caught in her pale eyes, making them glow like diffused moonlight on water. They held no pupils, no iris, just a luminous, unnerving silver that seemed to reflect the soul instead of the world. And then, without turning her body, she turned her head as if she felt his attention, though she couldn't possibly see him staring. It was a devastatingly precise movement. She hadn't reacted to a noise or a scent. She had reacted to the invisible, tangible weight of Galen's gaze. Her lips parted slightly, a soft gasp that never found purchase. Her pulse jumped at her throat. He could see it even from here, a rapid fluttering against the delicate skin of her jugular, a frantic rhythm that spoke of sudden awareness and mounting fear. She knew someone was watching her, and she knew that the observer was powerful. A cold, exhilarating rush ran through Galen. He leaned back in his throne, settling deeper into the shadowed, commanding wood, the movement so slight that no one in the hall noticed it but him. A slow smile touched his mouth. It was a predator's smile, calculating the approach to the kill. Not kind, not soft. The lines around his mouth were sharp, reflecting the keen edge of his intellect and his intent. Interested. Lethally so. The silence that followed, for Galen, was deafening. He had found a key he hadn't known he was missing, an exquisite vulnerability that carried untold power. The girl who couldn't see had just caught the attention of the most dangerous wolf in the territory. She was now intrinsically linked to Galen's orbit, destined to be pulled into the unforgiving gravity of his world. She had no idea what she'd started. Skylar had learned long ago that sight was overrated. It was a shallow sense, easily manipulated by illusion and shadow. The world spoke to those who knew how to listen. To Skylar, the Hall of Pillars was a symphony of information. Every breath carried information about metabolic rate and adrenaline levels. Every footstep told a story. The heavy, uneven step of the elderly, Alpha from the Southlands. The light, quick tread of a nervous servant. The measured, predatory glide of the dominant wolves. The feast hall sang with 1,000 voices, not just the boisterous laughter and drunken murmurs coming from mouths, but the metallic scrape of boots on unforgiving stone, the high-pitched clang of silver against ceramic plates, the whispering shh of silk and velvet as dominants shifted in their seats, jockeying for better views or superior positioning. And beneath it all, the heartbeats. So many heartbeats, each one a drum with its own rhythm. They were the truest language, fast and erratic, with concealed fear or lust. Slow and steady with arrogance or practiced boredom. Skylar could pick them apart like complex threads in a tapestry, identifying wolves by the cadence of their pulse alone. She knew who was lying at any given moment, and who was merely hungry. The Alpha King Galen's heartbeat was the most interesting anomaly in the entire room. It was slower than any natural rhythm should be. Deliberate, a deep, heavy thump, pause, that suggested iron control down to the cellular level. She'd heard him pass their table earlier, his footsteps measured, his breathing a barely detectable ghost of sound, his presence a dark, dense pressure against her skin that made her protective. Wary wolf stir uneasily in her chest. Her wolf had responded with a curiosity that utterly worried her. "You're doing it again," Sawyer murmured beside her, his voice pitched low enough that the sound waves barely carried past her ear. A perfect conspiratorial pitch. Doing what? Skylar reached for her wine cup. Her spatial awareness was flawless. Her fingers found the delicate stem precisely where she'd left it, without fumbling. That thing where you tilt your head back just slightly and look like you're listening to ancient ghosts arguing over politics. "I'm listening to contemporary idiots arguing over taxes and territory," she corrected softly. "There's a significant difference." Her twin's quiet laugh was familiar and comforting, a low, rumbling sound. They'd always been close, two halves of the same whole, bound by the strange isolation of being Alpha Cult's unique children. He'd been blessed with sight and carried the burden of command. She'd been given darkness and, in return, learned to see in ways that gave her an unsettling advantage. Skylar. Her father's voice, sharp and laced with a political edge, cut through their quiet exchange. "It's time." Her stomach tightened, a cold fist of dread clenching in her abdomen. She'd known this was coming. Every Alpha present would pay formal respects to the king during the feast, offering reports, mostly exaggerated, and reaffirming their eternal loyalty, mostly fabricated. It was theater and politics wrapped in tradition, a mandatory demonstration of the hierarchy, and her father, Alpha Cult of the East Aurora Alliance, had insisted she and Sawyer accompany him to convey his strength and the depth of his line. "Do we have to?" Sawyer asked under his breath, leaning closer. "This is pointless pomp." Yes, their father's tone left no room for argument or dissent. "You will show respect, and you will be seen. Come." Skylar stood immediately, her hand finding Sawyer's forearm automatically, a gesture so ingrained it required no thought. He guided her through the dense space between the overflowing tables, his movements smooth and practiced, a dance they had perfected over years, him as her eyes, her as his anchor and conscience. The walk to the high table felt longer than it should have, stretched thin by the suffocating attention. Every wolf in the hall was watching them. She could feel their attention like actual heat against her skin, could hear the subtle, expectant shift in conversation as they passed the sudden silence before whispered commentary resumed. But it was the heartbeat dead ahead that caught and held her focus. That slow, deep, terrifyingly controlled rhythm. The king's drum. "Your Majesty." Her father's voice carried the perfect, calculated balance of respect and inherent strength. Colt would be bowing deep, to show fealty, but not servile, to show his power. "Alpha Colt, of the East Aurora Alliance, with my children." Silence dropped over them, heavy and expectant, as if the air itself had been vacuumed out of the hall. "Approach," came the response. That voice low, smooth, intensely dangerous. It wasn't loud, but it resonated in her chest like a physical thing, vibrating in her lungs. Sawyer guided her forward 3 more steps. She could feel the elevation change beneath her feet. They were standing before a raised, massive dais. The king sat above them, literally and figuratively enthroned. "Your Majesty," her father continued, the sound of his rough alpha voice echoing differently now. "May I present my son, Sawyer, and my daughter, Skylar." Skylar dipped into a deep, precise curtsy, her movements fluid and practiced despite her lack of sight. She kept her head lowered appropriately, her pale, useless eyes unfocused on the cold, hard stone floor. "The twins," the king stated. Not a question meant for confirmation. An observation meant to assert his knowledge. "Yes, Your Majesty." Another pause. This one stretched far too long, thick with unspoken power. Skylar's skin prickled with warning. Something had changed in the air, a subtle shift in acoustics, a focus that settled on her specifically, burning through the layers of her clothing. "Look at me, girl." The command was quiet, yet utterly absolute, delivered with the casual authority of a god speaking to a mortal. It carried the weight of instinct and law. Skylar lifted her head, her silver eyes turning toward the precise location of his voice. She couldn't see him, but she could map him meticulously in her mind, through everything else. He sat directly ahead, perhaps 8 feet away, large, she could tell by the way the sound was swallowed by his bulk, still as stone. And then the air shifted once more, violently. He was scenting her. Galen had smelled 1,000 wolves in his lifetime, perhaps 10,000, dominant and submissive, alpha and omega. He knew the scent of unbridled fear, the heady musk of ambition, the desperate metallic tang of failure. They all carried their own distinctive signature, easily filed away and forgotten. But this, the first note that hit him, was honey. Not a suggestion, but a wave rich and impossibly golden, like amber caught in blinding sunlight. It wound through the air between them, warm and impossibly sweet. Not the cloying sweetness of manufactured sugar, but something primal and deep, ancient. Like wild honey, harvested directly from a forest hive after a long summer, thick and intoxicating. His wolf, usually a disciplined beast, caged by centuries of royal lineage, stopped pacing and slammed into absolute, bewildered stillness. Then came the musk, not heavy or aggressively male, but subtle, uniquely feminine. It curled around the honey like smoke, grounding the fantasy, making the sweet reality tangible and dangerous. White lily followed, clean and pure, the kind that only bloomed under secret moonlight. And underneath it all, a deep, resonant bass note of rain-soaked cedar, fresh and green and fiercely alive, like walking through an ancient forest after a violent storm. It was the scent of shelter and wildness combined. The combination shouldn't have worked. It was entirely contradictory, sweet and impossibly earthy, delicate yet violently wild. It was perfect. It was the anchor to his soul. Galen's fingers calloused, battle-scarred, tightened convulsively on the carved arms of his throne, the heavy oak protesting with a low groan. His internal wolf surged forward, crashing against his mental barriers with an insistence that bordered on pure animal violence. Every instinct he possessed screamed at him to reach out, to lean closer, to commit this scent to memory so thoroughly that he could track her across continents and through the deepest, darkest void. His heartbeat that carefully regulated, deliberately slow rhythm he used to project unflinching control stuttered. Just once. A sharp, disobedient thump-thump hitch, but she heard it. Galen watched her pale, blank eyes widen fractionally, her head tilting in that specific way she had, listening, not looking, but reading him through the failure of sound alone. She didn't flinch, didn't recoil. She took his involuntary reaction and filed it. Jackson, his usually stoic enforcer, shifted beside him on the dais, a subtle movement that indicated his awareness. Jackson had sensed the change in the atmosphere. He had scented what Galen was scenting and undoubtedly recognized the catastrophic danger in it. Galen forced his breathing to even out, dragging air past the overwhelming sweetness. He slammed his primal wolf back down into its cage. But the scent lingered in his lungs like a searing brand, programming itself into his memory, his instincts, the very core of his power. He would know this scent anywhere now. In a crowded battle, in complete darkness, even if she stood among thousands of competing fragrances. And he knew, with chilling certainty, that this woman, the sightless alpha daughter, the source of the intoxicating, demanding scent that threatened to dismantle generations of control, was his mate. His weakness, his claim. The silence, which had initially been merely respectful, now stretched taut and thin as old parchment, vibrating with an unspoken tension that Skylar could almost taste. She stood before the imposing dais, her senses peeled back, every nerve ending alive. The very air around the Alpha King seemed to thicken, heavy with the weight of whatever had just transpired, a ripple of unease permeating the carefully maintained decorum of the grand hall. Skylar could feel it deep in her bones, a primal hum of something amiss. And then she heard it, not with her eyes, for they had been sightless since birth, but with the unparalleled acuity of her hearing. The king's heartbeat, a deep, steady drum against the resonant silence of the hall, had momentarily faltered. Just a single, almost imperceptible skip, like a stone briefly stumbling in a mighty river. But she had caught it, a distinct hiccup in the otherwise unwavering rhythm of the most powerful wolf in their lands. What did that mean? A jolt of cold dread, mixed with an unbidden thrill of discovery, shot through her. "You're blind," the king stated, his voice a low rumble, rougher now, stripped of its previous formal cadence. It was a statement, not a question, yet laced with an undeniable challenge. "Yes, Your Majesty," Skylar replied, the words a practiced reflex. Her voice emerged steadier than the tremor that had just coursed through her, a testament to years of forced composure in the face of judgment. Inside, her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic counterpoint to the king's briefly erratic beat. "Yet you navigate as if you see," he continued, the observation hanging in the air, sharp and probing. "I hear, Your Majesty, and I smell, and I remember," she elaborated, allowing a hint of her unique world to seep into her tone. She didn't simply not see, she perceived in a mosaic of other senses, building a vivid tapestry of sound, scent, texture, and memory in her mind's eye. Every echo, every subtle shift in air current, every unique scent registered, forming a dynamic map of her surroundings. Interesting. The word didn't just fall. It rolled through the cavernous hall like distant thunder. But now, Skylar detected a subtle shift in the king's tone. It was no longer merely analytical. There was a deeper vibration, a predatory hum beneath the surface that made her skin prickle with an instinctual unease. A sensing of focus that felt less like curiosity and more like a hunter sizing up its prey. His scent, usually a steady anchor of power and ancient earth, now carried a sharper, more exhilarating edge she couldn't quite decipher. "Alpha Colt, your report." Her father, Alpha Colt, cleared his throat, the sound a nervous, dry rasp despite his strained attempt at confidence. Skylar could hear the subtle tremor in his hand as he adjusted the collar of his tunic, the slight acceleration of his heartbeat, betraying the calm facade he tried to project. The Eastern Front is secure, Your Majesty. No border disputes this season. No challenges to our authority. The East Aurora Alliance stands strong and loyal to the crown. He recited the prepared words with practiced ease, but Skylar heard the underlying current of relief when he concluded, "And your tribute?" The king's query was succinct, unwavering. "Delivered to your enforcers upon arrival, Your Majesty," her father affirmed, his voice gaining a fraction more strength. 300 pounds of raw silver ore, 50 prime forest pelts, and a tithe of our autumn harvest. As always, he omitted the difficult hunt, the lean times, the sacrifices made to uphold their allegiance. Acceptable. Another pause, longer this time, filled with the rustle of ceremonial robes and the hushed breaths of the gathered alphas. The king's attention lingered, a palpable weight in the air. "Your daughter. She hears well, you said?" Skylar's stomach plummeted, a cold, hollow pit forming deep within her. Beside her, Sawyer's grip on her arm tightened fractionally, a silent warning, a shared premonition of danger. "Yes, Your Majesty," her father said carefully, his previous confidence evaporating. His voice was a tight thread, woven with caution. "She's always had exceptional hearing." "How exceptional?" The question hung in the air like a freshly drawn blade, sharp and gleaming, its edge unseen but keenly felt. Skylar could sense her father's hesitation, the internal debate raging within him. How much to reveal? How much to protect? Her father, who had always guarded her abilities as fiercely as he guarded his pack. "I can hear a mouse gnawing inside the castle walls, Your Majesty," Skylar answered, her voice cutting through the tense silence before her father could fumble through an inadequate response. She would not let him stumble. She would not let him show weakness. "I can track a whispered conversation across a crowded room. I know when someone's heart is racing with fear or slowing with lies." She spoke with a quiet certainty, her head tilted slightly, as if listening even now to the nuances of the king's own physiology. Silence, a profound, echoing vacuum where even the rustle of robes seemed to cease. Every alpha present held their breath, waiting for the king's reaction. Then, impossibly, a low sound that might have been amusement, a dangerous, guttural hum that vibrated through the stone floor and up into Skylar's bones. "Can you hear my heart, little wolf?" Her instinct screamed at her to retract, to bow low and retreat into the anonymity of the crowd, never to draw his attention again. This was a trap, a test, a perilous game. But something unyielding within her, the restless spirit of her own wolf, urged her forward. "Yes, Your Majesty. And what does it tell you?" She shouldn't answer truthfully. She knew the king wasn't truly fearless, that his heart had just skipped. But admitting that would be a transgression too far. "That you're not afraid of anything," she said instead, a carefully chosen lie that flattered his power, even as she acknowledged the hidden truth. Another pause. The silence stretched again, pregnant with possibilities. "Then, perhaps you don't hear as well as you think." The dismissal was clear, yet held a lingering thread of intrigue. Her father bowed quickly, a tremor of relief running through him that Skylar plainly felt in his quickened pulse. "Thank you, Your Majesty. We are honored by your time." Sawyer guided her back, his hand a steady, reassuring weight on her arm as they navigated through the throng of watchful alphas. But Skylar could feel the king's attention following her retreat, a tangible presence, his unseen gaze like a physical weight between her shoulder blades, marking her. That was terrifying, Sawyer muttered once they were safely back at their table. The clatter of silver and hum of conversation now a welcome shroud around them. He slipped into the seat beside her, his body language a shield. "He was testing me," Skylar said quietly, her voice barely a whisper above the din. The adrenaline still hummed in her veins, making her feel hyper-aware. "He was hunting you," her father corrected, his voice tight with a fear he rarely allowed to surface. He sat opposite them, his knuckles white as he gripped his wine goblet. "Be careful, daughter. The king doesn't notice wolves unless he has a reason." and his reasons are rarely good. Skylar didn't respond, her mind replaying the king's skipped beat, his predatory amusement. She lifted her own wine cup, letting the sounds of the feast wash over her again, the clinking of crystal, the murmur of many voices, the swelling strains of the lute and drum. But her wolf was restless now, pacing beneath her skin, unsettled and wary, yet strangely invigorated by the encounter. The king had scented her, had focused on her, had asked questions that cut too close to the bone, and his heart had stuttered. She should have been terrified. Instead, she felt awake, dangerously, thrillingly awake. The feast continued around them, a grand spectacle of power and uneasy alliances. Alphas came and went from the high table, each offering their respects, their carefully worded reports, their meticulously feigned loyalty. Music played louder as rivers of wine flowed, loosening tongues and lowering guards. Laughter rose and fell in waves, sometimes genuine, often forced. Skylar forced herself to maintain a semblance of normalcy, to eat the rich food, to smile when Sawyer made quiet jokes about the overly perfumed Omega at the next table, to pretend everything was as it should be. But she was listening, always listening. An hour passed, perhaps two. The hall grew warmer, louder, the initial careful formality dissolving into something closer to raucous celebration. Wolves who'd been rigid with fear began to relax, their scents mellowing with drink. Alliances were formed over shared carafees, old rivalries surfaced and were smoothed over with false humor and promises. And then she heard it. It started as a subtle change in the acoustic landscape, a pocket of unnatural quiet in the wrong place, a sudden dampening of the ambient noise. Most wolves grew louder with drink, their voices expanding to fill the space. But these voices, Skylar noted, dropped to whispers, hushed and urgent. Skylar tilted her head almost imperceptibly, focusing past the general din, past the boisterous music, past the alpha 3 tables over, who was now vociferously arguing about river fishing rights. Her senses narrowed, honing in like a predator on faint prey. There, behind the massive stone pillars, at the hall's far edge, where shadows pooled thick, deep, and privacy was implicitly assumed. A perfect auditory blind spot for most. 2 voices, male, low, controlled, yet imbued with an intensity that sent a chill down her spine. "Can't be serious," one said. The accent was northern clipped consonants, harsh vowels, a hint of frost in the delivery. Dead serious. The second voice was smoother, less abrupt, perhaps from the southern territories. It carried an undercurrent of cold resolve. "It's the only way. He's too strong, too entrenched. We'd need every alpha present here to stand together. And you know as well as I that will never happen. Then we do it ourselves." The northern voice was grim, but there was no hesitation. Skylar's wine cup paused halfway to her lips, suspended in the air. She dared not move, dared not breathe too loudly. "When?" The northern voice again, a sharp whisper. "Tomorrow, when he gives the closing decree." A pause, punctuated only by the subtle sound of someone shifting their weight, leather creaking softly, a metallic rasp. "We'll bow first. Then strike." Her blood turned to ice, rushing cold through her veins. The air in her lungs felt suddenly thin, inadequate. "Silver?" The single word hung heavy, loaded with deadly implication. Silver. Already in place. The gift from the Eastern delegation, it's been prepared. A cruel twist of betrayal, disguised as loyalty. The image of the king's faltering heartbeat flashed in Skylar's mind, a horrifying premonition. "And if we fail?" A tremor in the northern voice, a dark, humorless laugh, barely more than a puff of air. "We won't live long enough to regret it." Silence again, but this time, a final, chilling one. Then footsteps, 2 distinct sets, moving away from each other, dispersing stealthily into the anonymous swell of the crowd. Skylar's hand trembled violently, the delicate crystal of her wine cup rattling against her teeth. The crimson liquid sloshed precariously close to the rim. "Sky?" Sawyer's voice, usually so clear, sounded distant, muffled. "You okay?" She couldn't breathe. Her wolf had surged forward, fur on end, every instinct screaming danger, threat, death. A primal scream echoed in her mind. They were going to kill him. They were going to kill the Alpha King. Tomorrow. Skylar. Her brother's hand settled on her arm again. Tighter this time. Concerned now. "What's wrong?" The words stuck in her throat, a sticky mass of fear and disbelief. "Nothing. I'm fine." But she wasn't fine. Her heart was racing like a trapped bird, a frantic echo of the king's own brief stutter. Her palms were damp, slick with cold sweat. Because she'd heard the voices, yes, but couldn't identify them. Because she didn't know if her own father, the Alpha of the East Aurora Alliance, was somehow involved, however tangentially. Because if she was wrong, if she'd misheard, misunderstood, put together the wrong pieces, innocent wolves would die for her mistake. But if she was right and said nothing, the Alpha King would bleed out tomorrow morning, ceremoniously murdered while the gathered alphas watched, helpless or complicit. Skylar's fingers tightened around her cup until her knuckles went stark white, the fragile crystal threatening to shatter under the pressure. She had until dawn to decide what to do. And the wrong choice would destroy everything, not just her, but perhaps the entire balanced, precarious piece of their world. The silence of the underground fortress pressed down on Skylar, a palpable weight that settled in her lungs and refused to be exhaled. She didn't sleep. The very notion felt grotesque, an insult to the terrifying truth that gnawed at her. She lay rigid within the expansive guest chambers assigned to her family, a suite nestled deep within the eastern wing of the labyrinthine subterranean fortress. It was a space designed with subtle political precision, far enough from the king's personal quarters and the throne room to signify respect and autonomy, yet close enough for their movements to be discreetly observed. The bed, piled high with plush furs, offered a deceptive promise of comfort. Beneath her fingers, the silken sheets felt like rough burlap. The soft pelts might as well have been cold, unyielding stone. Her body refused to sink into the luxurious mattress, every muscle coiled, every nerve humming with an unbearable tension. Every time she dared to close her eyes, the darkness behind her eyelids became a stage for the replay. She heard it, clear as a bell, precise as a blade slicing through the night. The conspirators' voices, insidious whispers that had wormed their way into her mind, now played on an endless, torturous loop. Tomorrow, when he gives the closing decree, we'll bow first, then strike. The words were branded on her consciousness, each syllable seared into her memory. She'd spent hours, an eternity it seemed, dissecting every breath, every fractional pause, every subtle inflection. The northern accent, sharp, guttural, clipped with an air of cold authority rather than unrefined rage. The southern drawl, a smoother, more cultivated lilt, laced with a controlled menace that hinted at intelligence and meticulous planning. Both male, both radiating an unsettling, chilling confidence. Both, without a shred of doubt, are willing to commit cold-blooded treason against their Alpha King. With a frustrated sigh that caught in her throat, Skylar rolled onto her side, pulling the heavy furs up to her chin, as if the physical barrier could somehow shield her from the echoing voices. The room was otherwise utterly silent, save for the rhythmic, deep breathing that drifted from the adjoining chamber. Sawyer, her brother, bless his oblivious heart, was a truly heavy sleeper, a trait she envied with a fierce, desperate ache tonight. His peace was a stark contrast to the hurricane raging within her. The conspiracy, a coiled serpent, had taken root in her chest, solid and immovable as a stone. It pressed down on her lungs, making each breath a conscious effort, each beat of her heart a painful throb against her ribs. If she said nothing, if she buried this terrible secret, the king would die. His powerful, noble life would be snuffed out in a horrifying public display of betrayal. Blood, royal and innocent, would stain the ancient stones of the throne room floor. The underground, a bastion of stability for generations, would be plunged into immediate, irreparable chaos. And then, inevitably, war would follow. It always did. A brutal, relentless cycle, when an Alpha King died without a designated heir. Packs would clash, territories would be torn apart, and countless more would die. But if she spoke, a fresh wave of terror washed over her, cold and visceral. What if she was wrong? What if the conversation she'd overheard had been nothing more than a hypothetical scenario, a dark fantasy shared between embittered wolves who, in their heart of hearts, would never dare to act on such a monstrous plan? What if she'd misheard a crucial word, misinterpreted the critical context, twisting an idle thought into a deadly plot? The king, Alpha Galen, didn't strike her as the forgiving type. His eyes, though often calm, held a depth of power that suggested swift, decisive justice. If she leveled such a grave accusation against innocent wolves, based on nothing but whispered fragments, he would execute them without hesitation. Their families would suffer unspeakable devastation. Their packs, stripped of leadership and honor, would be absorbed into larger territories or utterly destroyed, their legacies erased. And if her father was involved? Skylar's breath hitched, a sharp, ragged gasp. Her mind slammed shut, a desperate, animalistic refusal to entertain the thought. She wouldn't, allow herself to consider that unspeakable possibility. But the doubt, a cold and insidious tendril, crept in regardless, finding purchase in the fertile ground of her anxiety. Her father, Alpha Colt of the East Aurora Alliance, had indeed been acting strangely lately. More clandestine meetings with other alphas, their voices hushed, their expressions guarded. More whispered conversations that abruptly ceased, cutting off mid-sentence, the moment she entered the room. He'd been unusually eager to attend this grand gathering of the packs, almost insistent that she and Sawyer accompany him. To build alliances, he'd claimed, his eyes avoiding hers a fraction too long, his tone just a shade too earnest. But what kind of alliances? Alliances of loyalty or alliances of ambition? Skylar pressed the heels of her palms against her eyes, willing the insidious thoughts to recede, to dissolve into the darkness. Her father was loyal. He had to be. He had served the crown for decades, a steadfast pillar of strength. He had fought bravely in the brutal territorial wars, spilling his own blood on frozen earth for the king's father, a testament to his unwavering allegiance. He wouldn't betray Galen, would he? The question lingered, a poisonous whisper in the quiet chamber, refusing to be silenced. The hours crawled past, each minute an eternity. Midnight came and went, marked only by the shifting shadows of the moon through the high, narrow window slits. The fortress, a living entity of stone and wolf spirit, settled into the deep quiet of the small hours, that sacred, liminal space between the death of night and the birth of dawn, when even the most vigilant wolves finally succumbed to sleep. But Skylar's mind, a relentless engine of fear and speculation, wouldn't rest. She replayed the voices again, like a detective meticulously reviewing a crucial recording, searching for anything distinctive, any new clue. The northern accent. It belonged to someone high-ranking, she was certain. The sheer confidence in his tone suggested not desperation, but entrenched power, a long-held position that granted him the audacity to even conceive of such a coup. The southern voice was older, perhaps, more measured, more patient. A planner, she concluded, not a frontline fighter, a strategist. She tried to match these disembodied voices to the faces she couldn't see, to the alphas she'd encountered only briefly through sound and scent at the day's council meetings. Alpha Voss, from the northern reach, possessed that clipped, almost aggressive accent. But so did Alpha Corin, whose territory bordered a contentious mining region. And there was Alpha Draven's fearsome second-in-command, whose name, frustratingly, eluded her. The southern voice could have been anyone from a dozen prosperous, established territories. It was too generic, too smooth, too widespread an accent to pinpoint. She had nothing concrete, nothing but spectral whispers and her own gut-wrenching certainty. And certainly, she knew with a crushing finality, meant nothing without undeniable proof. A faint sound, almost imperceptible, pulled her sharply from her spiraling thoughts. Soft, careful, the unmistakable creak of the heavy timber door in the main chamber of their suite, her father's room, opening by fractions. Skylar went rigid, her breath catching in her throat, every muscle in her body locking. Footsteps, heavy, deliberate, male, moving with the cautious, almost stealthy deliberation of someone actively trying not to wake anyone. Her father. She heard him cross the room, the faint rustle of thick fabric as he pulled on his outdoor cloak. Then another sound, the door opening again, closing this time with a barely audible click, meticulously quiet. He was leaving, in the middle of the night. Skylar's heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat demanding attention. Her inner wolf surged forward, a primal instinct of suspicion and hyper-alertness, its hackles already rising. She should stay in bed. She should pretend she'd heard nothing, seen nothing. She should cultivate a naive trust that her father, her protector, had perfectly innocent reasons for wandering the silent, deserted fortress at 2 a.m. But she couldn't. The stone in her chest pulsed with a desperate need to know. Moving with the practiced silence she'd been taught since she was a pup, a skill honed for hunting and evasion, Skylar slipped from bed. She dressed quickly in the oppressive dark, her nimble fingers finding the familiar textures. Soft leather pants that allowed unrestricted movement, a fitted tunic of dark wool, boots crafted for silence. Her fingers, guided by instinct alone, found her intricate hair clasp, securing the long black strands away from her face, out of the way. Then, she followed. The corridors of the underground were a bewildering maze, a subterranean network designed to confuse and deter. But to Skylar's heightened wolf senses, sound mapped them perfectly. Her father's heavy but carefully muted footsteps echoed off the ancient, cold stone, leading her down, ever down, deeper into the fortress's hidden depths, away from the warm, well-lit guest wings, away from the grand public halls where the pack leaders gathered, toward the lower levels where the secretive council chambers lay. Skylar's pulse quickened, a drum in her ears. She maintained a careful distance, using the excellent acoustics of the stone passages to track him without getting close enough to be heard or scented. Other sounds filtered faintly through the thick stone walls, the occasional snore from a sleeping chamber, the faint crackle of dying embers in distant hearths, the scurry of tiny mice in the interstitial spaces. And then, voices. Low, urgent. She stopped abruptly at a corner, pressing herself flat against the frigid stone, becoming one with the shadows. Her father's footsteps had ceased. He was speaking to someone, his voice a barely audible murmur, laced with an undeniable urgency. "Can't discuss this here," her father was saying, his voice rougher than usual. "If we're overheard, no one's awake. The patrols are lax, their senses dulled by the late hour." Another voice, male. That distinct, polished southern accent. Skylar's blood ran cold, a glacial stream replacing the warmth in her veins. "Are you certain about tomorrow?" her father asked, and this time, there was something in his voice she'd never heard before. Fear. Real. Bone-deep fear. Not the fear of a warrior facing an enemy, but the quivering dread of a man trapped in a situation spiraling beyond his control. "It's too late to back out now, Colt," the southern voice replied, a note of finality in his tone. "Voss and Thorn are committed. The silver's in place, discreetly melded into the ceremonial blades, undetectable until it's too late. All we have to do is bow and step back. Let them handle the rest. And if it fails," her father's voice was barely a whisper now, thick with despair, "then we die. But if we do nothing, we're dead anyway, aren't we? You've seen how he looks at smaller packs. He's been consolidating power, absorbing weaker territories and centralizing everything. In 5 years, he'll have absorbed half the territories, including yours. Silence descended, heavy and suffocating. Skylar could hear her father's breathing, harsh and uneven, rattling in his chest, a man suffocating under the weight of his own terrible choices. "My children," he said finally, the words laced with a raw tremor of emotion. "They'll be in the hall. They'll be fine. We're not targeting anyone but him. Once he's gone, we'll call for an emergency council, a shared rule. No more kings, no more absolute power. Your pack will be safer than ever before. Swear it. Swear they won't be harmed." The desperation was clear, a frantic plea for absolution. "On my life, Colt. Your pups are safe. They'll be heroes of the new era." Footsteps, moving away from each other. Her father, returning the way he'd come, his steps now heavier, slower. Skylar barely managed to slip into a shallow side corridor, a deep niche carved into the stone, before he passed. She pressed herself into the inky shadows, forcing her ragged breathing into a calm, controlled rhythm, making herself utterly invisible through sheer, disciplined stillness. Her father walked past without noticing her, his gaze fixed on some internal horror. His scent, usually a comforting blend of oak and worn leather, now carried the sharp, acrid tang of fear sweat, clinging to his fur and clothes. And beneath it, unmistakable, the bitter, metallic tang of guilt. Skylar waited until his footsteps faded completely, swallowed by the distant curves of the corridor, before she allowed herself to move. Her entire body trembled violently, her inner wolf howling a mournful, furious cry of betrayal inside her chest. Her father was part of it. Her father, Alpha Colt, was going to let them murder the king. The betrayal cut deeper than any blade, a wound that ripped through the very fabric of her soul. She'd suspected, she'd feared, but some stubborn, loyal part of her had desperately refused to believe, had clung to the cherished idea that her father was honorable, loyal, good, that he would never stoop to such treachery, but he'd just condemned a man to death, for politics, for power, for fear of what might happen if he didn't. A coward's reason, dressed in a wolf's hide. And he'd done it while promising to keep his own children safe, as if their exemption from the bloodshed somehow made the regicide acceptable, made him acceptable. Skylar's hands curled into trembling fists, her nails biting into her palms. Her breathing came fast and sharp, her lungs burning. The stone walls of the corridor felt like they were closing in, the unbearable weight of this new, terrible knowledge crushing her chest, threatening to shatter her. She could go back to bed. She could pretend she'd heard nothing. Her father would survive. Sawyer would survive. The East Aurora Alliance, their pack, would be safe, their territory secured in the new, kingless world. And the king would die. The man whose heartbeat had stuttered when he first scented her, recognizing something profound, something powerful. The man who'd asked her questions with genuine curiosity, his eyes intelligent and keen. Who ruled with absolute control, yes, but wasn't cruel for cruelty's sake. Who sought justice and stability for his people. He would be murdered tomorrow while he stood before his people, giving his closing decree, offering the weight of his authority, his wisdom. He would be murdered because wolves like her father were too afraid to stand beside him, to speak truth to power, to find a better way. The decision crystallized in her chest, sharp and clear and terrifyingly precise. She had to warn him, even if it costs her everything, even if it meant her father's death, exposed as a traitor, even if it destroyed her family, scattering them to the winds and left her utterly alone. Because some things were more important than blood. Some principles transcended family ties, like the truth, like honor, like refusing to let good wolves die because bad, fearful ones were willing to betray their oaths and their king for their own selfish, craven interests. Skylar straightened, a fierce, unwavering resolve hardening into something unbreakable within her. The closing ceremony was at dawn. She had, at most, maybe 4 hours. She needed to find the king. Now, the ancient fortress groaned around her, a living entity woven from centuries of weathered stone and whispered histories. It was a labyrinth of cold, unyielding rock, deep-set shadows that danced with unseen currents, and secrets heavy enough to crush a lesser soul. Every draft that snaked through its forgotten passages felt like an intake of breath. Every distant creak, a slow exhalation. Skylar climbed, her worn boots finding purchase on the familiar, grooved stone of the winding stairwell. Each riser was a step further into a silence so profound it pressed on her eardrums. A silence broken only by the deliberate rhythm of her own ascent. She navigated by an instinct honed from years within these walls, sensing the subtle changes in air pressure that signaled her upward progress, a delicate barometer of height in the oppressive darkness. Higher she went, the air growing thinner, cooler, the faint echoes of the lower guard posts fading entirely. The corridors here were different, narrower, more richly appointed, yet paradoxically more isolated. Tapestries depicting forgotten battles hung heavy and still, absorbing all sound. The clatter of armor, the murmur of servants, the distant cries of the market, all were left far below. Fewer guards patrolled these upper echelons, their presence a silent testimony to the king's confidence in his inner circle. This was the sanctum, the very heart of power, the king's domain accessible only to his most trusted wolves, those whose loyalty was as sharp and unwavering as their claws. And Skylar, a self-declared betrayer among them, felt the cold weight of that unspoken trust settle on her shoulders. Then, through the profound stillness of the hour, she heard it. The whisper-soft scratch, scratch, scratch of a quill dancing across parchment, a rhythmic, almost hypnotic sound, the delicate, almost inaudible rustle as a page was turned, then a new sheet laid flat. And beneath it all, a sound that defied the thick stone walls to reach her, the steady, unwavering thrum of a strong human heart. Slow, controlled, and utterly unhurried. Even at this ungodly hour of 3 a.m, he was still awake, always awake. Skylar stopped outside a heavy door of polished, dark oak, banded with intricate ironwork that seemed to writhe in the gloom. Her hand, usually steady and capable, trembled perceptibly as she raised it, hovering inches from the ancient wood. This was it, the precipice. The moment that would shatter everything she knew, everything she was, and reform it into something new and terrifying. Once she spoke, once the words left her lips, there would be no going back. Her father, the formidable leader of the East Aurora Alliance, would be exposed. Her entire family, proud and powerful for generations, would fall from grace, their names synonymous with treason. The Alliance itself, a network of influence painstakingly built over decades, would lose everything: its power, its legitimacy, perhaps even its very existence. But the king would live. And in that singular truth lay the terrifying, soul-wrenching justification for her actions. Skylar's cold fingers finally brushed the smooth, cool wood. Hesitation, a phantom pain, gripped her for a final breath. Then, with a surge of desperate resolve, she knocked. 3 sharp, distinct raps. They echoed through the profound silence of the king's private corridor, seeming to detonate like gunshots, the sound reverberating through the stone and through Skylar's very bones. The meticulous scratching of the quill ceased instantly. "Enter," came the voice from within. It was deep, resonant, and utterly devoid of surprise or annoyance. There was only a chilling, absolute awareness. Skylar pushed the heavy door open, the well-oiled hinges sighing softly. She stepped into the warm embrace of firelight, into a room rich with the scent of old leather, ink, and burning wood, and into the silent, watchful presence of the most dangerous wolf in the entire territory. She prayed, with every fractured piece of her desperate heart, that she was making the right choice. The scratch of his quill was the only sound in the cavernous silence of the royal study, a rhythmic counterpoint to the low crackle of the hearth. Galen was immersed in the dry tedium of tribute records, grain yields from the eastern plains, ore counts from the northern mines. It was a conscious, grinding effort to focus on the figures, to anchor his mind in the mundane, to escape the other, more primal distraction. For hours, a maddening scent had haunted the edges of his perception, a honeyed musk that called to the beast within, a scent that felt like a memory of a dream he'd never had. Then the door opened. It was not the heavy, assured tread of a guard, nor the hesitant knock of a servant. It was a whisper of sound, the groan of ancient hinges that should have been locked. Galen's head snapped up, his amber eyes flashing in the firelight, his wolf instantly alert at the breach of his sanctum. And for the first time in decades, the calculated, ever-prepared monarch was genuinely, utterly surprised. She stood in the doorway, a silhouette against the torchlit gloom of the corridor. Not an assassin, not a courtier. The blind girl. She was trembling, a fine, constant vibration that made her look like a leaf caught in a gale-force wind. Yet her posture was a study in defiance. Her chin was lifted, her shoulders thrown back in a desperate mimicry of courage, defying the palpable terror that radiated from her. Her eyes, those striking silver pools, were unfocused, staring past his shoulder at nothing. Yet her attention was absolute, tuned to the room's energy like a seismograph. He could smell her fear. It was a sharp, acrid tang of adrenaline, cutting through the air. But beneath it, undeniable and intoxicating, was that same honey musk, now layered with the faint fragrance of night-blooming lilies and the crisp, clean scent of cedar from her clothes. The combination was a siren's call to his wolf, which paced restlessly behind his ribs, intrigued and possessive. "Your Majesty." Her voice, when it came, was a marvel of control. It was steady, low, and clear, a stark contrast to the tremors racking her frame. Galen set down his eagle feather quill with deliberate, painstaking care, placing it parallel to the edge of the parchment. The mundane action was a leash on his own rising surprise. He'd been trying to escape her scent, and now here she was, its source, standing alone in his private study at an hour when the world belonged to ghosts and conspirators. Colt's daughter, Skylar. Either she was the most incredibly brave soul in the kingdom, or the most incredibly foolish. "You're Colt's daughter," he said, his voice a low rumble that seemed to absorb the firelight. He watched her, every sense extended, reading the minute catch of her breath, the flutter of her pulse at the base of her throat. "Skylar." "Yes, Your Majesty. It's 3 a.m. The statement was a test, a gentle prod to see if she would falter and flee. "I know, Your Majesty." She took a decisive step fully into the room. "But what I have to say can't wait until dawn." Galen leaned back in his high-backed chair of worn leather and dark wood, the king studying his subject. She was dressed not for sleep, but for stealth. Soft, dark leather trousers, a charcoal gray tunic that would blend into shadows, her moon-pale hair tightly braided and secured away from her face. She had come here with a purpose that overrode all sense of self-preservation. "Close the door," he commanded, his voice quiet, but leaving no room for disobedience. She turned, her movements economical, and pushed the immense oak door until it settled into its frame with a sound like a tomb's ceiling. The act seemed to cost her, shrinking the world down to just this room, just him. "Approach." Skylar walked forward, her steps not the shuffling gait of the uncertain blind, but careful, confident placements of her boots on the stone floor. She used the sound of his breathing, the heat from the fire, and the very presence of him as a guide. She stopped a precise 6 feet from his desk, close enough to speak in a hushed tone, far enough to maintain a veil of propriety. A smart girl, a trained girl. "I overheard something tonight," she began, and her hands, which had been held loosely at her sides, clenched into white-knuckled fists. "At the feast, I was resting." behind the stone pillars near the far wall. The acoustics there are precise. Galen's posture remained deceptively relaxed, but the wolf within him went rigid, every instinct on high alert. A blind girl hiding in the shadows, listening. Go on. 2 men, alphas, based on the gravel in their voices and the sheer confidence they carried. They were discussing an assassination. The word dropped into the quiet room like a lead weight into a deep well, rippling the very air with its implication. Of whom? His voice remained an even, controlled monotone, betraying nothing. You, Your Majesty. Her pale eyes remained fixed on that empty space just past his shoulder, but her focus was laser-sharp. Tomorrow, during the closing decree, they said. She took a sharp, steadying breath, the first true crack in her composure. They said the gathered alphas would bow first, then strike. The weapon is silver, hidden within a ceremonial gift from the Eastern delegation. Silence descended, heavy and thick as velvet. Galen let it stretch, assessing her, weighing the truth in her scent. In the hammering of her heart he could now clearly hear. You came here to warn me that someone wants me dead? Galen's tone carried the faintest, driest edge of something that might have been amusement. Little wolf, half the alphas in that hall tonight would see my crown on their own head. Why should I believe this specific threat is real? Because I heard them, Your Majesty. Her voice gained a layer of steel, the defiance returning. I don't mishear things. Ever. One had a northern accent clipped, harsh like grinding stone. The other was southern, smoother, older, like aged whiskey. They were specific, detailed. This isn't fantasy or gossip. It's a plan. Galen stood, uncoiling from his chair with the fluid, silent grace of the apex predator he was. Skylar's head turned minutely, her ear tracking his movement through the shift in the air. Her pulse kicked into a frantic rhythm against the delicate skin of her throat, a frantic drumbeat he could see, could almost taste. He stopped close. Too close for propriety. Close enough that the intoxicating honey musk cedar lily scent of her filled his lungs. His wolf rumbled with a deep, primal satisfaction, wanting to surround itself in that scent forever. You still haven't told me why I should believe you, he said, his voice a soft, dangerous whisper that skimmed over her skin. You could be lying, testing my defenses, setting a trap of your own devising. I could be, she agreed, and there was something raw and broken in her voice now, as if the admission tore at her very soul. But I'm not. Your Majesty, they are going to kill you. And if you don't prepare, if you don't have your enforcers searching that gift and watching those men, you'll die tomorrow. Who? The word cracked through the room like a whip. Give me names! He saw the moment of ultimate decision cross her face, the pallor, the way her jaw clenched, so tight a muscle feathered in her cheek, the way her fists trembled with the force of her clenching. I don't know who the 2 behind the pillar were, she forced out. I couldn't identify them by voice alone. Not yet, but her breath hitched, a sob threatening to break through. But I followed my father tonight, after everyone was asleep. He met with someone in the lower corridors, where the walls are cold, stone, and voices carry. Galen's wolf stilled entirely. The world narrowed to this girl and her devastating words. Your father? Yes, Your Majesty. Her voice cracked, the dam beginning to break. Alpha cult. He's part of it. He and... She swallowed hard, as if pushing down bile. The southern voice. They discussed it. He mentioned 2 others by name. Alpha Voss of the Northern Reach, and Alpha Thorn. The confession seemed to drain the very life from her. Tears welled in those unseeing silver eyes, glistening in the firelight, but they did not fall. She held them back with sheer will. My father, she continued, her voice now a bare, shattered whisper, asked if my brother and I would be safe. The other man promised we would be, that they were only targeting the king, that once you were dead, they'd call for a council of alphas, a shared rule instead of a single crown. Galen said nothing. His mind, cold and calculating, was already moving at a dizzying speed. 4 alphas, a coordinated strike during the most public of ceremonies. It was elegant, brutal, and had a high chance of success. If he hadn't been warned. "You're telling me," he said, each word measured and slow, "that your father is planning treason, high treason, and you came here to inform me, knowing what that means for him, for your pack, for you?" "Yes, Your Majesty. You understand I will have to act on this information, immediately and without mercy. That your father will be arrested and executed for conspiracy to commit regicide." "Yes, Your Majesty." A single tear finally overflowed, tracing a slow, glistening path down her dust-smudged cheek. "I understand. Then why?" He took that last half-step closer, his presence overwhelming, his voice dropping to a vibration that she felt rather than heard. "Why betray your own blood? Your alpha? Your pack? What possible reason could you have to choose me over them?" Skylar lifted her chin, and those silver eyes, shining with unshed tears, seemed to find his through some profound instinct he could not name. Her gaze was unwavering. "Because it's wrong," she said, and the simplicity of the statement gave it devastating power. "Because he's condemning a man to death for no reason other than fear and ambition. Because if I stay silent, I am just as guilty as they are. And because," her voice broke completely, the raw honesty laid bare, "because some things matter more than blood, like the truth and honor, and not letting a good king die because bad men are afraid of his strength." The words hung in the air between them, sacred and terrible. Galen stared at her, this fragile, blind girl who had just orchestrated the utter destruction of her own family to save the life of a king she owed no loyalty to, who stood before him now, trembling with a fear she masterfully contained, radiating a grief that was already consuming her, yet supported by a spine of steel and a conviction that was unshakable. His wolf recognized something in that moment, something fundamental and true. This was not the strength of fangs and fury he knew. This was a deeper, more potent courage. The kind that was all the more powerful because it was done in utter terror. "What's your brother's name?" he asked, his voice quiet, losing its regal edge and becoming something else entirely. "Sawyer, Your Majesty. But he's not involved. He's young. He doesn't know anything, I swear." "And you're certain about the names you've given me? Colt, Voss, Thorn, and one unknown Southern Alpha?" "Yes, Your Majesty." Her voice was a spent whisper. "I'm certain." Galen moved back to his desk, the spell broken. His mind, now settled on its course, was already forming the plan, plotting the countermove. He reached for a braided silk cord almost hidden in the shadows near the hearth and gave it 2 sharp tugs. A silent summons that would bring Jackson, his head enforcer, within minutes. "Your Majesty?" Skylar's voice was small, drained of all its former strength. A question and a plea. "Stay there," he commanded. Though the tone was not unkind, it was the voice of a king now, decisive and in control. She obeyed, standing perfectly still in the center of the room, a statue of grief and resolve, as he began to pace slowly behind his desk. The door opened moments later without a knock, and Jackson entered, his sharp, grim eyes taking in the scene, the king standing, the trembling, blind daughter of a traitorous alpha in the middle of the room. The tension so thick it was a taste on the tongue in a single, comprehensive glance. "Your Majesty?" Jackson said, his hand resting on the hilt of his blade, ready for any command. The air in Galen's private study, already thick with the scent of old parchment and the residual tension from Skylar's confession, grew frigid as his voice sliced through the silence. The raw edge of revelation, the fleeting glimpse of something almost tender he'd shown Skylar, vanished, replaced by the chilling, resolute authority of the king. "We have a credible threat," he stated, his posture straightening imperceptibly, his eyes darkening to obsidian. 4 alphas minimum. An assassination attempt, planned for tomorrow's closing decree. Jackson, ever vigilant, clenched his jaw. His gaze, which had been resting on Skylar with a mixture of concern and professional assessment, now snapped to Galen, every line of his powerful frame tensing. He knew the closing decree was a highly public, sacred occasion, one where the king would be most exposed. Galen continued, his words like hammer blows, each one landing with deliberate weight. A silver weapon, concealed within the Eastern delegation's gift. The mention of silver caused a ripple of dread. For their kind, a silver blade was not merely deadly. It was an agonizing finality, ripping through their very essence. Jackson's expression, usually a mask of stoic loyalty, went hard with unspoken fury. Names? He grated, his own voice losing its usual deference, replaced by a low growl. Voss, Thorn, Cult of the East Aurora Alliance. Galen rattled off, the names themselves carrying a weight of political intrigue and past grievances. And one unknown, with a distinct southern accent, possibly more. His steely gaze, despite the urgency, cut sharply to Skylar, who stood rigid, her small hands clasped so tightly they were bloodless, her blind eyes fixed on some unseen point in the distance. Her breath held. The lie was instant, smooth, and delivered with a king's unquestionable conviction. My enforcers overheard the plot. No other details are relevant. The last sentence was a clear, unspoken command to Skylar. Be silent. You were never here. Understanding, swift and grim, flickered in Jackson's eyes. He didn't need further explanation. The king's subtle protection of this fragile girl, the sudden shift in narrative, he pieced it together. He glanced at Skylar, a brief, empathetic flicker in his gaze, before returning his full attention to his king, his loyalty absolute. Understood, Your Majesty. How do you want to proceed? Galen's strategy was already forming, sharp and precise. Alert the inner circle. No one else, he commanded, his voice low and dangerous, emphasizing the absolute secrecy. Have teams positioned at every exit to the throne room before dawn. When the ceremony begins, watch those four specifically. The moment they move, before they move, neutralize them. I want them alive, if possible. I have questions that only they can answer. The unspoken threat in his tone promised a painful interrogation. And the girl, Jackson asked carefully, his gaze briefly straying to Skylar again, sensing the delicate balance of her involvement. Galen's eyes, still piercing, softened barely perceptibly when they landed on Skylar. She returns to her chambers now, and her presence here tonight is never mentioned, ever, by anyone. His emphasis on ever and anyone was ironclad, a decree that brooked no argument, a shield already forming around her. Yes, Your Majesty. Jackson inclined his head, already mentally charting the complex deployment of guards and the intricate web of secrecy required. Galen turned fully to Skylar then, his formidable presence enveloping her. You came to me with information gained through chance, he reiterated, his voice a low, insistent rumble. You overheard nothing specific. You know no names. You were never here. Do you understand? It wasn't a question, but a demand for acknowledgement and absolute compliance. Skylar lifted her head, her lips trembling. Your Majesty, do you understand? His voice sharpened, the edge of a growl entering it, demanding her full attention, overriding her emotional turmoil. Your father will face justice for his treason, but you and your brother will not be implicated. As far as anyone will ever know, my enforcers discovered this plot through their own means. Your name stays out of it, completely. Fresh tears, silent and heavy, tracked down her pale face, shimmering in the faint light. The weight of her sacrifice, the truth of her father's fate, pressed down on her. Why? She whispered. The single word, a plea for understanding, for mercy, for sanity, in the chaos she had unwittingly unleashed. Because you saved my life, he said simply, his voice losing its harsh edge, softening into something dangerously resonant. And I protect what's mine. The possessive phrasing slipped out before he could stop it, a primal declaration from the deeper, wilder part of him. Skylar's breath caught, a small gasp escaping her lips, her blind eyes widening as if she could suddenly see the raw claim in his words. But Galen pressed forward, his resolve unwavering. Jackson will escort you back to your chambers. You will sleep, or pretend to. When the alarm is raised tomorrow, you will act surprised. You will comfort your brother, and you will never speak of this conversation. Not to anyone. Not ever. Do you understand? Yes, Your Majesty, she managed, her voice barely a whisper, the weight of his command pressing down on her. Go. His single word was a dismissal, absolute and final. Jackson moved to her side, his usual imposing presence softened by a surprising gentleness. He laid a large, reassuring hand lightly on her arm. This way, miss. Skylar turned to follow him, her steps hesitant, but paused at the threshold of the door, her hand hovering over the frame. Your Majesty? She ventured, her voice barely audible, a fragile thread woven into the silence. What? Galen's response was clipped, though without its earlier harshness. Please don't let them hurt you. Her plea was raw, stripped of all artifice, born of genuine fear for him. I know you have enforcers and plans, but please, be careful. Something deep in Galen's chest tightened, a fierce, unexpected warmth spreading through the cold resolve he had built around himself. Her concern, so pure and selfless, was an arrow straight to his core. They won't lay a hand on me, little wolf, I promise. The endearment, little wolf, was unintentional, a soft echo of the protective instinct surging within him, a revelation of a bond she had forged in an instant. She nodded once, a faint tremor running through her, then allowed Jackson to gently guide her from the room. The heavy oak door swung shut behind them with a soft thud, leaving Galen alone with the lingering scent of honey musk and the whirlwind of his thoughts. She'd sacrificed everything. Her father, her safety, the familiar landscape of her future, all for him, a man she barely knew, a king she'd been meticulously taught to fear. His inner wolf, usually a steady, formidable presence, paced restlessly within him, agitated and fiercely protective in equal measure. Galen returned to his massive, ornate desk, but he didn't sit. He stood at the window, staring out into the pre-dawn darkness, the vast expanse of his kingdom still cloaked in sleep. His mind raced, a calculating machine dissecting possibilities, constructing contingencies, anticipating every move of his enemies. Today, wolves would die. Traitors would face brutal justice. Blood, by his command, would be spilled, but he would live, because a blind girl, with eyes the color of moonlight and a heart full of courage, had heard murder whispering in the darkness and chosen truth over the treacherous ties of blood. And Galen Theron always protected those who stood beside him, even when they didn't yet realize they'd just claimed a place at his side, a place that no one else would ever fill. Dawn broke over the underground fortress like a blade, a sheet of pale, merciless gray slashing across the single, high viewport in Skylar's chamber. The air, usually thick with the scent of damp earth and stale magic, was strained with an electric tension that vibrated through the deep stone walls. Sharp, cold, and unforgiving, the light heralded a day of final judgment. Skylar hadn't slept. She'd returned to her chambers with Jackson's silent, unreadable escort, had lain rigid in bed, staring at the cold, vaulted ceiling. Every sound of the waking fortress was magnified into a monstrous drumbeat, the shuffle of servants polishing the stone floors 100 feet below, the precise, heavy march of guards changing posts, the low murmur of alphas, thick with ambition, preparing for the final closing ceremony. And through the dense stone wall separating their rooms, her father's steady, deep breathing. He'd come back an hour after she had, and he settled into his bed with the profound ease of someone whose conscience was not merely clear but utterly justified. He had made peace with the terrible, murderous choice he was about to enact. Skylar listened to that breathing and felt nothing but hollow, terrifying grief. It was the sound of a man she thought she knew, committing the ultimate betrayal against them both. Sky? Sawyer's voice, hesitant and low, startled her. He was standing in her doorway, already dressed in black ceremony clothes. "Are you awake?" "Yes." Her voice was a dry croak. He crossed the room, settling heavily on the edge of her bed. The springs groaned in protest. "Couldn't sleep either?" No, it wasn't a lie. She hadn't earned the mercy of sleep. Big day. He tried for lightness, scrubbing a hand over his face, but his effort failed pathetically. Closing ceremony. Then we can finally go home. Get out of this damp cave. Home, where their father would be Alpha. Where life would continue as if nothing had changed, except the man ruling the continent would be dead, and their father would be stained with the blood of regicide. Everything had changed. Skylar reached for her brother's hand, gripping his knuckles so tight they went white. "Sawyer! No matter what happens today, no matter what you see or hear, know that I love you more than anything." That's ominous. But his hand squeezed back, strong and familiar. "You okay?" "You're freezing." "I will be," she promised, a terrifying finality settling in her chest. Their father emerged from his chamber a moment later, already fully dressed in the luxurious, deep gray formal attire of the East Aurora. He didn't look tired, only resolved. In his hands, he carried an ornate wooden box, dark mahogany, aged and sleek, bound with thick silver inlay depicting the crest of their pack. It was shockingly heavy, and the metal caught the weak morning light. "Time to go," he announced, his voice steady, carrying the false authority of a man rehearsing a role. "We're presenting the Eastern tribute during the closing ceremony. I want you both with me. A necessary show of unity before the king." Skylar's blood went instantly, chillingly cold. The gift. The silver blade is hidden inside. She could smell it now as he approached. The deep, antique scent of the wood, masking the sharper ozone tang of pure, lethal silver. The scent made her wolf snarl deep in her chest. "We're presenting something?" Sawyer asked, genuinely surprised, a flattered smile touching his lips. "You didn't mention that. That's a huge honor. Last-minute decision. A show of loyalty." Their father lied smoothly, his eyes never quite meeting theirs. His gaze was fixed on the box. His voice was too controlled, too inflectionless. "Come. We need to be ready." The obsidian-roofed throne room was oppressively packed. Every alpha who'd attended the gathering stood in painstaking formation, their enforcers and seconds arrayed behind them like dark silhouettes. The space buzzed with a tightly leashed tension disguised as a solemn ceremony. Torches blazed in their sconces, throwing long, flickering shadows that danced around the pillars. The massive obsidian throne sat empty, black, and waiting an open invitation to disaster. Skylar stood at her father's side, Sawyer on his other side, a living shield of innocence and pride. Their father held the ornate box carefully, prominently, ensuring every eye in the eastern quadrant saw their loyalty. Skylar could taste the metallic tang of the silver now. It seemed to leach out of the box and coat her tongue. "Stay close," their father murmured, leaning slightly toward them. "When I present the gift, you both step forward with me. It's a family honor we'll all share." Sawyer nodded, his chest puffed out with pride. But Skylar's hands trembled, her fingers digging crescent moons into her palms. This was it. This moment, crafted by her father over years of resentment, was about to shatter everything. The doors at the far end opened, heavy chains dragging on the stone, and silence fell like a hammer blow dropped from the high ceiling. Galen Theron entered. He did not walk. He moved with the contained, lethal grace of a predator who owned every scrap of earth under his boots. His enforcers flanked him Jackson, a statue of dark readiness on his right. 4 others spread in precise, quiet formation. But Skylar noted the difference, the evidence of preparation. More enforcers than usual lined the deep shadows of the walls. They were positioned at every exit, hands near weapons, ready to move without command. The Alpha King's sapphire eyes swept the room, pausing for just a fraction of a second on her father, and on the box he carried. The recognition was instantaneous and chilling. When Galen sat upon his throne, the ceremony began. One by one, alphas approached, bowed, and spoke brief words of tribute or alliance renewal. But the process moved faster than usual, ruthlessly efficient. Galen was clearly pushing through the formalities, driving the event toward a specific, inescapable terminus. Finally, the hammer fell. Galen's voice, deep and resonant, cut through the heavy air. Alpha Cult of the East Aurora Alliance. Approach. Their father stepped forward, the box like an anchor in his hands. Skylar and Sawyer moved with him, flanking him just as he'd requested. Your Majesty, their father said, his voice carrying surprising strength across the hall. The East Aurora Alliance presents a gift, a token of our loyalty and eternal respect, forged in the peaks of our ancient mountains. Sawyer stood tall, reflecting the false honor of the moment. He had no idea he was standing next to a fuse, but Skylar heard everything. The unnaturally rapid thrumming of her father's heart, the almost imperceptible scrape of boots behind them, 3 distinct sets, closing the distance. The shallow, aggressive breathing of 3 specific alphas, positioning themselves. Voss, Thorn, Dane. They were approaching the presentation area, not to witness the tribute, but to complete the trap. Present your gift, Galen commanded, his voice utterly even. Their father stepped closer to the throne, moving within striking distance of the king. He placed the heavy box on the presentation table before the dais. His hands moved to the clasp, and Skylar heard the definitive shift in his breathing. The final, irreversible commitment. Your Majesty, a blade forged in the eastern mountains, blessed with. The lid snapped open. Inside, nestled on black velvet, was a ceremonial dagger. It was breathtakingly beautiful, its hilt intricately carved. It was entirely, lethally silver. Their father's hand moved not in presentation, but in a lightning-fast, predatory grab. Behind them, Voss, Thorn, and Dane lunged, transforming from observers into attackers. The throne room erupted. Now! Voss's guttural shout echoed, swallowed immediately by the clang of metal. Their father's hand closed around the silver blade, raising it for the killing blow. But Galen was already twisting. He'd seen it coming, a heartbeat before the lid opened. Had been waiting for this exact, suicidal moment. He surged back, off the dais. His enforcers swarmed forward, not like wolves, but like a single, dark wave. Skylar! Sawyer's roar of pure, animal confusion and terror was the loudest sound in the room. His arm clamped around her waist like a vice, yanking her backward with brutal, reflexive force. Move! Get down! He dragged her away from their father, away from the throne, toward the safety of the side wall. She stumbled, her world inverted by the sudden violence, the deafening cacophony of sound, shouts, snarls, the terrifying, metallic thwack of bodies hitting stone, and the sickening crunch of bone. Their father had the blade raised, silver gleaming with the promise of death. He lunged, but Jackson, faster than thought, was there catching their father's wrist, twisting, tearing. The bone crack of the radius and ulna was shockingly audible even over the riot. The silver blade clattered harmlessly onto the stone floor. Voss and Thorn were already down, pinned by multiple enforcers with vicious, practiced efficiency. Dane tried to sprint toward a side exit, only to be tackled 3 steps from the door, buried under a pile of dark uniforms. What's happening? Sawyer's voice was raw, dissolving into a high-pitched whine of disbelief. He pressed Skylar against the cold stone wall, his body an instinctive shield. What the hell is he? Dad tried to. Skylar couldn't finish. She couldn't form the words. Dad tried to stab the king with silver. All around them, alphas were shouting, some reeling back in shock, others surging toward the exits in panic. The enforcers blocked every single door, weapons drawn. Absolute silence in their ranks. Silence! Galen's voice cut through the chaos like a surgical blade through flesh. It was not a shout, but a command that carried the weight of 1,000 years of wolf rule. Every wolf freezes. Now, the room snapped into silence. Deathly, terrifying, absolutely still. Galen stood before his throne, unmarked, untouched, save for the dangerous glow in his storm-blue eyes. They blazed with cold elemental fury as he surveyed the 4 alphas his enforcers held, pinned to the ground, their father among them, whimpering and clutching his shattered wrist. "Did you think I wouldn't know?" Galen's voice was soft, dangerously measured, amplified by the cavernous hall. "Did you think your whispered plans in the dark hours would go unheard? That I wouldn't prepare for the pathetic, predictable ambush?" He descended from the dais, walking slowly among the captured traitors like death itself, surveying its catch. "Alpha Cult of the East Aurora Alliance, you brought your children as human shields. Used a display of family honor to mask a traitor's treachery." Galen's polished boot came down viciously on their father's functional hand, the one that hadn't held the blade. "Coward. No." Sawyer's voice cracked, vibrating with sudden, sharp denial. He finally understood. "That's not Dad. Tell him you wouldn't do that." Their father said nothing. Blood dripped steadily from his broken wrist onto the presentation table. His face was a mask of gray, defeated terror. Alpha Voss of the Northern Reach. Alpha Thorn of the Gray Mountains. Alpha Dane of Red Ridge. Galen named each one, granting them only the shallow recognition of their impending demise. "You coordinated this. You planned it in the night. You promised each other success and the spoils of shared power." He looked out at the assembled alphas, now statues of fear. "My enforcers overheard everything, every word, every plan, every location of your pathetic midnight meetings. I allowed you to proceed only so you couldn't skulk back to your packs and claim injustice." "Your Majesty," their father gasped, his eyes flying toward his children. "My children, they didn't know they are innocent." "I'm aware." Galen's voice was ice, devoid of mercy. "They are innocent accessories to your crimes. You, however, are not." He gestured to Jackson, who stood over Colt. "Bring them to their knees." The 4 alphas were hauled up, then slammed down onto the unforgiving stone, forced to kneel before the throne. Voss was spitting blood. Thorn's nose was mangled. Dane was sobbing uncontrollably. And their father's eyes, wide and desperate, found them across the suddenly enormous room. "Sawyer, Skylar," he said, his voice breaking, a ruined confession. "I'm sorry. I thought I was trying to protect us. To protect the pack." "He's too strong. He'll absorb us all. I couldn't just—" "You used us." Sawyer's roar echoed through the hall, a feral sound of wounded innocence. His whole body shook, not with fear, but with righteous horror. "You had us stand beside you while you tried to murder him. We were right there. You would have risked us. I'm sorry." "Why?" Sawyer's voice cracked on the high note of devastation. "Why would you do this to us?" "Enough," Galen said quietly. The single word slammed the door shut on any further reprieve or explanation. "Your father made his choice. Let him die knowing it cost him not only his life, but the respect of the children he dragged into his madness." He looked to Jackson, and his next words were cold, final, and absolute law. "Make it public. Make it clear. This is what happens to traitors who hide behind their children and use silver against their king." What followed was brutal, efficient, and absolutely merciless. The ceremony of betrayal was replaced by the swift ceremony of execution. The air in the assembly hall was thick, heavy with ozone and the metallic scent of anticipation. When Jackson, the king's chief enforcer, stepped forward, the collective intake of breath sounded like dry leaves scraping stone. Jackson drew a blade blessed with silver, a ritual weapon, cruelly designed not only to kill a wolf, but to poison the essence of their spirit. The silver caught the fortress light, gleaming with cold, pristine malice. The executions were sickeningly swift but agonizingly drawn out by the nature of the blade. Each alpha's throat cut in full, grotesque view of the assembly, a bloody theater of consequence. Alpha Voss first. He did not fight, merely stared at the ceiling, acceptance frozen on his face. The silver flashed, a wet, horrifying sound echoing through the silence. His blood, steaming in its unnatural warmth, splattered across the revered gray stone, mixing with dust and the scent of centuries. Alpha Thorn second. He tried to scream, a guttural, inhuman sound of terror and pain, but the blade was faster, more efficient. His cry cut short, replaced by a choking gurgle as his body convulsed once and then collapsed, a dead weight hitting the floor. Alpha Dane third, younger, perhaps more foolish. He tried to plead, his eyes darting frantically toward the king. It was useless. Jackson moved with the precision of a master surgeon performing a necessary amputation. Dane's body slumped forward instantly, his momentum carrying him into the widening puddle of his comrade's lifeblood. And then, Alpha Colt, their father. He was forced to view the carnage of his allies, his final moments spent watching the failure of his plot splashed across the stone. As Jackson approached, Colt's head snapped toward the wall where his children stood, rigid with terror. His eyes, usually fierce and calculating, were liquid, with a horrifying blend of love and final, desperate fear. I love you both. Remember, the blade severed the final word, a swift, brutal hiss of steel through flesh, the last syllable dying in a violent spray of crimson. The words died with him, unfinished, the intent forever lost, replaced only by the image of his body falling forward amongst the others. The finality of the sound shattered the control Sawyer had desperately maintained. His legs gave out completely. He didn't merely slide. He crashed down the cold, unrelenting wall, dragging Skylar with him, his arms locked around her torso, crushing her against his chest as violent, gut-wrenching sobs tore from him, unlike any sound she had ever heard him make. He's gone. Sawyer choked out, his voice raw, scraped hollow by absolute trauma. His breath caught on residual gasps of air. Sky, he's gone. And he used us. He put us right there in the middle of it. We could have died. You could have risked us. Sky, he risked you. The accusation was not against the king, but against their dead father. Sawyer's grief was contaminated by a white-hot, agonizing realization of betrayal. I know, Skylar whispered, her face buried against her brother's shoulder. Her own tears were silent, scalding tracks down her cheeks. Unlike Sawyer's explosive sorrow, Skylar's grief was internal, weighted by the terrible knowledge that she had been the catalyst, the sacrificial link that had secured their lives at the cost of his. I know. The Alpha King, untouched and utterly calm, stood before the four fresh bodies, the thick pool of blood shimmering like black glass at his polished leather boots. The assembly, hundreds of powerful, dangerous wolves were frozen, suspended between terror and awe. The king's voice was low, resonating through the vault of the throne room, carrying the weight of ancient mountains and cold authority. Let this be your lesson, he commanded, his eyes like glacial chips of ice sweeping across the room. I am not a king who can be challenged through treachery and hidden blades. I am not a ruler who can be overthrown. I am the law, and the law is absolute. His gaze tightened, touching each alpha in turn, lingering just long enough to ensure their terror solidified into obedience. Does anyone else? He asked, the phrase, softer now, chillingly conversational, wish to test my mercy? Silence. A devastating, absolute silence. Not a wolf twitched, not a muscle flexed. The only sound was the faint, rhythmic drip of blood, finding seams in the stone. Then, we are finished here. Return to your territories. Spread the word of what you've witnessed, and know that I am always watching. He turned on his heel. His enforcers, silent, armored shadows, fell into formation instantly. The heavy oak doors groaned open, and the wolves of the assembly broke, scattering like dry leaves before an Arctic storm, desperate to escape the scene of judgment. Sawyer held Skylar against the wall. Both of them collapsed, pathetic remnants clinging to each other, while their father's blood thickened and cooled mere feet away. He used us? Sawyer kept repeating the phrase, now a hollow mantra, stripped of anger, leaving only despair. We were standing right there. If the king had missed, If the enforcers had been too slow, we would have died too. He risked us. He risked you for failure. Skylar couldn't speak, could only anchor herself to her brother, letting his shattering contain her own silent destruction. Their father was dead. Dead because of the selfish, desperate choices he'd made. Because he'd been willing to sacrifice anything, even the safety of the two people he claimed to love most, for a plot that had been doomed from the moment he chose the path of high treason. And he was dead because she, Skylar, had warned the king. She had chosen their survival over his life. The cost of their safety was written in glistening blood across the throne room floor, a contract signed in death. Somewhere deep within the fortress, the Alpha King walked away, his promise kept to the letter. The twins were safe, untouched, innocent in the eyes of all who mattered. But the price of that safety, patricide by necessity, and the knowledge of their father's ultimate, calculating betrayal, would be a relentless, haunting shadow for the rest of their lives. The throne room emptied with a slow, weary silence. The once proud wolves now slinking out with their heads bowed, shoulders hunched beneath the weight of shame. No one dared speak. No one cast a single backward glance toward the blood-stained marble, where enforcers cold, efficient, and unfeeling cleared the remnants of the execution. Their movements were mechanical, rote, as they dragged away the corpses that had once been men of power, now reduced to nothing but cautionary tales. Against the far wall, Skylar sat slumped beside her brother Sawyer, her fingers trembling where they clutched at the folds of her skirts. The cold of the stone floor seeped through the thin fabric of her dress, a bone-deep chill that matched the hollow numbness spreading through her chest. Beside her, Sawyer hadn't moved since the blade had fallen. His breath came in ragged, uneven bursts, his face a mask of raw devastation. His whispered words were senseless fragments of denial, confusion, grief half-formed and breaking apart before they could hold any meaning. Then, like a knife through fog, Jackson's voice cut through the silence. "Alpha Sawyer." Skylar flinched at the sound, her heart stuttering. "The king requests your presence," Jackson continued, his tone clipped, but not entirely unsympathetic. "You and your sister, now." Sawyer's head lifted slowly, as though each movement required unbearable effort, his red-rimmed eyes fixed on Jackson. "What?" The word was hoarse, shattered. Jackson's jaw tightened, but he didn't relent. "The king's private office. Both of you. Our father just." Sawyer's voice cracked, and the raw agony in it made Skylar's stomach clench. "The king doesn't make requests twice." Though Jackson's words were firm, his tone softened, just slightly. "Come, I'll escort you." With visible effort, Sawyer pushed himself up on shaking legs, then reached down to pull Skylar to her feet. She leaned heavily against him, her body leaden, every limb weighed down by exhaustion and sorrow. Her chest ached, not just from the tears she hadn't yet shed, but from the crushing certainty that she had been the one to seal her father's fate. "I killed him." The thought throbbed in her skull, relentless. "I told the king his name, and they killed him." It had been the right choice, the only choice, but the rightness of it did nothing to dull the pain. Jackson led them through the castle's winding corridors, hallways that blurred together in Skylar's weary vision, stairs that her feet ascended without her truly registering the movement. Her mind was trapped in the past moments, replaying the horror. The metallic shing of the sword, the wet gurgle of her father's last breath, the sickening thud of his body hitting the floor. She barely registered when they stopped before an imposing door, carved from dark wood and inlaid with silver. Jackson knocked once, then pushed it open without waiting for a response. "Your Majesty, Alpha Sawyer and his sister. Send them in." That voice, low, controlled, the same voice that had condemned her father to death. Skylar's breath hitched as they stepped inside. The room was smaller than she expected, intimate in a way the throne room hadn't been. The scent of leather and old parchment hung in the air, mingled with the faint crackle of flames from a hearth. Beneath it all, something darker, something unmistakably him. Smoke, musk, the electric charge of a coming storm. "The king." "Sit," Galen commanded, Sawyer guided her forward, his grip firm as he led her to the chairs positioned in front of the king's desk. The moment they sat, Sawyer's hand found hers, gripping tight as though afraid the king might rip her away at any second. "You've had a difficult morning," Galen said. There was no mockery in his tone, no pity, just a cold acknowledgement of fact. Sawyer exhaled sharply. "You killed our father. I executed a traitor who tried to murder me." The correction was razor sharp. "There's a difference. He was our father. He was a conspirator who used you both as cover." Galen's voice hardened. "He brought you to that presentation knowing what he planned. If my enforcers had been 1 second slower, you'd both be dead. Collateral damage in his failed coup." The words landed like physical blows. Skylar felt Sawyer flinch beside her. "He wouldn't have. He would have. He did." A pause. "Your father made a choice, Alpha Sawyer, and choices have consequences." The silence that followed was suffocating. Then, Galen's tone shifted, slipping into something more formal, more dangerous. "Alpha Sawyer, you are now the Alpha of the East Aurora Alliance. Your father's crimes are his alone. You and your sister are innocent. My enforcers confirmed you did not know of the conspiracy." Sawyer let out a hollow laugh. "I don't want it. I don't want to be Alpha. I don't want any of this." "What you want is irrelevant," Galen said, unyielding. "Your pack needs leadership. Would you have me absorb them? Scatter them to other territories? Or will you step up and protect them?" The challenge hung between them, sharp as steel. Sawyer's jaw clenched. Then, finally, he gave the only answer he could. "I'll lead them." "Good." Papers rustled as Galen slid something across the desk. "You'll also have a seat on my High Council. The East Aurora Alliance is now a direct extension of the Underground's authority. You'll report to me quarterly, provide tribute semi-annually, and maintain your borders without expansion unless approved." Sawyer stiffened. "Your Majesty, these are not negotiable terms. They are the price of your pack's survival." Another beat of silence. Then, barely audible, "I accept." "Wise." Galen leaned back in his chair. "However, there is one additional condition." Skylar's stomach twisted. "Your sister remains here." "What?" Sawyer's grip on her hand turned crushing. "No, absolutely not. She remains here," Galen repeated, his voice brooking no argument. "In my household, under my protection. She's blind. She's all I have left." Sawyer's voice shattered. "You can't just take her. I can." "I am." Galen's tone softened, just slightly, but there was no yielding in it. "She will be cared for, protected, given a place of honor, but she stays." "Why?" The word was a broken plea. "Why do you want her?" "Because I do. Simple, final, absolute." Sawyer shot to his feet. "This is I won't." "Yes, you will." Galen's voice dropped into something lethally quiet. "Because you're smart enough to know you can't fight me. Because your sister will be safer here than anywhere else. And because if you refuse, I'll absorb your pack anyway, and she stays regardless." The threat was unmistakable. Skylar swallowed hard, forcing the words past the tightness in her throat. "Sawyer." "It's okay. It's not okay." He turned to her, his voice raw with desperation. "Sky, he can't just keep you like some trophy. I'll be fine." She squeezed his hand, willing him to understand what she couldn't say aloud. "Trust me. This is how it has to be. Go home. Take care of the pack. I'll be all right." "Skylar, please." Her voice cracked. "Please, just trust me." Sawyer stared at her. She could feel the weight of his gaze, the turmoil in it, before he suddenly pulled her into a crushing embrace. "I'll come back for you," he whispered into her hair, his voice trembling with barely restrained fury and grief. "I don't know how, but I will. I know." When he released her, his expression was steel. He turned back to Galen, spine straight, despite the exhaustion weighing him down. "If anything happens to her," he said, each word a vow, "if you hurt her in any way, you'll do what?" Galen's voice was deceptively mild. "Challenge me?" We both know how that ends. Sawyer's fists clenched, but he said nothing, because there was nothing to say. Jackson will escort you to your chambers to gather your things, Galen said dismissively. You leave at dawn tomorrow. Your sister's belongings will be moved to the east wing. It was done. Sawyer looked at her one last time, agony carved into every line of his face, then turned and strode out. The door closed behind him with a finality that echoed in Skylar's bones. And then she was alone, with the king. The silence that stretched between them wasn't empty. It was thick and heavy, saturated with unspoken accusations, unmourned grief, and the brutal weight of recent bloodletting. Skylar sat rigid in the high-backed visitor's chair, a piece of ornate furniture that felt more like a throne of needles. Her hands were clasped so tightly in her lap that her knuckles were white, the crescent moons of her nails digging painfully into her palms. Her world had imploded. Her father, the man whose blood ran in her veins, was dead by Galen's command after her own damning testament. Her older brother, Sawyer, was leaving at dawn to face the decimated, rudderless pack they had inherited, carrying the crushing responsibility of rebuilding their family's honor. And she? She was staying here, captive and guest in the fortress of the Alpha King, with the man she had saved and simultaneously betrayed her entire lineage to protect. She didn't need to look up to know Galen had moved. She heard the soft, controlled shift of his weight as he fully rose from behind the massive, dark oak desk, a sound that resonated like a subtle thunderclap in the vast, echoing office. Then came the measured, deliberate rhythm of his footsteps, crossing the thick Persian rug that muffled all sound except the ones he chose to announce. Closer, too close. Her skin prickled with nervous energy and something else, something wilder. Skylar. Her name, spoken by him, was a stark counterpoint to the sharp, curt command he had used when dismissing Sawyer moments before. Now, it was softer, a deep tremor in his chest that resonated with unexpected concern, almost gentle, a sound that pulled at the tightly wound strings in her chest. She didn't respond. Her throat had sealed shut, a tight, painful knot of guilt and terror. She couldn't grant him the dignity of eye contact, couldn't risk revealing the devastation tearing through her. He stopped directly in front of her, the subtle scent that always clung to him, pine needles after a storm, raw ozone, wet stone intensified, pulling her senses taut. "Look at me," he commanded, the quietness of the tone making the instruction even more absolute. Slowly, agonizingly, she lifted her head. Her silver eyes, usually sharp and penetrating, were unfocused, glazed over with shock, staring through him rather than at him. "Give me your hand." The request was muted, almost a coaxing whisper, yet she recognized the undeniable inflection of an alpha's order. Resistance was unthinkable. With slow, mechanical movement, she extended her right hand, palm up, trembling slightly. His powerful fingers closed around hers. The contact was instant and absolute, warm, calloused, and utterly secure. The moment the connection was made, the world didn't just tilt. It snapped into a new axis. A searing heat, a blinding, immediate recognition, raced up her arm and slammed into her chest. It wasn't pain, but rather a violent, electric jolt, like the final, perfect engagement of two separate gears. It felt like coming home, like a desperate, impossible yearning being suddenly fulfilled. Deep within her, her inner wolf surged forward with a desperate, guttural sound, half whine of longing, half fierce howl of affirmation pressing against the confines of her human skin. Striving desperately to reach the source of that overwhelming warmth, her breath hitched, sharp and shallow. Galen went absolutely still. His expression, usually granite-carved, blurred slightly at the edges. His fingers tightened around hers, not to hurt, but to anchor, guaranteeing she couldn't pull away. When he finally spoke, his voice was thick, edged with a roughness she hadn't heard before. "Come. Sit somewhere more comfortable." He guided her up with gentle pressure, his hand still tightly encompassing hers, pulling her across the space. The metallic scent of his power blended with the rising musk of her own adrenaline. She heard the familiar creak of well-worn, expensive leather as they reached a spacious, low-slung couch arranged near the stone fireplace, where embers glowed softly. He helped her sit, cushioning her fall, and then settled beside her. And still, he didn't release her hand. The strange, compelling sensation intensified, sinking deeper than her skin, settling into her core. Warmth, connection. A fundamental, unsettling shift occurring deep in the hollow of her chest. "What was that?" she whispered, the sound thin and fragile. "I'm not certain you're ready to hear the answer." His thumb, rough and warm, began to brush almost unconsciously across her knuckles, a soft, repetitive cadence that seemed utterly incompatible with the terrifying reputation of the Alpha King. "But we'll discuss it later. When you can breathe." Skylar's throat tightened again, squeezing out the next thought, frantic and immediate. "My brother will be fine. He's smart, honorable, and he'll lead your pack well in these difficult times." Galen paused, his gaze fixed intensely on their joined hands. "And you'll see him again." "This is not a prison, Skylar." "Then what is it?" she challenged, her voice rising slightly, laced with fear. "Protection." His hand squeezed hers again, a firm reassurance. "Do you truly understand what you did? What you risked? What you irrevocably sacrificed by coming to me that night, by giving me the truth?" She said nothing. The agreement had been unspoken. The act was necessary, the consequences too devastating to acknowledge aloud. "I am not going to pretend I don't know the cost," Galen continued, his voice dropping to a low, powerful register. "What you gave up, the cost of your honesty, your father's life, the standing of your entire pack, the potential fracture of your relationship with Sawyer. You said we wouldn't talk about it," she choked out, her vision blurring. "I said your name would stay out of the public record. That does not mean I have forgotten the magnitude of your choice." His free hand came up, tipping her chin up with a startlingly gentle touch, forcing her to meet the intensity of his dark eyes. "You saved my life, little wolf, at the final, brutal cost of everything you had ever known. It was the right thing to do," she managed, the words hollow. "It was cold comfort against the weight of patricide. That doesn't make it hurt less." His voice carried a depth of genuine empathy she never would have attributed to the ruthless king. "You're grieving. You are allowed to grieve, Skylar, even for a man who was, in the end, a traitor to his people." The unexpected understanding was the final blow. It shattered the brittle casing she had carefully constructed around her emotions. A ragged, desperate sob tore from her chest, followed quickly by another, then a torrent. All the grief, the crushing guilt, the horror of her decision, and the exhaustion of maintaining control came flooding out. And Galen let her. His arms came around her instantly, pulling her against the unyielding strength of his chest. His body was hard, warm, and utterly solid beneath her shaking weight. He held her tight, one large hand stroking the back of her head, navigating the tangled strands of her hair while she broke apart. "I killed him." She sobbed into the fine wool of his tunic, the realization sickeningly fresh. "I told you his name and you killed him. He killed himself when he chose treason and plotted my assassination." Galen's voice was firm, a steady anchor in her storm, but devoid of cruelty. "You didn't put the weapon in his hand. You didn't force him to attack this kingdom. He chose his path, Skylar. But you chose honor over blood, truth over loyalty. And that took more courage and strength than swinging any blade." His hand continued the soothing, repetitive motion through her hair, grounding her. "You are not responsible for his wicked choices. You are only responsible for yourself," she cried, until she was hollow, until her lungs ached and her body was wrung out, merely clinging to him. Through it all, the feared Alpha King, the man whose word was law and whose mercy was famously absent, held her. He held her like she was irreplaceable, like she was precious. When her sobs finally subsided into shuddering hiccups, he spoke again, his chest vibrating beneath her ear. "You will stay here, Because this is the only place I can guarantee your safety. There will be elements in the packs who blame you, even if they don't know the depth of the truth. Because your brother has enough to manage without fearing for your life." He paused, his breath warm against her temple. "And because you saved my life, and I repay my debts, little wolf." "I don't want payment," she whispered weakly. "Too bad. You're getting it anyway." His hand cupped her face, the rough pad of his thumb gently sweeping away the wetness of her tears. "You will have the finest chambers in the East Wing. Anything you require will be provided. You will dine with me, walk the private grounds with me, and attend council meetings if you wish to learn. You will be safe, Skylar. I give you my word as king." "Why?" The question was raw, broken, laced with confusion. "Why do you suddenly care this much?" His thumb stilled against her cheek. When he answered, his voice was deeper, rough with an emotion she couldn't categorize. It sounded like burgeoning possessiveness, mixed with awe. "Because when I took your hand just now, little wolf, I felt something I have spent 3 centuries believing to be a myth. Something that tells me you are mine to protect. Mine to keep safe." He paused, his gaze boring into hers. "And I protect what's mine, Skylar. Always." The words sent a violent shiver through her, not of fear, but of profound, terrifying realization. Her wolf answered his claim with a silent, reverberating roar beneath her skin. "I don't understand," she whispered again, utterly overwhelmed. "You will, when the time is right, and you are stronger." His hand fell away from her face, but he never let go of her other hand. "For now, just know that you are safe, that you are valued, and that the choice you made, the loyalty you showed me, I will never, for a single moment, forget it." Skylar remained curled in the circle of his powerful arms, her hand held fast in his, feeling that strange warmth pulsing steadily between them like a secondary, shared heartbeat. She had lost her father's love, forfeited her brother's trust, and shattered the foundation of her entire world. But sitting here, held by the most feared man on the continent, she felt something she hadn't expected to feel again. Not quite peace, not quite whole, but anchored. And profoundly, terrifyingly, not alone. And for the broken creature she was now, that fragile thread of connection would have to be everything. Skylar stood rigidly in Galen's office, her fingertips still tingling from where his skin had met hers. The contact had been fleeting, yet the warmth it left behind was unlike anything she had ever experienced. Strange, unfamiliar, and unsettling. It pulsed through her veins like an electric current, leaving her off balance, as if the ground beneath her had shifted. She flexed her fingers, half expecting the sensation to fade, but it lingered stubbornly, a silent, insistent presence beneath her skin. Galen, now standing a careful distance away, watched her with an intensity that made the air between them feel charged. His expression was unreadable, but the way his storm-blue eyes flickered told her he had not missed her reaction. "Come," he said at last, his voice smooth and controlled once more, though she could have sworn something deeper, rougher, lurked beneath the command. "Your brother will be preparing to leave. You should say goodbye." He stepped forward, his presence overwhelming even without contact. But then his hand settled at the small of her back, an effortless, instinctive gesture that sent another shiver through her. It was possessive, yet protective, as if he already considered her his, as if he would stand between her and any danger, no matter the cost. The fortress corridors stretched before them, dimly lit and silent except for the steady rhythm of their footsteps. Skylar, out of habit, counted each step as they descended 42 steps down. Turn left, 17 paces. Her mind, always seeking control, mapped the turns and distances, memorizing the path. She had done the same in every new place she had ever been forced to stay. Survival demanded preparation. The guest chambers were on the eastern side of the fortress, far from the central tower. Even before they reached Sawyer's door, she could hear his movements inside, sharp, angry, punctuated by the rustle of fabric as he shoved his belongings into his pack. His scent warm, earthy, home leaked through the cracks of the door, wrapping around her like a familiar embrace. "I'll give you privacy," Galen murmured, his breath brushing against the shell of her ear. "But you have 15 minutes. Then the door opened, and Sawyer's scent hit her fully, like pine and rain and the crackling fire of their childhood home. "Sky!" His voice cracked on her name, raw with grief. She moved without hesitation, crashing into his arms, burying her face against his chest. His arms locked around her, squeezing so tightly she couldn't breathe, but she didn't care. If she could stay like this, if she could freeze this moment, she would never let go. Behind her, the door clicked shut, granting them solitude, though she knew Galen remained nearby. She could hear his steady, patient breaths down the corridor. "I can't believe this is happening," Sawyer choked out, his voice muffled against her hair. "Yesterday, Dad was alive. Yesterday, we were a family. And now, I know." Her throat ached with the words. He pulled back just enough to cup her face in his hands, his fingers trembling slightly. "I'm going to miss you so much," he whispered. "Having you there, you've always been my voice of reason. How am I supposed to lead without you?" She forced herself to sound steadier than she felt. "You'll be fine. You're stronger than you think." Gripping his arms, she gave them a reassuring squeeze. "The pack needs you, Sawyer. They need someone steady right now. Someone who won't fall apart." "I feel like I'm falling apart." "I know, me too." This time, her voice did break. "But we'll get through this. Both of us." Sawyer dragged her back into his embrace, holding her like he could shield her from the world if he just held on tight enough. For a long moment, they simply stood there, two halves of a whole being wrenched apart, the grief between them so vast it threatened to swallow them whole. "Do you remember," Sawyer said softly, "when Mom used to take us to the eastern ridge to watch the sunrise?" The memory bloomed behind Skylar's eyelids, the crisp morning air, the way the first golden rays had painted the sky, the scent of wildflowers underfoot. Every morning that summer, she murmured, a sad smile touching her lips. She said it was important to start each day watching something beautiful. Sawyer exhaled shakily. "I wish she was here." "Me too." The words were thick in her throat. "Tell her I love her when you visit her grave. And tell her I'm sorry I won't be there for a while." "I will. I promise." His voice was rough, with unshed tears. "And I'll bring flowers from you. Those white lilies she loved. Thank you." They clung to each other a little longer, exchanging quiet words about the pack, about the people Sawyer should trust. The elders he needed to be cautious around. Practical things, necessary things. Anything to keep from drowning in the enormity of what was happening. But time, merciless as always, slipped through their fingers. A single, sharp rap at the door Galen's signal. Silence fell. "It's time," came his voice from the other side. Sawyer crushed her to him one last time, his arms tightening like he could imprint this moment into their bones. "I love you, Sky," he whispered. "No matter what happens, no matter how far apart we are, you're my sister. Always, always," she echoed, the tears finally breaking free, streaking hot and fast down her cheeks. "I love you too. Be safe. Be smart. And write to me? Every week. I promise." The door opened, revealing Galen standing there, his face an unreadable mask. He inclined his head slightly to Sawyer. "Alpha Sawyer," he said, formal and measured. "A moment before you depart." Sawyer squeezed her hand one final time, then stepped into the corridor. Skylar lingered in the doorway, straining to hear their exchange. Galen's voice was brisk, no nonsense. "Your sister's belongings have everything sent to the underground within the week. Clothes, personal items, anything she values. I want her to be comfortable here." "Yes, Your Majesty," Sawyer replied, his tone hollow but firm. "There's a carriage waiting in the courtyard. My enforcers will escort you to the border." "Thank you, Your Majesty." A pause. Then Galen spoke again, quieter this time, something almost resembling gentleness in his voice. "Your sister will be cared for, Alpha Sawyer. You have my word." Sawyer's responding breath was ragged. "I'm holding you to that." "As you should." Footsteps echoed on stone, and then Sawyer was back in front of her, his hands finding hers. "Goodbye, Sky," he said, his voice breaking on the words. "Goodbye, Sawyer." And then he was gone, his footsteps fading down the corridor, farther and farther away, until there was nothing left but silence. Skylar stood frozen in the doorway, her hand braced against the frame, listening long after she could no longer hear him, long after he was truly gone. "Come." Galen's voice was quiet, impossibly close. "Jackson will take you to your quarters." She nodded mutely, unable to speak past the grief lodged in her throat. Galen watched as Jackson approached, then caught his second-in-command's wrist in a firm grip. "A word first." Privately, they stepped away, moving toward an alcove where their voices wouldn't carry. Skylar remained where she was, her head bowed, drowning in her own sorrow. "Your Majesty?" Jackson asked carefully. Galen exhaled, low and rough. "When I touched her, in my office, I felt something." Jackson stilled. "Something?" "The mate bond." The words were raw, dragged from deep within him, undeniable, absolute. Jackson's sharp inhale was audible. Holy shit. His usual composure was shattered. "Your Majesty, are you certain?" Galen's eyes flashed, storm-dark, dangerous. "You think I'd mistake something like that?" Jackson ran a hand through his hair, struggling to process the revelation. "Does she know?" "She felt something," Galen admitted, his jaw tightening. "I saw it in the way she reacted, but she doesn't understand what it means yet." His voice turned rough, protective. "She's grieving her father. She's lost her brother. The last thing she needs is me telling her she's destined to be my mate and queen. But you're keeping her here anyway." Galen's expression darkened with resolve. "I'm keeping her here because it's the only way I can protect her. There will be wolves who blame her family for what happened. There will be challenges to Sawyer's leadership, attempts to destabilize the East Aurora Alliance. And she's blind, Jackson. Vulnerable in ways most wolves aren't. She needs to be somewhere safe while all of that settles." Jackson studied him, his gaze searching. "So you're protecting her. I'm protecting what's mine." The possessiveness in Galen's voice was primal, feral. "She's my mate, whether she knows it yet or not. I will keep her safe. I will give her time to heal. And when she's ready, when she understands what she is to me, I'll claim her properly, as my queen." Jackson hesitated. "You care about her already." "I barely know her." "That's not what I said." Galen released a slow breath, his expression unreadable. "I don't know what I feel yet, but I know she matters. More than she should, after one conversation and one touch. More than is reasonable or logical." His gaze flickered to where Skylar stood, lost in her sorrow. "But when have bonds ever been reasonable?" Jackson exhaled. "Fair point." Galen's voice hardened. "She'll be queen. Eventually. When she's ready. When she chooses it freely." His tone turned deadly serious. "I won't force her. Won't trap her into something she doesn't want. But I will protect her. I will care for her. And I will give her every reason to want to stay. And if she doesn't?" The question hung between them, heavy and dangerous. Galen's eyes turned to ice. "Then I'll let her go if that's truly what she chooses. But I'll die before I let anyone harm her. And I'll make damn sure she knows exactly what she's walking away from." Jackson nodded once, accepting the weight of his king's words. "Understood, Your Majesty. I'll take care of her. I know you will." Galen's grip on his shoulder was firm, trusting. "She needs someone who isn't me right now. Someone who won't make her nervous or confused. Be kind to her, Jackson. She's been through hell. I will." And with that, they turned back toward Skylar, toward the fragile, shattered woman who had no idea yet that her life had just been irrevocably changed. The cavernous hall absorbed the sound of Galen's command, yet its weight was palpable. "And have someone prepare the queen's suite," he instructed, his voice low, a blade sheathed in velvet. "Not yet, don't move her there yet. But have it ready. Air the tapestries, polish the silver, Check the integrity of the hearth. When the time comes, Jackson, I want it perfect. Jackson, captain of the Royal Guard, felt a chill despite the warmth of the hall. His eyebrows arched sharply, betraying his monumental surprise. The Queen's suite, Majesty. That wing hasn't been opened since 30 years. I know. Galen didn't look at Jackson. His gaze fixed on a distant point only he could see. A shadow of profound, old grief settling over his features. Since my mother died, it's time it was used again. The implication hung heavy. If Skylar were to take those chambers, she would occupy a position only ever intended for one woman in the kingdom. With the finality of a decree etched in stone, Galen pivoted and walked away, his stride carrying the rigid bearing of a man shouldering the true, crushing weight of kingship, but also something distinctly personal. It was the burden of a fierce, unexpected bond forged in crisis, and the absolute determination to do right by the woman who had risked everything, including her own life, to save his. Jackson took a moment to steady himself before he returned to where Skylar still stood. She was leaning slightly against a stone pillar, her posture small and defeated, the long journey and the recent trauma having drained all strength from her frame. Miss Skylar, he said gently, approaching with quiet footsteps. I'm instructed to take you to your quarters now. Is that all right? She nodded, extending a hand tentatively into the empty space. Jackson offered his arm immediately, and she took it with the practiced ease of someone whose world required absolute reliance on others for physical navigation. They walked in silence for several minutes. The only sound was the soft scraping of her shoes and her quiet, rhythmic murmur. 73 steps. Turn right. 22 steps. Turn left. You map everything through counting? Jackson asked finally, fascinated by the precise, internal grid she was constructing, and sound, and scent, and memory of the floor's vibrations. Her voice was quiet, almost detached, as if describing a purely mathematical process. The world is just information, Jackson. Constant, overwhelming influx. You just have to know how to filter and read it. That's actually brilliant. Most people drown in information they can see. It's survival, she corrected him simply. Brilliance suggested choice. This was a necessity. They ascended the wide, cold curve of a staircase Skylar, counting each riser precisely, using the heel of her hand to touch the smooth, carved banister for orientation. The eastern wing was hushed, isolated, reserved explicitly for key foreign dignitaries, or evidently, for those under the king's most personal and dedicated protection. Here, the foot traffic died to almost nothing, and the guards posted were hand-picked for discretion. Jackson stopped before a heavy oak door inlaid with dark iron. Your quarters. I know the layout well. Would you like me to help you learn it now, or would you prefer rest? Please, now. Building the map was the first and most crucial step toward regaining control. He turned the key and ushered them inside. The room enveloped them in an aroma of aged cedar, faint beeswax, and fresh, sun-dried linen, anchored by the subtle smoke of a banked fire in the corner hearth. It felt clean, robust, and profoundly welcoming. Let's map it together, Jackson said, his professional, patient tone settling over the space. The entry door faces west. Shall we count straight ahead and see what we find? Yes. They walked forward in tandem, their counting synchronized. 1, 2, 3, 19, 20. At 20 paces, the firm resistance of furniture blocked the path. Seating area, Jackson observed. Let me describe what I see while you feel. He gently guided her hands forward. Couch to the left, 2 heavy armchairs to the right, low, square table in the center. The couch is substantial, upholstered in deep burgundy velvet, soft, plush fabric. Skylar's fingers explored the textures, the heavy, yielding pile of the velvet, the solidity of the table's polished top, committing dimensions and shapes immediately to memory. Want to count to the windows next? Jackson asked. They are across the room, letting in a good amount of pale light. Please. From the seating area, they counted another 15 paces. 35 total, from the door to the wall, Jackson affirmed. These are floor-to-ceiling windows. They face the courtyard gardens below. In this season, you'll hear the fountain constantly. During the day, a good, fixed auditory landmark for orientation. They returned to the entry point, retracing their steps perfectly. Let's try right this time, Jackson suggested. Together, they counted every footfall. 12 paces brought them to the dominant object in the room. Sleeping area, Jackson announced. An enormous 4-poster bed, oriented north-south. The posts are intricately carved oak feel. The rope pattern here? He guided her hand to the elaborate carving, letting her fingers absorb the detail. It's layered with fresh linens and heavy furs. Someone prepared this nicely for you, Lady Skylar. She felt the height of the mattress, the thickness of the layered coverings, the solidity of the frame, constructing the security of the space within her mind. Now left from the entry? She asked, eager to complete her internal map. Let's count. 8 paces from the entrance brought them to another door. Bathing chamber, Jackson said, opening it. They stepped inside, the air immediately turning cooler and cleaner. Hot water comes through pipes, left handle for hot, right for cold. There's a shelf directly across from the door, we'll count that. 1, 2, 3 paces. Towels and soaps are kept here, and behind us. He turned her gently. A copper tub, deep and large enough to stretch out in. They walked the entire suite multiple times, Jackson describing colors and directions, Skylar absorbing measurements and textures. He was infinitely patient as they verified counts, ensuring Skylar had every spatial relationship memorized. Meals can be brought here, or you can dine in the main hall, Jackson concluded once she seemed satisfied with the layout of her private space. The king has requested you dine with him when possible, but there's no obligation if you'd prefer solitude. We are focused on your comfort. Where is the main hall from here? That's a longer count. Want to walk it now? We should only need to do it once, but it is necessary. Now, please. I'd like to know exactly. They returned to the main corridor, counting the precise distance. 73 steps to the main corridor, Jackson confirmed. Now, right. That's 1, 2, 3. They counted 142 paces before reaching a massive, resonant space that signaled stairs. Stairs now, Jackson warned. 31 steps down. I'll count them with you. Together. Their voices murmured, the numbers, the echo in the stone stairwell, emphasizing the steep descent. 31 total, Jackson said when they reached the bottom. The main hall is straight ahead from here. You can already hear the acoustics change the volume of the palace staff. Skylar nodded, breathing deep, committing every number, every sound, to memory. Thank you, Jackson. This helps more than you know. Truly. Let's head back up, Jackson said. There's one more thing I need to show you inside your quarters, the most important detail of all. They retraced their steps, Skylar counting quietly under her breath, the entire way. 31 stairs up, 142 paces back, left turn, 73 steps to her own, safe door. Once inside, Jackson guided her directly to the bedside. There's control here, he said, taking her hand and placing it on a heavy braided cord hanging just above the headboard. A bell pull. Feel the thickness of the weave? Skylar's fingers traced the woven rope, noting the cold, tactile security of it. Yes, this is your lifeline, Jackson said, his voice dropping to a serious, protective rumble. 1 ring brings servants if you need food, cleaning, assistance with anything routine. 2 rings bring armored guards if you feel unsafe, if you hear anything suspicious, or if you feel threatened in any way. He waited for her to process this, then continued, his gaze intense, even though she couldn't see it. 3 rings bring me directly, day or night, no matter where I am in the castle, or what duty I am performing. I will drop everything and come. 3 rings for you specifically? She whispered, startled by the personal commitment. The king's express orders, Jackson affirmed. "He wants you to have someone you can trust completely, without question. If you need anything at all, Miss Skylar, don't hesitate to use it. Even if it's the middle of the night. Even if you just feel uneasiness. I will come. That is a promise." The knot in Skylar's throat was a physical ache, a hard, painful swell of gratitude and sorrow that made speaking a conscious effort. Her voice, when it came, was a husky whisper, thick with feeling. "Thank you, Jackson. That means more than you know." It was an understatement. His simple act of human kindness was a flicker of warmth in the profound cold that had engulfed her world. "You're welcome, Lady Skylar." The formal title, spoken with such sincere gentleness, almost undid her. She heard the soft scuff of his boots on the stone floor as he moved toward the heavy oak door. "Try to rest if you can," he offered, his tone softening further. "Today has been—" He trailed off, the sentence hanging unfinished in the quiet air as he searched for a word vast enough to contain the day's trauma. "Horrible," Skylar supplied flatly. The word was a stone dropped into a still pool, its truth rippling out to fill the room. A faint, sad exhalation that was almost a laugh came from the doorway. "I was going to say it was difficult, but yes, horrible works too." Then he was gone, the door closing with a soft, final click that was more isolating than a slam. The silence that rushed in to fill his absence was absolute, a heavy, smothering blanket of quiet. She was alone. Skylar stood motionless for a long moment, in her new quarters a gilded cage, a comfortable prison. It was not a dungeon, but it was not exactly freedom either. It was a gilded purgatory, a space of tense and watchful neutrality. Needing to claim it as her own, she began to walk the perimeter again, this time without Jackson's guiding presence. Her steps were measured and deliberate, her fingers trailing along the cold, dressed stone of the walls, tracing the carved wood of a desk, the smooth polish of a chair back. With every touch, she built the map in her mind's eye, calculating distances, memorizing obstacles, until she was certain she could cross the room blindfolded without a single misstep. Which was, after all, the only way she'd ever navigate anything again. Her body, operating on the last dregs of its strength, finally betrayed her will. She sank onto the edge of the bed. The mattress was impossibly soft, a cloud after a lifetime of hard cots. The furs heaped upon it were thick and warm, smelling faintly of pine and clean wool. The room itself carried the scents of beeswax, fresh rushes on the floor, and a hint of dried lavender from the linen press. It was clean. It was safe. But the sterile, physical comfort was a world away from the desolation in her soul, and none of it could stop the hot, silent tears that finally broke free. They came not in ragged sobs, but in a steady, relentless stream, soaking into the fine wool of her dress. She cried for her father, a traitor to the crown, but her father nonetheless, whose laughter now lived only in memory. She cried for Sawyer, her brother, left alone to bear the crushing weight of a leadership he never asked for, his shoulders bowed by a burden she should have shared. She cried for her mother, a ghost from a happier past, who had been stolen from them by fever and would never see the fraught, complicated adults her children had become. And, finally, selfishly, she cried for herself, for the girl she had been this morning, hopeful and whole, for the woman she was now, who had stared into an abyss of impossible choices and had chosen the one that shattered her own heart to save those she loved. She would have to live with the consequences of that choice forever, a solitary, hidden weight that would shape every breath she took from this day forward. When the tears were spent, leaving her hollowed out and raw, she lay back on the furs. In the deep quiet, she focused on the only constant she had left, the steady, resilient rhythm of her own heartbeat. Thump, 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 thump. Tomorrow would come, relentless and uncaring. A new life, strange and constrained, would begin. There would be rules to learn, allegiances to navigate, a part to play. But tonight, in this silent room between prison and palace, she was allowed this one thing. She was allowed to grieve for the father, the brother, the future, and the girl everything she had lost. Even if no one, not even Jackson with his kind eyes, would ever know the true and terrible cost of her sacrifice. Morning crept over the underground fortress like a cautious intruder, pale fingers of dawnlight seeping through narrow slits in the stone windows, carved just enough to allow air and illumination, but never enough to betray their location to enemies. The air was cool, carrying the faint metallic scent of underground rivers that ran beneath the stronghold, interwoven with the distant murmur of flowing water. Galen sat at the head of the long, obsidian-dark dining table in his private hall, the surface polished to a flawless sheen that reflected the flicker of torchlight. He was already dressed for the day: black tailored trousers, a fitted shirt of deep charcoal, and a silver-lined vest that marked his rank. A half-empty cup of coffee sat beside him, steam long faded. His fingers traced the rim of the cup absently as he scanned the latest reports, his amber eyes sharp despite the early hour. Around him, his inner circle had gathered for their usual morning briefing, high-ranking enforcers, warriors who had clawed their way to his side through sheer skill and unwavering loyalty. Jackson stood at his right, ever the vigilant shadow, his arms folded behind his back in perfect military posture. 3 other enforcers sat at attention along the table, their breakfasts barely touched. No one dared relax when the Alpha King was present. The atmosphere was rigid, thick with unspoken protocol. Mornings here were always like this: business before comfort, efficiency over indulgence. There was no idle chatter, no laughter, only crisp updates and sharp orders. The Western delegation departed before dawn, one enforcer reported, his voice clipped and precise. No incidents reported at the border. Galen didn't look up from his papers. Good. And the bodies? Returned to their territories, along with appropriate warnings for their seconds in command. A pause. They won't challenge us again. Galen's expression remained unreadable. And the East Aurora Alliance? Alpha Sawyer crossed the border 2 hours ago. Our scouts confirm he arrived home safely. A single nod was all the response Galen gave before shifting to the next report. Around him, the wolves remained statuesque, sensing the weight of his attention. Every hesitation, every misplaced breath would be noted. Then, the heavy oak door at the far end of the hall creaked open. Every head turned. Skylar stood in the doorway, her delicate frame silhouetted against the dim corridor behind her. Her silver eyes were unfocused, but her chin was lifted in quiet determination. She wore simple garments, dark leggings, and a soft gray tunic, likely provided by one of the fortress attendants. Her black hair had been pulled into a loose braid that draped over one shoulder, a few stray strands curling at her temples, as if she'd dressed in a hurry. She looked small, uncertain, yet she had navigated the labyrinth of stone halls alone. The entire table stiffened in shock. Galen's fingers stilled on his papers, his wolf's attention snapping to her like a beacon. "Miss Skylar." Jackson was the first to recover, stepping forward with surprising warmth. He crossed the room in swift strides, his usually stern expression softening. "We didn't expect you this morning." Skylar's lips twitched in a hesitant smile. "I heard voices, counted the steps from last night. I hope I'm not intruding." "Of course not." Jackson offered his arm, ever the gentleman. "Come, let me help you to a seat." He guided her along the length of the table, the polished floor echoing under their footsteps. The enforcers watched, wide-eyed. Some had served for years and never once seen their king allow anyone into his closed-door briefings, let alone a stranger. Jackson pulled out a chair for her directly across from Galen, then returned to his post. Skylar tilted her head, listening. After a moment, her brows furrowed. Her fingers drummed lightly against the table, testing something. "What are you doing?" one enforcer asked, his tone more intrigued than accusatory. "Trying to sense the king," she answered matter-of-factly. "I can usually feel people's presence, the sound of their breathing, the shift in the air when they move. But," she hesitated, "the table is too long. I can't tell where he is from here." Silence. Then, without waiting for permission, Skylar stood. Her hands skimmed the table's edge as she walked its length, fingers trailing over the smooth ebony surface. She counted steps under her breath, one hand occasionally lifting to brush the air in front of her, avoiding unseen obstacles. The enforcers stared, captivated, as this slight, blind girl navigated their king's private domain with the quiet confidence of someone who refused to be cowed. She reached Galen's end of the table and stopped. Her fingers found the empty chair beside him, the one no one ever dared occupy. Without hesitation, she pulled it out and sat down, right beside him, close enough that her scent honey musk, white lily, and the faintest trace of cedar wrapped around him like an embrace. The room collectively held its breath. Galen turned his head, studying her profile. That small act moving toward him because she needed to know where he was sent. A ripple of warmth through his chest. His wolf rumbled in quiet approval, possessive and pleased. Slowly, deliberately, he reached out and tapped the back of her hand where it rested near his. "Good morning," he murmured, his voice deeper, softer than anyone at that table had heard in years. Skylar's face lifted toward his, and the smile that followed, small but luminous, made something tight in his chest ease. "Good morning, Your Majesty." "Galen," he corrected quietly. "When we're together in private, call me Galen." Her lips curved further. "Good morning, Galen." The reaction around them was immediate. Enforcers exchanged stunned glances. Their king never permitted informality. Never. Jackson, ever the observant second in command, hid a smirk behind his hand. At that moment, servants entered with breakfast, freshly baked bread still steaming from the ovens, platters of roasted meat glazed in herbs, golden eggs sprinkled with spices, and ripe fruit arranged in careful arcs. A plate was set before Skylar, and to her credit, she ate with practiced precision, her movements economical despite her lack of sight. "Galen," she said after a sip of tea, then paused as if savoring the feel of his name on her tongue. "I wanted to ask, what will my duties be here?" He set down his fork, giving her his full attention. "Duties?" "Yes." She turned toward him, earnest. "I should contribute, shouldn't I? I'm very good in the kitchen. Baking, mostly bread, pastries, and desserts. My mother taught me, being blind doesn't hinder me there. It's all about texture and scent and timing." Galen blinked. His future queen was offering to work in the kitchens. "Or gardening," she continued, warming to the subject. "I love working with plants, herbs especially. I can identify most by touch and smell, and I find the rhythm of it soothing. If the kitchens don't need help, perhaps the gardens?" A few enforcers had outright stopped eating, watching this exchange like spectators at a duel. "Skylar," Galen said slowly, struggling to suppress his amusement, "you're not here to scrub pots or prune roses. Then, what am I here for?" There was no artifice in her question, only genuine confusion. "I can't just sit idle. I need purpose. I need to be useful." He studied her for a long moment, weighing his words. She didn't yet grasp what she was to him, what she would become. "How about this?" he finally said. "I have meetings that will take a few hours. Once they're done, I'll show you the fortress properly, the gardens, the kitchens, the library, and we can discuss what purpose you might find here." "Really?" Hope brightened her voice. "Really?" Her hand found his on the table, squeezing gently in thanks. The contact sent heat spiraling up his arm, and he barely resisted the urge to turn his palm and tangle their fingers together. Too soon. He withdrew with deliberate slowness and resumed his meal. "Jackson." The next report. The meeting continued, but the air had shifted. The tension had eased, the enforcer's shoulders less rigid. All because she had walked in blind but unafraid and taken her place at his side, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, as if she belonged there. And she did. She just didn't know it yet. Galen's morning meetings, a daily ritual meant to ensure the smooth functioning of his kingdom, had become an exercise in prolonged tedium. The grandeur of his council chamber, typically a space that commanded his full attention, felt suffocating today. Sunlight streamed through the high, arched windows, illuminating motes of dust dancing in the air, an analogy he couldn't help but draw to his own scattered thoughts. He should have been engrossed, absorbing the intricate details of territorial disputes, the vital statistics of tribute collections, the strategic nuances of border patrols, and a dozen other administrative matters that usually held his complete mental grasp. But his mind, a seasoned general accustomed to disciplined focus, had staged a mutiny. Today, his thoughts were a world away from decrees and defenses. They were steeped in the memory of silver eyes that held a galaxy of emotions and skin that smelled of the sun-warmed sweetness of honey. He replayed the subtle, yet significant, shift of her chair at breakfast, the way she had deliberately moved closer to him, bridging the invisible divide between their stations. Then, a flicker of bewildered amusement danced in his mind as he recalled her inquiries about kitchen work and gardening, questions posed with an innocent curiosity that belied her royal lineage, as if she were a commoner seeking employment rather than a queen finding her footing. "Your Majesty?" The sharp, clear voice of Alpha Corvin pierced through Galen's reverie. His attention snapped back with the force of a snapped whip, leaving behind the lingering scent of honey and the image of those arresting silver eyes. Corvin stood mid-report, his brow furrowed slightly as he discussed the thorny issue of timber rights. "Yes?" Galen's voice was crisp, betraying none of the internal chaos. "I was asking, Your Majesty," Corvin repeated, his tone patient but firm, "if you wished us to renegotiate the contract with the Northern Territories, or simply enforce the existing terms?" "Enforce," Galen stated, his voice leaving no room for debate, the finality of it echoing in the chamber. "They signed the agreement. They will honor it." "Yes, Your Majesty," Corvin replied, a subtle shift in his posture indicating he had received the message and would act accordingly. Beside him, Jackson, his trusted second, let out a soft, almost imperceptible clearing of his throat. Glancing in Jackson's direction, Galen met his eyes, and the knowing glint there, the hint of amusement dancing at the corners of his lips, made Galen's jaw tighten involuntarily. "Something to add, Jackson?" Galen asked, his tone deliberately cool, an attempt to regain a veneer of control. "Nothing, Your Majesty," Jackson replied, though the amusement in his eyes didn't fade. "You seem somewhat distracted this morning." "I am not distracted," Galen countered, the denial feeling hollow, even to himself. "Of course not, Your Majesty," Jackson murmured, his grin widening. Finally, the meeting drew to a close, the alphas and enforcers filing out of the council chamber, their footsteps receding down the stone corridors, leaving Galen in the unexpected solitude with Jackson. "Say it," Galen muttered, the words escaping him before he could censor them. "Say what, Your Majesty?" Jackson asked, feigning ignorance with a playful tilt of his head. "Whatever astute observation you're bursting to make," Galen grumbled, running a hand over his tired face. Jackson chuckled, the sound light and genuine. "I confess, I've never seen you so thoroughly preoccupied. It's almost endearing." "I'm not preoccupied," Galen insisted, though he knew the fight was lost. "You're thinking about her," Jackson stated, his voice dropping slightly, the playful tone replaced with a gentle knowing. "I'm thinking about many things," Galen hedged, his gaze drifting back to the sunlit window. "You're thinking about how she sat next to you at breakfast, practically radiating that unique scent of hers," Jackson continued, his grin returning in full force. "And how she asked about baking bread and tending gardens with such earnestness, as if she were a lady of the manor and not, you know, destined to be royalty in her own right." Jackson's grin broadened into a full-fledged smile. "You're already gone for her, Your Majesty. Completely and utterly gone." Galen shot him a sharp glare. "Don't you have duties to attend to?" "Not nearly as entertaining as watching you realize you finally met your match," Jackson replied, still beaming. He stood, stretching languidly. "Shall we go collect Miss Skylar for her tour? You did promise her an exploration of the fortress." After all, as they made their way through the labyrinthine corridors of the eastern wing, Galen's stride was purposeful, a stark contrast to the internal disarray he felt. He had promised Skylar a tour, a way to orient herself within these imposing stone walls, to help her find her place. He just wished he could tell her, unequivocally, that her place was already secured, right beside him, as his mate, as his queen. He stopped before her chambers, raising his hand to knock. Nothing. He knocked again, a little firmer this time. Still no response. Jackson, ever practical, reached for the handle. It turned easily. The door swung open to reveal an empty suite. "Where is she?" Galen's voice sharpened, a thread of immediate concern lacing his tone. They moved swiftly, checking the bathing chamber, the sleeping quarters, even the small, stone balconied alcove. She was nowhere to be found. "She can't have gone far," Jackson said, his usual cheerful demeanor replaced with a flicker of unease. "She doesn't know the fortress well enough to venture out on her own." They split up, their search widening. Galen checked the grand dining hall, the hushed quiet of the library, and the main arteries of the fortress. Nothing. Jackson, meanwhile, was canvassing the guards' barracks and the kitchens. Galen felt a primal unease stirring within him, his wolf restless and pacing within his mind. She was alone, vulnerable. What if she had gotten lost in these unfamiliar stone passages? What if she had stumbled, fallen down a flight of stairs? Just as the anxiety began to coil tighter in his gut, an Omega servant rounded a distant corner, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and curiosity at the sight of the king and his second. Galen stopped her with a sharp, commanding gesture. "Have you seen Lady Skylar?" The Omega swallowed, her gaze darting between them. "Lady Skylar, Your Majesty?" "Yes, I saw her perhaps 20 minutes ago. She was asking about the gardens." "The gardens?" Jackson appeared from a side corridor, his own concern evident. "How did she find her way there from this wing?" "Show us," Galen commanded, his gaze fixed on the servant. The Omega, no longer hesitant, became their guide, leading them through a series of winding corridors, down a flight of worn stone stairs, and finally to a heavy wooden door. She pushed it open, revealing the fortress's inner courtyard, a breath of fresh air, carrying the scent of damp earth and blooming flowers, greeted them. Spread out before them were meticulously tended beds of herbs and vibrant blossoms, interspersed with winding stone pathways, and at the very center, an ornate, moss-covered fountain. "I left her near the herb beds," the Omega said nervously, twisting her hands. "She said she wanted to feel the plants, to smell them. I thought it would be safe, so close to the fountain. There." Jackson pointed, his voice sharp with discovery. Near the fountain's edge, Skylar was walking along its circular perimeter. Her arms were outstretched, wavering for balance, as she moved with deliberate, careful steps, attempting to navigate the wet, uneven stone. "What is she doing?" the Omega whispered, her voice laced with bewilderment. "Being incredibly reckless," Galen growled, his body already moving forward, his alpha instincts screaming caution. They were just 10 paces away when it happened. Skylar's foot, caught on a slick patch of moss-kissed stone, slipped. Her arms windmilled wildly, desperate and futile attempts to regain her equilibrium. And then, with a dramatic splash that echoed through the quiet courtyard, she toppled backward into the fountain. Galen and Jackson broke into a run, reaching the fountain's edge just as Skylar surfaced, gasping. Water streamed down her face, plastering her hair to her head. But instead of panic, her face was alight with a raw, unadulterated joy. Full, genuine, delighted laughter bubbled up and spilled into the air. A sound so unexpected and pure, it seemed to chase away the ancient stones of the fortress. "I can't believe I did that," she gasped between peals of laughter, pushing strands of wet hair from her eyes. "I was doing so well." Galen stared at her, utterly dumbfounded. She had just fallen into a public fountain, soaking herself to the bone, and she was laughing about it. It was so... "Skylar, Miss Skylar," Jackson said, his own amusement barely contained, his voice a low rumble of laughter. "Perhaps We should assist you out of there? That would be wise, she replied, still giggling. She reached a hand up, her fingers finding Jackson's by touch. I'm absolutely soaked. Galen stepped forward, extending his own hand. Skylar's smaller hand found his, her fingers wrapping around his with surprising strength, and he pulled her up and out of the fountain with an easy, practiced motion. She stood dripping on the pathway, her intricate clothing plastered to her body, a small pool of water forming at her bare feet. Yet the smile remained, bright and unwavering. How did you even find your way out here? Galen asked, the exasperation warring with a grudging admiration. I counted steps, she explained, wringing out the end of her braid, water cascading between her splayed fingers. And then I asked a servant for directions to the gardens. After that, I just followed my nose. I could smell the herbs, even from inside. She laughed again, a soft, musical sound. The fountain seemed like it would be easy to walk around. I was wrong, clearly, Galen said, but there was no bite to his words. Come on, Jackson interjected, offering his arm. Let's get you back to your quarters before you catch a chill. They walked back together, Skylar leaving a faint trail of water droplets in her wake. Servants they encountered along the way stopped and stared, their eyes wide with a mixture of shock and awe. Their stern, often terrifying king, escorting this bedraggled, laughing girl through the heart of his fortress. At her chambers, Jackson paused at the threshold. I'll leave you to get changed, Miss Skylar. Thank you, Jackson. I'll wait, Galen said, the words surprising even himself. Both Jackson and Skylar turned to him, their expressions mirroring a shared surprise. Your Majesty? Skylar questioned, a hint of confusion in her silvery eyes. I promised you a tour, Galen stated, his gaze firm. We'll begin once you've changed. I'll wait in your sitting area. Take your time. His tone was absolute, leaving no room for protest. She nodded, a small blush rising on her cheeks, and disappeared into her bedroom, closing the door softly behind her. Jackson gave Galen a pointed look. Waiting in her chambers? In her sitting room, Galen corrected, his voice steady, with the bedroom door closed, appropriately. Still, Jackson began, his smile returning. It's what? Galen challenged, a flicker of defense in his eyes. Jackson smiled slowly, a genuine warmth spreading across his face. It's exactly what someone does when they can't bear to be away from their mate for even a few minutes. Galen said nothing, but he didn't deny it either. Because in the quiet stillness of the hallway, with the scent of damp linen and the lingering sweetness of honey in the air, Jackson was undeniably, irrefutably right. Galen stood by the expansive arched windows in Skylar's elegant sitting room. The room was bathed in the cool, filtered light of the late afternoon, a stark contrast to the brilliant sunshine illuminating the manicured courtyard below. He wasn't truly looking at the sculpted hedges or the gravel paths. His gaze was riveted on the ornate stone fountain in the center, the very spot where, barely an hour earlier, Skylar had misstepped and plunged with a magnificent, splashing cascade. His mind was still reeling from the memory that followed, the sound of her laughter. It was a clear, unburdened sound, genuine and free, ringing out across the stone despite the heavy cloak of tragedy settled upon her. She had lost her father, her last living parent, her protector, yesterday. By all rights and societal expectations, she should be locked in a chamber of weeping, drowning in bottomless grief and fear for her future. Instead, she was laughing at the sheer, ridiculous clumsiness of her own fall. The sheer, unbreakable resilience of her spirit astounded him. It was a strength far more formidable than any physical defense. Behind the heavy oak door leading to her private chambers, he could hear the distinct sound of water running, the hiss of steam, the steady rush of a large volume of water filling the bathing chamber. She would be washing away the clinging chill of the fountain water, rinsing off the dust and moss. He inhaled deeply, bracing himself, forcing his attention back to the mundane details of the courtyard view. He fought against the treacherous, sensual images his primal wolf kept supplying. The sight of her undressing, the smooth curve of her shoulder, the soft gasp as she stepped into the luxurious, warm water, the slick slide of soap. A low, guttural growl rumbled deep in his throat, easily masked by the sound of the running water. Control. He was the king. He commanded pack, territory, and discipline. He needed to command himself. An eternity that was precisely 32 minutes past. The rhythmic flow of the water abruptly ceased. Silence descended, stretched taut by his anticipation. More time passed, she would be drying her skin, perhaps lingering over oils, choosing fresh, soft clothes delivered by Jackson earlier that morning. He didn't move from the window, but every muscle was coiled, ready. Then, the heavy oak door clicked softly, and the latch drew back. Galen turned, slow and deliberate, knowing the sight would be a challenge to his iron-held discipline. And he froze, every carefully constructed wall inside him shattering instantly. She stood silhouetted in the doorway, the warm, golden light of the bedroom bathing her from behind, creating an almost halo effect around her form. She had changed into a dress of deep sapphire blue, a color so rich it seemed to absorb the light. The cut was simple, emphasizing the graceful slope of her neck and the natural curve of her waist, the fabric draping elegantly. Her black hair, still thoroughly damp, hung loose down her back in heavy, gentle waves, shining like obsidian in the soft light. What truly arrested him were her eyes. Her pale silver eyes caught the inner glow of the bedroom light, making them seem to shimmer, luminous, and utterly transparent. She had always been beautiful, a striking, unforgettable woman. He had noticed that the moment he'd seen her. But this was different. This was intimacy. Freshly bathed, her skin still rosy from the heat of the water, relaxed, and with a delicate, innocent smile playing on her lips, she looked ethereal. She looked like a secret revealed, something precious and rare and, suddenly, undeniably, his. His wolf surged forward, a tidal wave of possessive instinct, demanding he cross the room, pull her against his chest, breathe in that potent, intoxicating scent of honey and lilies, and clean, warm skin until it was permanently branded into his lungs, his territory. "Galen?" she asked, her voice soft, tentative, cutting through the thick silence. "Are you still there?" He barely managed to clamp down on the growl. He found his voice, gravelly and deep. "Yes, I'm here. I wouldn't leave. How do I look?" She touched the blue fabric over her collarbone, a small, endearing gesture of self-consciousness. "Jackson had clothes delivered, but I can't exactly check a mirror. Is this appropriate for meeting your staff?" "You look..." He stopped, the powerful words forming on his tongue perfect. "Mine." Necessary, but he swallowed them. Searching for the tempered description that wouldn't betray the seismic shift occurring inside him, he focused on the visual. "Beautiful, Skylar. The dress suits you perfectly. A wash of color, a delightful pink, bloomed high on her cheeks." "Thank you." He took the 2 long strides necessary to cross the room, stopping directly before her. He offered her his arm, the gesture formal yet profoundly intimate to him. "Ready for that tour of the lower level of the castle?" "Very ready." Her hand found his forearm, her touch light but sure. Even through the fine wool of his jacket, he felt the immediate, electrifying spark of connection, a jolt that settled deep in his core. Though perhaps we should skip any stops that include large bodies of water. Despite the battle for control raging within him, a genuine, rare smile broke through Galen's hard features. Perhaps that's wise advice. As they stepped out of her chambers and into the quiet stone corridor, the scent of her clean skin and damp hair filling the space between them, Galen realized something that should have sent a bolt of primal terror straight through his heart. In less than a week, this woman, this fragile, laughing, resilient human, had worked her way past every single defense mechanism he had spent decades constructing. She had forced him to smile when he had forgotten how. She had made him want to protect and cherish rather than simply dominate and control. She had made him want things he had utterly outlawed from his life: longevity, partnership, permanence, happiness. And she had absolutely no idea the devastating effect she already had on the Alpha King, King of Kings. But she would. When the time was right, when the political landscape was stable, and she was securely settled in her new life, when she was ready to hear and accept the absolute truth, she would know exactly what she meant to him. And he would claim her properly, his queen. A week had quietly woven itself into the fabric of the fortress since Skylar's arrival, a tapestry of unspoken truths and carefully maintained distances. Each day had unfolded with the subtle, intricate dance of two celestial bodies in a shared orbit, drawn to each other, yet held apart by an invisible force. Meals in the grand dining hall were a particular exercise in restraint. Plates of roasted game and fresh bread were passed amidst conversations that meticulously skirted the enormous, potent truth vibrating between them. A truth too immense to name, too terrifying to ignore. Walks through the echoing stone corridors and along the sun-drenched battlements of the fortress were similarly navigated, filled with the comfortable rhythm of their footsteps, but always with a careful foot of space separating them. For Galen, it had been a week of exercising more self-control than he'd ever known he possessed. A constant, gnawing battle against the primal instincts roused by her proximity. His wolf, usually a disciplined, formidable presence, clawed at the edges of his consciousness, demanding what it recognized as its own, yearning to claim, to protect, to simply be near her. Every breath she took, every soft rustle of her dress, every quiet question she posed, was a fresh assault on his carefully constructed walls. He'd found himself observing her, unconsciously cataloging the delicate slope of her neck, the way her silver eyes, though sightless, seemed to drink in the world around her, the quiet grace of her movements. He was a king, absolute in his power, yet in her presence, he felt a strange, unsettling vulnerability, a potent longing he refused to acknowledge. Today, however, that ironclad control was being tested by something entirely different, something mundane yet infuriating enough to ignite the simmering embers of his formidable temper. The heavy oak door of his study shuddered as his fist slammed down on the polished surface of his desk, the abrupt impact making the quill jar and the stacked parchment papers jump. "This is unacceptable." Galen's voice, usually a deep, resonant rumble, was a low growl now, thick with a dangerous, barely contained fury. Alpha Draven knew the terms. He stood before me, looked me in the eye, and he agreed to them. And now, a paltry 7 days later, he dares to try and renegotiate through backdoor channels? Jackson, his most trusted advisor and captain of the Royal Guard, stood across from the desk, his arms crossed over his armored chest, his expression grim and unyielding. Even Jackson, who had witnessed Galen's rages countless times, felt the familiar tension coil in his gut. The messenger, a nervous courier from the mining territories, reported that Draven claims the original tribute amount was agreed to under duress, that he felt threatened during the gathering. "He was threatened," Galen retorted, his eyes flashing with a cold, predatory fury that promised severe retribution. "Because he was considering joining the conspiracy that sought to overthrow me mere weeks ago. He was on the verge of betraying his king, his realm. The only reason he's still breathing, the only reason his pack hasn't been stripped of its lands, is because he chose loyalty at the absolute last moment, revealing the plot. And now he thinks that buys him leverage to defy my word? He thinks my mercy is a sign of weakness?" "Apparently, Your Majesty," Jackson conceded, his voice carefully neutral. Galen spun away from the desk, his heavy boots thudding softly on the intricate rug as he stalked to the tall, arched window that overlooked the bustling inner courtyard. His hands clenched tightly behind his back, the knuckles white against his tanned skin. Every rigid line of his powerful body radiated barely leashed violence, a storm gathering beneath the surface. "Send word," he commanded, his voice tight with controlled menace. A precisely worded decree. If Draven doesn't deliver the agreed tribute in full, to the last coin and last ounce of ore, within the week, I'll consider it an act of outright defiance. And I will respond accordingly. "Your Majesty," Jackson began, attempting to interject a note of caution, to suggest a more diplomatic approach. "I will not be tested." Galen's voice rose, losing its carefully leashed quality, sharp and cutting as a freshly honed blade. "Not by cowards who mistake my mercy for weakness. Not by alphas who believe they can renegotiate terms because enough time has passed for their fear to dissipate. I am the law. My word is absolute. If Alpha Draven wants to challenge that, if he wants to undermine the very foundation of my authority, he can bring his wolves and see how it ends." The last words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken threats, a chilling promise of devastation. It was precisely at that volatile moment that the study door, which had been left slightly ajar, swung open. Both men turned sharply, their hackles rising automatically, ready to snarl at whoever dared interrupt such a tense and private discussion. Skylar stood, framed in the doorway, a vision of quiet grace amidst the storm. Her head was tilted slightly, her delicate features softened by an unconscious expression of concern, as though she were listening not just to the lingering echoes of Galen's rage, but to the very heartbeat of the fortress. She wore a soft cream dress today, the fabric flowing gently around her, a stark contrast to the hard lines of the room and the men within it. Her lustrous black hair was braided simply over one shoulder, a silver ribbon woven through it. Her silver eyes, unfocused and unseeing, somehow seemed to pierce straight through the surface, seeing to the heart of things that the sighted often missed. "I'm sorry," she said quietly, her voice a gentle balm in the agitated air. "I heard shouting. I wanted to make sure everything was all right." Galen's anger didn't dissipate entirely at her appearance. It still burned hot and dangerous in his chest, a roaring inferno awaiting an outlet. But her presence, her calm, unassuming inquiry, did something to the edges of it, softened them, as if a cool mist had touched a flame, blunting its fiercest heat. The primal urge to lash out, to exert his dominance, to maintain the fearsome image of his wrath, suddenly felt inappropriate. "We're handling business," he said, his voice still rough, scraping against his throat with the remnants of fury. "You should return to—" But Skylar didn't heed his unspoken dismissal. With that careful confidence that had become familiar, she walked into the room, her slender fingers trailing lightly along the rough stone of the wall, then finding the cool, smooth surface of the desk. She moved with an innate sense of her surroundings, counting steps, mapping the space, until she reached the arched window where he stood, rigid and consumed by his wrath, and without the slightest hesitation, her hand found his. The contact was like a lightning strike, a jolt of raw, untamed energy that coursed through Galen, from his fingertips, up his arm, and directly into the core of his being. That warmth, that electric connection, flooded through him instantly, deep and undeniable. His wolf, which had been snarling and pacing, a coiled spring of aggression and territoriality, suddenly went quiet, utterly still. The shift was so abrupt, so profound, it was almost terrifying. Galen stared down at their joined hands, his own large, calloused fingers dwarfing hers, utterly shocked. His world tilted on its axis. No one touched him when he was angry. No one dared. His rage was legendary, a consuming force, and his control over it, though absolute until the moment it snapped, was a thin veneer. Everyone knew to give him space when the storm clouds gathered. But she'd walked right up to him, a blind woman in the midst of his tempest, and taken his hand as if it were the most natural, necessary thing in the world. And impossibly, miraculously, he felt his anger banking, not gone, not vanished into thin air, but controlled, manageable. The roaring inferno had dwindled to embers, a residual heat, but the destructive fire was contained. "Are you all right?" she asked softly, her voice barely a whisper, yet it cut through the lingering tension with disarming clarity. She turned those mesmerizing silver eyes toward him, and though they couldn't see, they seemed to search his very soul. "Your heart is racing. You're breathing too fast." "I'm fine," he managed, the words clipped, though the edge of his fury was noticeably absent. "You're not." Her thumb, surprisingly firm yet gentle, brushed across his knuckles, a small, soothing gesture that sent another wave of calm through him. "What's wrong? Can I help?" "This isn't something you need to concern yourself with, Skylar," Galen said, but his voice had completely lost its sharp, dismissive edge. It was merely weary now, tinged with a confusing sense of wonder. "Perhaps Miss Skylar should hear it, Your Majesty," Jackson interjected carefully, his shrewd eyes watching the dramatic way his king's entire posture had shifted the moment she'd laid her hand on him. He'd seen the unspoken, the unseen bond that had instantly formed between them, and he understood its power. A fresh perspective might be valuable. Galen shot him a look, one that usually would have made Jackson flinch, but the anger behind it was now too diluted to carry its usual weight. Jackson, sensing the opening, continued. "Alpha Draven of the mining territories is attempting to renegotiate his tribute terms for the upcoming cycle. He claims the original agreement was made under duress during the gathering." Jackson's tone was diplomatic, explaining the situation clearly and concisely, stripping away the emotional baggage. "He wants to reduce his tribute by 30% and extend his payment timeline by 6 months. Skylar was quiet for a long moment, her hand still holding Galen's, providing an anchor in the turbulent waters of his mind. "May I ask, Your Majesty, what was Alpha Draven's position during the assassination attempt weeks ago? Was he involved?" "He was aware of it," Galen said, his voice now even, devoid of its previous fury as he recounted the facts. "He knew of the plot to eliminate me and destabilize the realm, but he chose not to participate. He came to my enforcers the night before the gathering and informed them of the conspiracy. So, he demonstrated loyalty when it mattered most, when his life could have been forfeit for it," Skylar clarified, her brow furrowed in thought. "Yes, which is precisely why he's still alive and still holds his lands," Galen confirmed, the implication clear. "He rewards loyalty, but tolerates no defiance." Skylar nodded slowly, processing the information, her silver eyes seemingly far away. "Then perhaps this isn't really about the tribute, or even about defiance at all." Both men looked at her sharply, their expressions a mixture of surprise and skepticism. "What do you mean?" Galen asked, his voice low and intrigued despite himself. "If he proved his loyalty when it was truly tested, risking everything to warn you, why would he suddenly risk your displeasure, your wrath, over something as seemingly straightforward as tribute negotiations?" Skylar's voice was calm, thoughtful, a puzzle piece snapping into place. "Unless the issue isn't that he won't pay. It's that he can't." Silence descended, heavier than before, but this time it was a silence of contemplation, not tension. "The mining territories," Skylar continued carefully, her memory reaching back to snippets of conversations she'd overheard. "They were hit incredibly hard by the winter storms, weren't they? I remember my father mentioning it months ago. Unprecedented blizzards, deep freezes, collapsed shafts, flooded tunnels, frozen equipment. They lost an entire season of production, maybe more, struggling just to keep their people fed and warm." Jackson's eyebrows rose, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He hadn't made that connection. So focused had he been on the political implications of Draven's challenge. "She's right, Your Majesty. The winter was brutal in that region. Our own patrols reported severe damage to their infrastructure. So he's struggling," Skylar concluded, her logic flowing smoothly. "He's facing ruin, or close to it. But he's too proud, or perhaps too afraid, of appearing weak to his king, to simply ask for accommodation, for help. Instead, he's trying to negotiate through official channels, making demands he knows will anger you, because that feels more like strength, like maintaining his alpha standing, than admitting vulnerability and weakness. She squeezed Galen's hand gently, a silent plea for understanding. What if instead of threatening him, you offered him an alternative? A way to save face while still honoring his obligation? She elaborated, her voice gaining a quiet conviction. Reduced tribute for this cycle only, with the clear understanding that he repays the difference over the next 2 years, in smaller, manageable installments. Or allow him to pay a portion in labor instead of goods. Send his skilled miners and workers to help with fortress construction, or road maintenance, or vital repair work on the realm's infrastructure. That way, he maintains his honor, you maintain your authority as a king who is both just and formidable, and he has the breathing room to recover and rebuild his pack's prosperity. The silence that followed was profound, deeper than any that had come before. Galen stared at her, genuinely shocked, his mind reeling. In less than 2 minutes, with nothing but sharp hearing and a keen intellect, she dissected a complex political challenge, identified the real, underlying problem that his own rage and preoccupation had blinded him to, and proposed a brilliant solution. A solution that preserved everyone's dignity, maintained his absolute authority, and subtly strengthened the loyalty of a struggling alpha. That's, Jackson started, then stopped, searching for the right word. That's actually brilliant, Miss Skylar. It shows strength rather than weakness. Skylar added quietly, echoing her earlier observation. A king secure in his power can afford to be flexible when the circumstances warrant it. It's not bending your will, Your Majesty, but demonstrating wisdom, and it sends a powerful message to other alphas across the realm that loyalty is rewarded, that you're willing to work with those who serve you faithfully, and that you understand the challenges your people face. Galen's hand, which she still held, tightened around hers, a possessive, grounding grip that felt entirely natural. "Where did you learn to think like this?" he asked, his voice rough, with a mixture of awe and something deeper, something profoundly tender. "My mother," Skylar replied, her voice softening at the memory. "She always said that true strength isn't about never bending. It's about knowing when to bend and when to stand firm, and that the best leaders make their people want to serve them, not merely fear to fail them." The anger that had been burning like a fiery coal in Galen's chest was completely gone now, extinguished by her quiet wisdom. In its place was something else entirely, a surging wave of admiration, a profound sense of wonder, and a deepening, undeniable certainty that this woman, his mate, was exactly what he'd needed, without ever knowing how desperately he lacked it. Her hand in his felt like destiny, like coming home. The mate bond, unacknowledged and unspoken, had just asserted its undeniable power, not through primal roar, but through gentle touch and profound insight. The quiet sigh of the massive iron door closing sealed them into the high-vaulted solar room, the deep silence, broken only by the distant drip of water echoing through the subterranean rock of the fortress, pressed against Galen's ears. "Jackson," Galen said quietly, his voice now controlled, the earlier thunder of his anger completely absent. He did not take his eyes off Skylar, watching the subtle rise and fall of her chest, anchoring himself to her presence. The tension in his jaw had finally eased. Draft a response to Draven. Offer reduced tribute this cycle, reducing the initial demand by 40%, with repayment extended over 2 full years, commencing only after the winter solstice. Include the explicit and non-negotiable option for labor contribution, specifically skilled miners for the northern tunnels. Make it clear in the preamble that this is a one-time, unprecedented accommodation delivered solely in recognition of his loyalty and immediate action during the recent conspiracy. Jackson, already pulling a slate and stylus from his inner cloak pocket, didn't miss a beat. The wide, relieved grin had returned, replacing the wartime severity he'd worn minutes before. "Yes, Your Majesty." The terms are generous, but the message is sharp. I will have the final copy ready for your seal by morning. See to it. Right away. Jackson dipped his head and left, the heavy door closing behind him with a soft, decisive click that seemed to punctuate the end of the crisis. Galen and Skylar stood alone at the massive window carved into the rock face, allowing a limited view of the perpetually gray twilight of the underground realm. Their hands remained joined, fingers laced tightly. "Thank you," Galen said finally, his gaze shifting from the distant stone architecture to her face. He gestured vaguely, with his free hand, toward the space where his rage had just resided. "For calming the beast when I couldn't. You're welcome." She smiled softly, a genuine curve of her lips that dispelled the last vestiges of his tension. "Though I didn't really do anything, I just touched your hand. You did more than you know." His thumb brushed across her knuckles, mimicking the gentle, soothing gesture she'd made earlier, the simple movement sending a slow ripple of satisfaction through his alpha wolf. I don't let people touch me when I'm angry, ever. It's too dangerous. My control is too tenuous when the fury takes hold. One wrong scent, one misjudged word, and I could seriously harm someone. But you let me." Yes. The single word was potent, laden with meaning. Why? Because touching you settles something fundamental in me. Because your presence alone makes me feel more centered and clear-headed than I've felt in decades. Because the moment your skin met mine, the rage felt like a trivial nuisance. "Because you're different," he said instead, keeping the deeper truth leashed for the moment. Skylar's smile widened slightly, a challenge gleaming in the slight tilt of her head. "Different how?" "That," Galen said softly, leaning closer until his breath feathered near her ear, "is a conversation we should have properly. Later." Evening came softly to the underground fortress, not with sunset, but with the steady dimming of the crystallized lanterns that lit the subterranean pathways. Skylar sat in her expansive chambers, which felt more like a haven than a prison cell. She was curled in one of the oversized velvet chairs near the hearth, where a clean, woodless fire burned with fierce intensity. Her fingers moved across the pages of a book, bound in worn leather, reading the raised bumps with practiced, silent speed. She was so absorbed in the political treatise, A Detailed History of the Iron Pact, that she didn't hear the light, trained knock at first. "Skylar?" Galen's voice, deeper now in the evening quiet, sounded through the heavy oak door. "Come in." He entered, still dressed formally. The dark, fitted tunic and heavy silver trim of his alpha regalia looked severe in the soft firelight. His eyes found her immediately and then dropped to the peculiar book resting in her lap. "You're reading." His tone was perplexed, bordering on disbelief. "Yes?" She tilted her head, confused by the surprise in his voice. "Did you think I just kept this for decoration?" "It's very dull reading, actually." "I didn't know you could read." Skylar laughed softly, a low, melodic sound that made the wolf in his chest shift with pleasure. "Of course, I can read, Your Majesty. Come here. I'll show you." Galen crossed the plush carpet quickly, settling in the heavy chair beside hers. She held out the book, and his eyes, the eyes that saw everything in the realm, widened at the sight of the pages covered in meticulous rows of raised dots. "It's called Braille," Skylar explained. "It was invented by a human long ago to give sightless people access to text. Each combination of dots represents a letter or a common word contraction. My mother, before she died, had dozens of books transcribed for me. Reading them is just about touch, pattern recognition, and memory." She took his hand, that same easy, familiar gesture that now felt profoundly significant to him, and placed his warrior's fingers gently onto the page. "Feel that? 6 dots, 2 columns of 3. Different combinations make different letters. This is an A, just the top left dot. This is a B, top left and middle left. You learn the patterns, and suddenly you can read anything the sighted can." Galen's fingers moved over the bumps under her guidance, his touch surprisingly careful and sensitive. He registered the fine texture of the embossed paper, the dedication required to translate an entire library into this tactile language. How long did it take you to learn? A few years, starting when I was very young. But I had excellent tutors. She smiled. Now it's as natural as listening. He was quiet for a long moment, his hands still resting on the page, their fingers almost touching, sharing the warmth of the fire. You're remarkable. I'm adaptable, she corrected gently, her voice steady. There's a difference. No, remarkable. His hand shifted slightly, catching hers completely. That unique warmth sparked instantly between them, stronger and faster than before. A deep, resonant chord struck in the quiet room. Skylar, we need to talk. About what you feel when I touch you. Her breath caught, audible in the silence. The warmth? Yes. The connection, the recognition. I wanted to ask you about that. She turned in her chair to face him more fully, her posture nervous but determined. It's been happening since that first day in your office. Every time our skin touches, it's like fire but not burning. Like recognition. Like my wolf knows something I don't. Something primal and old. Your wolf is right. Galen's voice was low, serious, and utterly steady. It's called the mate bond. Skylar went very still. The name of the bond hung in the air, weighted with prophecy and fate. Mate bond, she repeated quietly, testing the foreign syllables. Yes, it's rare. Not every wolf finds their true mate in their lifetime, no matter how hard they search. But when they do, the bond is immediate, undeniable. Your wolf recognizes mine. It senses the balance, the perfect foil, the other half it requires for completion. We're meant to be together, Skylar, fated by the goddess. She was quiet for a long moment, absorbing the monumental weight of his statement. Then, what does that mean? For me, I mean. What does this mate bond mean for my life? It means, Galen chose his words carefully, ensuring his reverence was clear. It means, you're meant to be my queen, not merely consort, but my partner, my equal in all things. It means you will rule beside me, offering counsel and strength, and eventually, if you choose to accept the bond and claim me, we'll be mated physically and spiritually bound together permanently. If I choose? Her voice was small, laced with disbelief. I have a choice? Always. His hand squeezed hers firmly, a promise reinforced by his alpha power. I will never force this on you, Skylar. The bond exists whether we acknowledge it or not. It's written in our blood. But acting on it, claiming each other, completing the mating ritual that is a joint decision. Your choice must be freely given. And for you? What does it mean for you? It means I've found something I never expected to have. Someone who settles my wolf and brings order to the chaos I carry within me. Someone who makes me want to be better, stronger, more patient. His thumb traced slow circles on her palm, a comforting rhythm. It means I want to protect you, cherish you, build a life with you. It means you matter more to me than my crown, my power, or anything else in this entire kingdom. Skylar's eyes filled with sudden, uncontrollable tears. What's wrong? Galen asked immediately, concerned, his tone sharp with alarm. How do you feel? She whispered, the tears tracking hot paths down her cheeks. About me being blind? The question hung in the warm, close air, stark and painful. What? Galen's grip tightened, his confusion giving way to genuine distress. I need to know. Truly. Her voice shook slightly. You're the Alpha King. You need a queen who can see, who can help you manage your territories, who can. She swallowed hard. Skylar, someone strong, someone whole, someone beautiful in the way a queen should be. The words came out so quietly, he almost missed the last sentence. Someone more than me. That broke him. He felt the pain of her insecurity like a physical blow. Galen's hands cupped her face, tilting it up toward him gently, but definitively. Her tears were warm under his thumbs, and he brushed them away with the utmost care. Listen to me, he said. his voice rough with the force of his emotion. "And hear every word with your whole soul. You are not less because you're blind. You are different, yes. You see the world in ways others can't, through sound, through scent, through the texture of a man's loyalty. You hear the truth in voices. You read people better than any oracle." Another heavy tear fell, and he caught it before it could trace her jawline. "You navigated a conspiracy that blindsided wolves with perfect sight. You chose honor over blood, truth over safety. You sacrificed everything to do what was right, and you are still standing, still graceful, still kind." His forehead pressed against hers, resting heart to heart. "And beautiful? Skylar, you're the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. When you smile, my world gets brighter. When you laugh, I want to hear nothing else. When you walk into a room, everything else fades away, because you are the center of my gravitational pull." Galen. The air in the room, previously charged with nervous tension, now felt thick with revelation. Galen's large frame hovered over Skylar, the raw sincerity in his low voice vibrating right through the floorboards and into her chest. His scent, a clean, potent mix of pine and rain, surrounded her, intoxicating and essential. "You are not less than anything. You are more than I ever hoped to find, more than I deserve. And if you choose to accept this bond, if you choose me, I will spend every day proving that you made the right choice." The weight of his gaze alone threatened to shatter her carefully constructed composure. She drew a ragged breath, the sound harsh in the quiet room. "I'm scared," she whispered, her voice a thread barely holding together. "What if I'm not good enough? What if I fail you?" "You won't." His hands moved, warm and firm, rising to frame her face as if he were holding something rare, something meant only for him. The slight roughness of his calloused palms was a welcome friction against her soft skin. "You couldn't fail me even if you tried. You're my mate, Skylar. You're exactly what I need, exactly who I need. The moon goddess designed us for each other. She forges the mate bonds, ties our souls together, and plants that instinct deep inside us, so when we finally meet, we just know." The dam of control broke completely. She was crying openly now, but the tears were different. They were hot tracks of relief, mixed with wonder, washing away years of emotional fatigue. Sobs didn't shake her body. Rather, the tears streamed steadily as a profound sense of peace settled deep in her bones. "I feel it too," she admitted, the words catching on a soft shudder. "The bond, the pull. When you're near, everything feels right. When you touch me, I feel safe, grounded. Like I finally found something I didn't know I was missing." He felt her confession like a physical blow. Galen's control, carefully maintained for days, finally cracked under the weight of her acceptance. His eyes, usually sharp and guarded, softened into a deep, mesmerizing amber. He leaned forward slowly, giving her every second to pull away, to refuse. He watched her eyelids flutter, her breath hitch, but she remained motionless, offering herself up to him. His lips met hers in a kiss so soft it was barely more than a breath, tentative yet absolute. It was gentle, reverent. It was claiming her but asking permission all at once. Her lips were surprisingly sweet, tasting faintly of salt from her tears and the barest hint of mint. Skylar's hands came up instinctively to his chest, fingers curling deeply in the thick fabric of his shirt, and she sank into the kiss, returning the pressure with equal, if tentative, gentleness. The mate bond flared between them, a violent, golden rush that felt like a sudden infusion of warm light into their cores. It was absolutely, profoundly right. When they finally pulled apart, the space between them seemed to hum with residual energy. Galen rested his forehead against hers again, his breathing ragged and unsteady, his scent now wilder, laced with possessiveness he couldn't hide. "We'll go slow," he promised quietly, his voice thick with unspent emotion. "As slow as you need. No pressure, no expectations. Just to us, learning each other. I want to earn your trust, piece by piece." "Okay," Skylar whispered, a small smile finally lifting the corners of her mouth. Slow sounds good. I need slow. He kissed her forehead once more, a lingering, protective seal, then stood reluctantly. His gaze swept over her face, drinking her in one last time before stepping back. I should go. Let you process this. Let you rest. He was halfway to the door when the quiet sound of her voice stopped him. Galen? He stopped. His hand paused on the cool brass handle, looking back at her over his shoulder with an intensity that promised he would never look away again. Thank you, she said softly, touching her lips unconsciously, for seeing me, really seeing me, flaws and all. Always, he promised, the single word ringing with the weight of an eternal vow. I'll always see you, Skylar. Every part of you. He left, closing the door softly behind him with a near-silent click. The silence he left behind was comforting, not isolating. Skylar sat motionless in her chair, fingers touching her lips where his had been, feeling the mate bond humming contentedly, a deep, rhythmic thrumming behind her ribs. The faint, sweet aroma of pine still lingered in the air, a physical reminder that he had been real, scared, yes, uncertain about what came next, absolutely. She was embarking on a journey she never expected, tethered to a man who saw her potential and not her broken past. But for the first time since everything had fallen apart, she felt something else too, a solid, undeniable sense of hope. Galen found Jackson in the training yard the next morning, overseeing drills with a group of younger enforcers. The early morning air was crisp, carrying the sharp scent of damp earth and sweat. The thwack of practice swords against shields echoed off the fortress walls. His second took one look at his face, the tight exhaustion etched around his cold gold eyes, and dismissed the trainees immediately with a curt wave of his hand. The younger wolves scrambled away, sensing the shift in the Alpha King's mood. Your Majesty. Jackson's tone was careful, his eyes assessing. He moved closer, noting the subtle tremor in Galen's jaw. You look like you didn't sleep. I didn't. Galen's voice was the sound of gravel grinding, low and raw. Jackson waited, crossing his arms over his chest. He could smell the lingering scent of overwhelming possessiveness and deep frustration clinging to his alpha. Skylar, I told her last night. About the mate bond. Galen scrubbed a hand over his face, the action tired. Everything. The silence stretched, broken only by the distant clinking of chainmail from the armory. Jackson kept his gaze steady, knowing that rushing the king would only make the confession more painful. She cried, Jackson. The words came out pained, laced with a helpless fury. She asked me how I felt about her being blind, said I needed someone stronger, someone who could see, someone who could help me rule properly. He paused, his jaw clenching so hard that the muscle jumped. She even asked if I wished for someone more beautiful. Jackson stared at him in genuine disbelief, a rough scoff escaping his throat. Someone more beautiful? That's not possible, Galen. She's stunning, the most breathtaking creature I've ever seen. Galen's head snapped toward him, his pupils contracting to dangerous slits of flashing gold. A low, territorial rumble vibrated in his chest. Careful, Jackson laughed openly, holding up his calloused hands in surrender. I'm just pointing out facts, Your Majesty. Every wolf in this fortress has eyes. We can all see she's gorgeous. Those incredible silver eyes alone, even when they're not. He stopped at Galen's warning growl, the sound a promise of violence. Jackson's grin broadened. My point is, she has absolutely nothing to worry about in that department. That insecurity is a lie. She doesn't see herself the way we do, Galen said quietly, the possessive gold receding slightly, replaced by heavy sadness. She's spent her whole life being underestimated, told she's less, told she's a burden. But you set her straight? I tried, told her she's perfect, that she's everything I need. A ghost of a satisfied, weary smile touched his mouth, and I kissed her. Truly kissed her. Good. Jackson's expression sobered immediately. He was the pragmatic voice of the pack. So what happens now? Officially? The clock is ticking on the political front. Now we deal with what this really means. Galen crossed his arms, his posture shifting from the vulnerable man to the formidable Alpha King. The scent of ozone and authority sharpened around him. For the underground, for the pack structure, for every alpha in our territory. She'll be queen. Yes, which means every dominant wolf in our kingdom will answer to a blind Luna queen. Galen's voice was measured, analytical, the emotional turbulence suppressed. Some will see that as weakness. They'll test her, challenge her authority subtly or openly. They'll look at her disability and mistake it for a deficit of strength, and you'll make examples of them. I'll destroy them. The promise was absolute, delivered with the chilling clarity of a death sentence. Anyone who disrespects her, undermines her, or makes her feel less than what she is, I will end them and their bloodline. I don't care if it starts a war. It likely will. Then let it come. She's mine, Jackson. My mate, my future queen. Galen's eyes were pure, molten gold, radiating lethal intent. And I will burn this kingdom to ash and salt the earth before I let anyone harm her or make her doubt her worth. Jackson studied him quietly, a slow nod, acknowledging the shift in their world. The alphas need to understand this isn't negotiable. Their loyalty to her is now their loyalty to you. They will. I'll make it abundantly clear at the next sound cut through the air, sharp and horrifying. It was a loud, hollow crack, followed by a series of sickening, rapid thuds against stone. A startled, high-pitched cry was snatched away by the echo. The unmistakable, terrifying tumble of a body falling down long stone stairs. Both men moved instantly, their civilized conversation obliterated by primal fear. Galen's transformation was instantaneous. His wolf surged, fueled by pure, unadulterated panic. The ground blurred beneath his feet. They burst through the fortress entrance to find a small, frozen crowd gathered at the base of the main staircase. Servants, guards, all staring down in shock, their scents thick with alarm. Skylar lay crumpled at the bottom of the 32 massive stone steps. She was twisted slightly, one arm pinned awkwardly beneath her torso. Galen's heart didn't just worry. It stopped dead in his chest, replaced by an icy dread that tasted like metal and fear. He was there in a breath, shoving through the paralyzed crowd with a low, guttural snarl that scattered the wolves closest to him. A nervous guard instinctively reached down to help her up. "Don't touch her." Galen's command was a physical blow, roaring with alpha authority, infused with absolute terror. It froze every living soul in the hall. He dropped to his knees beside her, heedless of the rough stone floor. His hands hovered, large and shaking slightly, checking frantically for injuries. His voice, when it came, was strained and tight. "Skylar, where are you hurt? Can you breathe?" She was already pushing herself up to a sitting position, her face flushed deep red with embarrassment, her silver eyes wide but unfocused. "I'm fine, Galen. I'm fine. She winced, rubbing her side tenderly. "I bruised my ego, mostly, and maybe my hip. What happened?" He scanned her rapidly, his wolf demanding to see broken bones or blood. "I miscounted." Her voice was small, mortified, the scent of humiliation rising from her skin. "The steps from my chambers. I thought there were 31. There are 32. So when I thought I was at the bottom, you stepped into air." He finished grimly, his chest tightening so severely it was painful to inhale. Around them, the crowd watched in stunned silence, their breath bated. Their king, the cold, untouchable Alpha King who dealt in cruelty and lethal efficiency, was on his knees, his hands gentle as they checked over this blind girl like she was made of antique glass. His face a mask of raw concern. "Can you stand?" he asked quietly, his voice regaining some control, though it was still rough. "Yes. He didn't wait for her to finish. His arms slid under her, one beneath her knees, one supporting her back, and he lifted her effortlessly. She weighed almost nothing to him. Soft, startled gasps rippled through the hall. Skylar's arms went around his neck instinctively, clinging to his thick column of muscle. "Galen, what are you? I can walk. I'm dirty. Put me down. You fell down 32 stone steps. His voice was flat, brooking no argument, the residual panic in his system making him rigid. The argument is closed. You're not walking anywhere. But everyone's staring. I look ridiculous. The heat of her blush was palpable against his neck. Let them. He turned, ignoring the sea of shocked faces and the rising tension. He faced Jackson, his gold eyes colder than ice. Clear the hall, now. Anyone left standing here when I return will be mucking the stables until winter. Yes, Your Majesty. Jackson began dispersing the crowd immediately with sharp, professional commands, but his eyes held barely concealed amusement, laced with deep respect. Galen carried Skylar through the corridors, the silence of authority preceding them. She was rigid in his arms, clearly humiliated, her face buried against the comforting warmth of his thoracic muscle. I'm sorry, she whispered into his tunic, the fabric dampening with a tiny, mortified sigh. I'm so sorry. This is exactly what I meant. I'm a distraction. I'm clumsy. I'm a liability. You miscounted steps. It happens. It's an inconvenience at worst. Not to people who can see. He said nothing else, just carried her with a fierce, possessive grip, navigating the winding passages with smooth, purposeful strides until he reached her chambers. He shouldered the door open with his elbow. Once inside, he set her carefully on the long, velvet lounge, his movements meticulous. Then he knelt on the floor again, pulling a cushion under his knees, determined to examine her more thoroughly. Let me see your hip. It's fine. Really, I promise. It just smarts. Skylar. His voice was firm, the alpha inflection ringing slightly, making her automatically comply. Let me see. She sighed, defeated, and lifted the side of her simple morning dress slightly. Immediately, a dark purple and violet bruise was already beginning to bloom angrily across the delicate skin of her hip bone and thigh. A low, deep growl escaped Galen's throat. His jaw tightened so hard he felt a spike of pain. You could have broken something. Could have hit your head. Could have. But I didn't. Her hand found his face, cupping his stubbled cheek. Her palm was soft and warm against his cooling fury. I'm fine, Galen. A bruise will heal. You're being too cavalier about this. It was a serious fall. And you're being overprotective, she murmured, but her voice was gentle, filled with a nascent adoration. She was quiet for a moment, her thumbs stroking the roughness of his jaw. Then, the embarrassment returned, heavy and thick. I can't keep doing this. His hands stilled on her injury, his breathing shallow. Doing what? Distracting you. You're the Alpha King, strong, stoic, feared by everyone. You can't be running after me every time I miscount steps, or fall into fountains, or, yes, I can. His statement was absolute. Galen, listen to me. He took her hands in his, pulling them away from her bruised side and holding them tightly, his voice firm and leaving no room for argument or self-doubt. You are not a distraction. You are not a burden. That fall was an accident, a consequence of your environment. He locked his gaze onto her face. You are my mate, which means your safety, your well-being, your happiness. Those are my priorities. Above every treaty, every political threat, everything else, but your kingdom. My kingdom thrives because I'm strong enough to protect what matters. And you matter more than any treaty, any alpha's pride, any political maneuvering. His thumbs brushed over her knuckles, grounding her. So yes, I will run after you. I will carry you when you're hurt. I will drop everything if you need me. That's not weakness, Skylar. That's what it means to have a mate. To have someone you'd burn the world for and feel no remorse. Tears gathered in the corners of her silver eyes. She blinked rapidly. I don't want to be the reason you're seen as weak. Then let me be very clear. He leaned closer, his scent intensifying, dropping his voice to a fierce, possessive murmur that only she could hear. Any wolf who thinks caring for my mate makes me weak is welcome to challenge me. They'll die quickly for their stupidity and insolence, but they're welcome to try. A laugh bubbled out of her, watery and shaky, but genuinely surprised. She reached out, running her fingers through the thick hair at his nape. "You're impossible. I'm yours." The words were simple, absolute, a declaration that settled deep in her soul. Everything else is just noise. Skylar's breath hitched, the last vestiges of shame evaporating under the heat of his protective gaze. Then she leaned forward, closing the final distance between them, and kissed him. Not soft like last night, not tentative or questioning or grateful. This kiss was fire and desperate need and complete certainty. It tasted of the stone dust and the sharp terror of the fall, mixed with the overwhelming sweetness of acceptance. Her hands tangled fiercely in his hair, pulling him closer, demanding more. His arms wrapped around her waist, careful of her bruised hip, but holding her against him with a powerful gravity. The mate bond flared between them like lightning, hot and electric, a sudden, blinding shockwave that solidified their connection, demanding possession and release equally. A choked sound escaped both of them, a moan of recognition and overwhelming connection. When they finally broke apart, both breathing raggedly, their foreheads pressed together, Galen inhaled the pure, sweet scent of her, trying desperately to calm his surging arousal before it became dangerous. "I should go," he said roughly, his voice thick with unspent desire and the lingering scent of alpha possession. Before you what?" she challenged breathlessly, rubbing her nose gently against his. "Before I completely lose control." His voice was strained, a muscle twitching in his throat. "Skylar, you're hurt. You need rest." "And I should." Galen stood abruptly, the suddenness of his action forcing a gasp of air from his lungs, putting a desperate distance between them. The fragile threads of his control, so painstakingly maintained, were rapidly slipping, fraying at the edges of his resolve. He turned, not daring to meet her gaze, his boots silent on the stone floor as he walked to the heavy oak door. His hand closed around the cool, burnished metal of the handle, his knuckles white with the strain of holding himself together. "Good night," he managed, the word a raw, guttural whisper that cracked in the quiet room. He didn't trust himself to look back, to offer even a glimpse of the turmoil raging behind his eyes. Galen, her voice, soft yet impossibly resonant, was a silken snare, wrapping around his heart, pulling him taut. Something in that single whispered word, a blend of yearning and quiet command, made his head snap around, his gaze drawn to her as if by an invisible cord. She was right there. Not across the room, but just steps away, a vision of intoxicating grace. She had moved, silent as a shadow, across the polished floor, while his back was turned, her presence a sudden, breathtaking heat. Close enough that the delicate, intoxicating scent of warm honey and something uniquely her, a deep, musky sweetness that only his wolf recognized, enveloped him, stealing the air from his lungs. Close enough that he could feel the radiating warmth of her skin, a silent invitation that made his own blood hum. Before he could even process the shock of her proximity, her hands came up, cool against his heated skin, cupping his face with a firmness that left no room for retreat. Her fingers threaded into the hair at his temples, pulling him down, her eyes molten silver in the low light, locking onto his with an unyielding intensity. And then she kissed him. Not a tender press, but a hungry, all-consuming claiming, a fierceness that crashed into him, stealing his breath, his sanity, everything but the primal urge to reciprocate. This wasn't questioning, wasn't tentative exploration. This was bold ownership, an undeniable demand. Her mouth moved against his with an intensity that burned, a raw, untamed passion that made his wolf surge to the surface with a guttural growl of pure, unadulterated satisfaction that vibrated deep within his chest. "Skylar," he growled, against her lips, his voice rough with a pleasure so sharp it bordered on pain. "If you keep this up, I'm going to lose control completely." Her eyes, still inches from his, sparked with a dangerous delight. "Good," she purred the word, a low rumble against his lips, before gently, provocatively, biting his lower lip, a shiver running through him at the sensation. Maybe I want you to. A dam, carefully constructed over weeks of agonizing restraint, buckled and then burst. His control, already fractured and fraying at the edges, splintered completely, shattering into a million glittering shards. His hands, no longer hesitant, found her waist, gripping her with a possessive strength that pulled her flush against him, her soft curves molding perfectly to his hard planes. The kiss deepened, transformed from fierce claiming into something ravenous, hungry, consuming. His mate was in his arms, her body pressed tight, kissing him like she was trying to crawl inside his very skin, and every instinct screamed, shrieked, to claim her, to complete the bond, to make her irrevocably his. Skylar's hands moved from his face, gliding down his chest, her fingers finding the small, intricate buttons of his shirt. One by one, with a meticulous slowness that was pure torture, she slipped them free, her butterfly-light touch sending trails of fire across his skin, igniting every nerve ending. Are you sure? Galen forced himself to ask, the words a desperate rasp, even as every fiber of his being, every cell, screamed a resounding yes. He needed her to be certain, to understand the irreversible magnitude of this. Skylar, once we do this, once we complete the bond, there's no going back. Our lives, our very souls, will be intertwined forever, I'm sure. Her silver eyes, shining with an unwavering conviction, found his through the dimness, reflecting a certainty that banished all doubt. I want this. I want you. Galen, I've never been more certain of anything in my entire life. Her voice was a steady, confident beat, a counterpoint to his own racing heart. We can go slow, he tried again, a final, futile attempt at reason. We've been going slow, she interjected, a hint of impatience, a spark of pure desire in her tone. Her hands spread wide across his now bare chest, feeling the frantic, rapid thud of his heart beneath her palms. I don't want slow anymore. I want you, Galen. All of you. Now. Something primal and deeply possessive surged through him, a powerful wave that swept away any remaining vestiges of control. His jaw tightened, a low growl rumbling in his chest, echoing the predatory satisfaction of his inner wolf. Then you'll have me, he promised darkly, his voice a gravelly whisper against her lips. But little wolf, once I start, I won't stop. Not for hours. Not until I've claimed every inch of you, until your innocent scent is irrevocably tangled with mine and mine is yours. Until there's no doubt in anyone's mind that you're mine, utterly and completely. Yes, she breathed, her voice a soft agreement, barely audible, yet filled with an undeniable eagerness. All of that. Yes, please. He lifted her again, carefully, his arms strong and possessive. This time, he carried her to the bedroom, the weight of her in his arms a profound comfort, kicked the door shut behind them with a soft thud, plunging them into a more intimate dimness. He laid her down on the plush furs that covered the bed with reverence, like she was something infinitely precious and holy, a sacred relic he had finally been granted to touch. You're so beautiful, he murmured, his gaze tracing the delicate curve of her cheek, the elegant line of her jaw. His large hands, surprisingly gentle, brushed a strand of dark hair from her face, then traced a feather-light path along her neck, over the delicate hollow of her collarbone. Let me show you. Let me worship every perfect inch of you, Skylar. Galen. Her voice was a soft sigh, a breathless murmur of anticipation. Shh. He pressed a soft kiss to her forehead, lingering. Trust me, I've got you, little wolf. Always. And then there were no more words. Just the heightened senses of touch and taste, the warm press of skin against skin, the intoxicating smell of their combined scents, and the overwhelming, undeniable rightness of two mates finally, irrevocably claiming each other. Galen took his time. He was a patient, ardent explorer, learning every inch of her skin, every curve, every secret hollow. He memorized every soft gasp, every sweet moan, every desperate arch of her body into his touch. He was gentle but firm, passionate but exquisitely controlled, making sure she felt utterly cherished and undeniably claimed in equal measure. He wanted her to feel everything, to experience the full, intoxicating breadth of their connection. When they finally joined, when the bond snapped fully and completely into place between them with a searing golden heat, it was like the world realigned. A silent explosion of light and sound echoed not in the room, but deep within their very souls, settling everything into a perfect, undeniable whole. They made love for hours, slow and tender, then hungry and wild, discovering each other with the profound intimacy only fated souls can understand. Every lingering touch deepened the invisible pull between them. Every fervent kiss stitched something new and certain into the very fabric of their beings. The moon climbed high, then began its descent, witnessing their unfolding. By the time dawn softened the sharp edges of the world, painting the room in hues of rose and gold, they were spent, tangled together in the furs, limbs intertwined. Skylar's cheek rested over Galen's steady heartbeat, the rhythmic thrum a comforting lullaby, his arms gathered tightly around her as though he finally held the missing, vital piece of himself. He brushed his lips to her temple, his voice low and rough, raspy from both sleep and the raw emotion of everything they'd shared. "Skylar, I feel like destiny finally caught up to me." Like the universe just clicked into place. A sleepy, blissful smile curved her mouth as she pressed a soft, lingering kiss to his chest, her breath tickling his skin. Their breaths fell into the same contented, even rhythm, and as the pull of sleep enveloped them once more, the mate bond thrummed between them, a golden, certain vibration that resonated deep in their bones. Impossibly whole, undeniably complete. The morning briefing room was thick with tension. A heavy, musky scent of agitated wolves and cold stone that hit Skylar like a wall as she found her way to the door. Her hand, slick with a nervous sweat she desperately hoped wasn't staining her silk dress, hovered over the iron handle. Inside, she could hear Galen's voice, a low, resonant growl that vibrated through the wood, cold and authoritative, every inch the Alpha King. "The northern border dispute needs resolution within the week. I want options, not excuses." The next wolf, who suggests a full-scale assault without considering the civilian dens, will find himself on latrine duty for a decade. "Yes, Your Majesty," an enforcer's voice, strained with nerves, was followed by the faint rustle of papers, a nervous shuffle. Skylar hesitated at the threshold, her heart a frantic drum against her ribs. She'd bathed carefully this morning, using lavender-scented oils that now clung to her skin, a calming aroma she focused on to steady her breathing. The servants had laid out a dress pale blue silk that whispered like a secret and felt like cool water against her skin. They'd helped her with her hair, braiding it into an elaborate crown, weaving in delicate silver threads that she knew would catch the light. A small, hidden armor of beauty. She felt beautiful. Truly beautiful. For the first time in a long, dark time, she felt like she might actually look the part of what she'd terrifyingly become. But walking into a room full of dominant males during a high-stakes political meeting, that required courage that had nothing to do with silk and everything to do with steel. She took a final, shaky breath and knocked once, softly. "Enter," came Galen's voice, sharp and irritated at the interruption. The word clipped. She pushed the heavy door open and stepped inside. The conversation stopped immediately, cut off mid-syllable. The air, once buzzing with low-level tension, now went utterly still and heavy. She could feel their eyes on her, a dozen pairs, maybe more, all dominant, all assessing, their focus a physical pressure on her skin, the scent of their surprise, a sharp ozone tang cut through the musk. "Skylar!" Galen's voice changed completely. Softened, warming from winter frost to a spring sun. "Come in." A wave of relief, so potent it made her knees weak, washed over her. She offered a slight smile in the direction of his voice and began feeling her way along the rough-hewn stone wall. 17 steps, she counted silently in her mind. 17 from the door to where the table should begin. Her fingers trailed along the edge, finding the familiar, cool, polished wood. "Your Majesty is at the head?" Jackson's voice came from somewhere to her right, a calm, steady anchor in the silent room. 12 paces straight ahead. "The floor is clear." "Thank you, Jackson," she said, her voice stronger than she felt. She walked carefully, her slippers whispering on the flagstones, hyper-aware of every rustle of fabric, every suppressed breath from the men watching her. When she reached Galen, his hand found hers immediately, his calloused fingers wrapping around her own with a possessiveness that stole her breath, guiding her to the carved wooden chair beside him, the chair that was always left empty, until now. She sat, the silk of her dress pooling around her, her hand still securely enveloped in his larger, warmer one. She turned her face toward him, catching his unique scent of pine and night air. "Good morning. Good morning, little wolf." His voice was a warm, intimate rumble, a private caress, completely at odds with the cold authority from moments before. And then he leaned in. She felt the shift in the air, the heat of his body drawing nearer, and then his lips were on hers, soft, brief, acclaiming as gentle as it was absolute. He tasted of mint and rich, black coffee. The room went dead silent, so silent she could hear the crackle of the torches in their sconces. Skylar felt a fierce heat bloom in her cheeks, but Galen's thumb stroked a reassuring circle on her palm, a silent message. "You are mine, and I am not ashamed." She could hear the shock rippling through the room, a symphony of sharp intakes of breath, the harsh scrape of a chair leg as an enforcer shifted his weight, the faint creak of leather from another adjusting his stance, all of them utterly bewildered by their terrifying king, showing open, tender affection. "Jackson," Galen said calmly, as if he hadn't just upended every expectation in the room. His voice was back to its commanding tone, though she could feel the faint tremor of a suppressed smile against her knuckles. "Send word. I want the entire inner circle here within the hour. All high enforcers, all council members, everyone." "Your Majesty," one of the enforcers ventured, his voice cracking slightly. Should we be concerned?" The scent of his fear was sharp, acrid. "No," Galen stated, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "But there's an announcement that needs to be made officially." "Clear the schedule." "Yes, Your Majesty." The meeting resumed, but the atmosphere had undergone a seismic shift. The enforcers' voices were tighter, their attention fractured. She could feel their stolen glances like tiny pinpricks, could smell their confusion and curiosity warring with ingrained discipline. Skylar, the blind girl, sat beside their king, holding his hand like it was the most natural thing in the world. Which, to her, in the quiet, truth-filled space between their linked hands, it was. Galen continued discussing politics and territory management, his voice once more that of the formidable, unyielding ruler. But his thumb never stilled, tracing lazy, hypnotic circles on her palm, a private gesture of affection and unity that grounded them both amidst the storm of politics. When he spoke about a trade dispute, she listened carefully, parsing the tones of the enforcers, reporting the hesitance in one, the arrogance in another. When he addressed a border concern, she tilted her head, processing the strategic implications. And when he asked for input on a particularly thorny diplomatic issue with a stubborn Western alpha, she surprised everyone, including herself, by speaking up. "May I ask a question?" Her voice was quiet but clear, cutting through the low growl of male debate. The room plunged into silence again, this one even more profound, laden with disbelief. "Of course," Galen said, and she heard the genuine curiosity in his tone, the encouragement. It gave her courage. "The alpha you're discussing, the one refusing to honor the grain agreements. Has anyone asked why, or are we simply assuming defiance?" One of the enforcers cleared his throat, a rough, uncomfortable sound. "With respect, ma'am, trade agreements aren't typically up for discussion. They're binding. His reasons are irrelevant." "I understand that," she said, turning her head toward his voice, her expression open but firm. But people don't break agreements without reason. Fear, poverty, political pressure from a stronger neighbor, something is motivating this. Perhaps understanding the why would give you the leverage to resolve it without violence or loss of face for either side. Silence. Then Jackson's voice, thoughtful and measured. She makes an excellent tactical point, Your Majesty. We've been treating the symptom, the defiance. We haven't diagnosed the cause. A low murmur of assent came from another corner of the table. Galen's hand squeezed hers, a quick, proud pulse. Then we investigate it, Galen declared, his tone leaving no room for argument. Before we act, Jackson, assign your most discreet team to dig into Alpha Brahm's circumstances. I want a full report on his pack's health, their harvest yields, and any potential threats on his borders. Not assumptions. Facts. Yes, Your Majesty. Skylar felt a small, warm bloom of satisfaction unfold in her chest. She'd contributed something, proven she wasn't just ornamental. She was a partner. An hour later, the room was packed, the air growing warm and dense with the presence of so many powerful wolves. Every high-ranking member of the Underground's inner circle stood in careful formation, 20 wolves in total, all dominant, all powerful. The atmosphere hummed with a tense, palpable curiosity. She could smell their combined scents, earth, iron, frost, and hear the subtle rustle of formal attire and the soft clink of weapon hilts against belts. Galen stood at the head of the table, drawing himself up to his full, imposing height. Skylar stood beside him, a calm statue in blue silk. His hand still held hers, a gesture everyone noticed and would not soon forget. Thank you for coming on short notice, Galen began, his voice carrying that absolute, room-silencing authority. I've called you here to make an official announcement, one that will affect the foundation and the future of this kingdom. The wolves leaned forward almost imperceptibly, a wave of focused attention. She could feel it, a predator's stillness. As you know, he continued, his voice dropping into a more solemn, reverent register. The mate bond is sacred among our kind. Rare, precious. It is the moon's greatest gift. When a wolf finds their true mate, it is cause for the highest celebration and formal recognition. He paused, letting the weight of the words sink into the silent room. I have found mine. A shockwave of pure astonishment rippled through the assembly. She heard a stifled gasp, the sharp click of a boot heel on stone. Eyes she couldn't see darted to her, then back to Galen, wide with disbelief. Skylar is my true mate, he proclaimed, his voice ringing with a possessiveness and pride that made her heart stutter. My fated queen. From this moment forward, she will be addressed as Your Majesty or my queen. She will hold full and equal authority as Luna, Queen of the Underground. Her word is my word. Her safety is your paramount duty. Her position is absolute. Someone in the back shifted his weight, a faint, skeptical sound grating from his throat. Galen's head turned toward the sound, his focus narrowing like a laser. The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. Let me be abundantly clear, he continued, his voice dropping into a low, deadly calm that was more threatening than any shout. This is not a request for your opinion. It is a declaration of fact. Anyone who disrespects her, questions her, undermines her authority, or fails to protect her will answer to me personally. And that conversation will be brief and terminal. Is that understood? Yes, Your Majesty, came the immediate, unified response, sharp and loud in the cavernous room. She's blind, Galen stated flatly, addressing the elephant in the room with brutal simplicity. Which makes her different, not less. She sees the world in ways you cannot. She hears the truth you miss, in a trembling voice. She understands the nuances you overlook in your rush to action. If you underestimate her because her eyes do not work, you are a fool. He let the word hang in the air, a condemnation. And I do not tolerate fools in my inner circle. Skylar squeezed his hand, her throat tight with a powerful mix of love, gratitude, and fierce, defiant pride. His unwavering defense was a shield around her, but it also lit a fire within her, a determination to prove herself worthy of it. The next annual gathering will be held in 6 months, Galen announced, his tone shifting back to one of command and future planning. At that gathering, before all the gathered alphas of our territory, Skylar will be formally presented as your queen. There will be a ceremony under the full moon, a formal recognition, and oaths of loyalty. Every single alpha will swear allegiance to her, as they have sworn it to me. He looked out over his stunned, silent court, his final words, a vow and a promise. The queen is crowned. The world shifts. Adapt. The air in the grand chamber, thick with the scent of old wood and the musk of wolf, vibrated with a palpable tension. Galen's gaze swept across the assembled alphas, each pair of eyes reflecting a spectrum of reactions, some wide with disbelief, others narrowed in calculation, a few simply awestruck. He held their collective gaze, his own eyes burning with an unyielding authority that had commanded respect for centuries. Spread the word through your networks, his voice boomed, the deep resonance of his position echoing off the stone walls. The Alpha King has taken a mate. A queen rules beside me now, and she is under my absolute protection. A ripple of murmurs spread through the room, a symphony of hushed whispers and sharp intakes of breath. Jackson, standing a respectful distance away, offered a genuine, albeit slightly stunned, smile. "Congratulations, Your Majesty," he said warmly, his voice carrying clearly, "to both of you." The sentiment was echoed by many, the sincerity of the congratulations varying wildly. Some bowed their heads in a show of immediate deference, while others merely nodded, their minds clearly still grappling with the unprecedented announcement. The sheer audacity of it, the culmination of a secret Galen had guarded so closely, was enough to shake the foundations of their established order. Galen, sensing the shift in the room, the gradual acceptance of this new reality, gave a curt nod. "You're dismissed," he stated, his tone firm. All except Jackson. The departure was swift, a disciplined tide of fur and muscle exiting the chamber, each wolf casting a lingering, curious glance back at their king and his newly proclaimed queen. The heavy wooden door swung shut, muffling the sounds of the world outside, and leaving an intimate stillness in its wake. As the last echo of footsteps faded, Galen's rigid posture softened, a subtle release of the immense pressure he had been under. He turned to Jackson, his expression shifting to one of focused intent. "Jackson, I need you to draft a formal decree. Send it to every alpha in our territory. The mate bond announcement, her status as queen, and expectations for the gathering." Jackson, already reaching for a roll of parchment and a quill, dipped his head. "Of course, Your Majesty. I'll have it ready by this afternoon." Galen's gaze drifted to Skylar, a hint of a smile softening the lines of his jaw. "Make it clear, this isn't optional," he instructed, his voice dropping slightly in intensity, but losing none of its steel. "Every alpha will attend the gathering. Every alpha will swear loyalty to her. Refusal will be considered an act of rebellion." "Understood," Jackson replied, his quill scratching industriously. He paused, then looked up. "Anything else?" Galen's gaze returned to Skylar, his smile widening, a stark contrast to the stern pronouncements he had just made. It was a smile that held a warmth reserved only for her. "Yes," he said, his voice softening further. "One more thing." He moved towards Skylar, his broad hands gently taking hers. The touch was electrifying, sending a wave of warmth through her. "I have a surprise for you." Skylar's breath hitched. "A surprise?" Her voice was a delicate tremor, a mix of apprehension and burgeoning hope. "I've summoned your brother," Galen announced, his eyes twinkling. "Alpha Sawyer will arrive tomorrow afternoon." The words hung in the air, suspended and heavy. Skylar's world tilted. The breath left her lungs in a silent gasp. "What?" Her voice was barely a whisper, her silver eyes wide with shock. "I want to check on him," Galen explained, his thumbs stroking the backs of her hands. "See how he's managing the pack." and address any concerns he might have. And, his voice softened, a wave of tenderness washing over his features, I thought you'd like to see him. Spend time with him. You've been apart for weeks now. Tears, unexpected and shimmering, welled in Skylar's eyes. The raw emotion of it, the sheer thoughtfulness, was overwhelming. You did that for me? Of course I did, he murmured, lifting her hands to his lips, pressing a kiss to each knuckle, a gesture of deep affection and unwavering support. He's your family. I won't keep you from him. Besides, he conceded, a shrewd glint returning to his eyes, I need to assess his leadership, ensure the East Aurora Alliance is stable. This serves both purposes. Thank you, she whispered, the words thick with emotion. A watery laugh escaped her. I can't believe you did that. Sawyer's going to lose his mind. Jackson chuckled softly, his quill poised over the parchment. He'll be shocked, certainly. Last he saw you, his sister was the king's guest. Now she's queen. He's going to have a lot of questions, Skylar said, a small smile finally gracing her trembling lips. Then you'll have time to answer them, Galen assured her, his fingers gently tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. His gaze was steady, reassuring. And I'll make it clear to him that you're happy, safe, and exactly where you choose to be. The assurance, the promise of his unwavering support, was all Skylar needed. She stood on her toes, her lips meeting his, in a soft, lingering kiss. It was a kiss of gratitude, of burgeoning love, and of a peace she hadn't dared to dream of. I am happy, she whispered against his lips, happier than I ever expected to be. Jackson cleared his throat, a polite interruption. I'll just leave you two alone, he said, his voice laced with amusement. Draft that decree. Let you have some privacy. Thank you, Jackson, Galen replied, his eyes never leaving Skylar's face. The door clicked shut, sealing them in their private world. The quiet that descended was profound, a stark contrast to the bustling pronouncements that had filled the room moments before. Galen looked at her, his expression a mixture of awe and possessiveness, a possessiveness that was gentle, not selfish. My queen, he said softly, the title resonating between them. Still so new, so fragile. Strange hearing it out loud, isn't it? Skylar let out a breath, a sound that was half laugh, half sigh, the enormity of it all finally settling in. Strange, and a little terrifying, she admitted, her voice hushed. But it feels right in a way I can't explain. Galen closed the distance between them, his hands finding her hips, a steady, grounding pressure. You don't have to explain it, he murmured, his gaze unwavering. We just take it one step at a time. She tilted her head back, searching his deep, amber eyes. The vulnerability in her gaze was evident. And you're sure you're ready for this? For me? For all of this? Galen's thumb traced a slow, deliberate path along her jawline, the gesture imbued with a profound certainty. Skylar, I chose you long before today. The bond just made it honest. A warmth spread through her chest, chasing away the lingering tendrils of doubt. She leaned into him, their foreheads almost touching, breathing in his scent of pine and something uniquely his. Then don't leave me to figure this out alone, she whispered, her voice barely audible. I won't, he said, the promise echoing in the quiet chamber. Not today, not ever. There were no grandiose declarations, no possessive claims designed to bind her, just the quiet, solid truth of their connection, a mutual understanding that was steady, unforced, and deeply profound. They stood for a long moment, a silent communion in the hushed stillness, two leaders facing an uncertain future, but doing so together, side by side, the calm before the storm. Skylar made her way to the breakfast room alone, her steps a precise, practiced rhythm, her hand trailing along the cool, familiar stone wall. The ancient architecture, once a source of terror, had become a comforting guide in her shadowed world. She'd learned this path perfectly now, 73 measured steps from her chambers. A gentle curve, turn right. 22 more paces down the slightly narrower corridor. Each stone, each slight variation in texture, was a whisper of familiarity against her fingertips. The low thrum of conversation filtered through the heavy oak door ahead. Galen's voice, deep and authoritative, was a resonant rumble that always settled something wild within her. Jackson responds, his tone a lighter, more eager counterpoint. But there was another voice too, a sound that made her breath hitch, a familiar timbre that sent a jolt of raw recognition straight to her core. Achingly familiar, like a melody she hadn't realized she'd been yearning to hear. Her heart stuttered, a frantic bird trapped in her ribs. No, it couldn't be. Sawyer. She gripped the cold stone tighter, a sudden wave of dizziness washing over her. Her brother. Here. Now. A confusing mix of joy and apprehension swirled within her. With a trembling hand, she pushed the heavy door open, and the vibrant hum of conversation stopped immediately, replaced by an abrupt, almost reverent hush. The sudden silence felt like a physical weight in the room. "Good morning," she said softly, her voice barely a whisper, feeling suddenly nervous under the unseen gazes. A blush heated her cheeks. "Skylar." Galen's voice, remarkably warm, reached her, cutting through the silence like a comforting hand. "Come. Sit." She moved into the room, her heightened senses picking up the rich scent of brewing coffee, fresh-baked bread, and the earthier, cleaner scent of her mate, blended today with a faint, distinct scent she hadn't smelled in ages, pine and home. The energy in the room was palpably charged, expectant, a subtle hum against her skin that made the fine hairs on her arms stand on end. 17 paces straight ahead, my queen, Jackson said helpfully, his voice a soft, steadying presence. Her fingers found the smooth, polished edge of the breakfast table, a solid anchor. She counted steps until she reached Galen, who she sensed was standing. His hand caught hers immediately, warm and strong, guiding her gently to the chair beside him. He did not rush, allowing her to settle, the soft rustle of silk as she sat. As she settled, his lips brushed her temple in a gentle, possessive kiss that sent a shiver of warmth through her. Sky! That voice, so close. Her breath caught in her throat, a choked sob welling up from depths she hadn't known were so full. Sawyer? She turned her head sharply toward the sound, her heart hammering. "You're here?" I thought Galen said this afternoon. She fumbled for words, tears pricking at her eyes, blurring the darkness even further. I made good time. Her brother's voice was thick with emotion, a familiar tremor she recognized from their shared childhood. "I couldn't wait to see you." Skylar's eyes filled with tears, spilling silently down her cheeks. "I've missed you so much," she whispered, the words ragged. "I've missed you too, sis," Sawyer replied, his voice equally choked. Galen squeezed her hand, a silent offering of comfort and support, then stood. The room went silent immediately, that automatic, ingrained response to the Alpha King commanding attention, a powerful undercurrent of respect and fear. "Alpha Sawyer," Galen said formally, his voice resonating with authority, yet holding a subtle thread of warmth. "Thank you for responding to my summons so promptly. There are several matters we need to discuss regarding the East Aurora Alliance, matters of shared borders and recent skirmishes." "Of course, Your Majesty," Sawyer replied, his voice now formal, respectful, masking the raw emotion from moments before. "But first, there's an announcement that needs to be made." Galen's hand rested gently, protectively on Skylar's shoulder, a silent affirmation of their bond. "One that directly affects you and your sister." Skylar felt her heart start to race, a rapid drumbeat against her ribs. He was going to tell Sawyer. Now, in front of everyone, a wave of dread and anticipation washed over her. "Skylar is my mate," Galen said simply, his voice calm, unequivocal, leaving no room for doubt. The bond formed shortly after her arrival. "We've completed the mating, and she is now Queen of the Underground." She will be formally presented at the next annual gathering. The silence that followed was deafening, thicker and heavier than before, punctuated only by Skylar's own ragged breathing and the thrum of her racing pulse. She imagined the shock on Sawyer's face, the ripple of surprise, perhaps horror, across the room. Skylar held her breath, waiting for Sawyer's reaction, waiting for the familiar anger, for accusations, for him to demand she be released, to condemn her for this unexpected turn. Instead, she heard her brother's chair scrape harshly against the stone floor, a sudden, jarring sound, heavy footsteps, coming toward her, purposeful, unhesitating. Sky. Sawyer's voice was soft, laced with a profound wonder and a touch of something Skylar couldn't quite place. Is this true? Yes, she whispered, her voice cracking. I'm his mate. Her voice broke entirely, tears streaming anew. I'm sorry, Sawyer. I know this is so fast, and after everything with Dad, I should have. Are you happy? The question stopped her cold, severing her apology mid-sentence. Her head tilted, confused. What? Are you happy? Sawyer repeated, his voice closer now, raw with an emotion that wasn't anger, but something deeper, more profound. Does he treat you well? Do you want this? Tears spilled down her cheeks. But now, they were tears of overwhelming relief, a dam breaking. Yes, I'm so happy. He's Sawyer. He's everything. He makes me feel safe and valued. And her brother's arms wrapped around her, strong and familiar, pulling her up from her chair into a fierce, bone-crushing hug. The scent of pine and crisp air, the feel of his solid chest against her, was like coming home after a long, lonely journey. Then that's all that matters. His voice was muffled against her hair. Skylar sobbed against his chest, overwhelmed with a relief so profound it left her trembling. You're not angry? Angry? Sawyer laughed, a wet, choked sound that vibrated through her. Sky, you found your mate. Do you know how rare that is? How precious? He pulled back slightly, his hands firm on her shoulders, holding her at arm's length. I could never be angry about that. Then, to her shock, she felt him release her, heard him move away a few steps back, heard the rustle of fabric and the undeniable sound of a knee hitting stone with a soft thud. He was kneeling. Her brother was kneeling. Your Majesty, Sawyer said, his voice formal, but imbued with a profound gratitude that vibrated in the air. Thank you for keeping your promise, for protecting her, for... His voice wavered, thick with a powerful emotion, for seeing her worth when so many others don't. Stand up, Alpha Sawyer. Galen's voice was firm, resonating with a quiet power, but not unkind. You don't kneel to thank me for caring for my own mate. Sawyer stood, but he reached out, and Skylar heard the unmistakable, solid thwack of a handshake. Wolf to wolf, alpha to alpha, a silent pact, an understanding passing between them. She's extraordinary, Galen said quietly, his voice low enough that only the three of them could hear. I'm the lucky one. I thought you'd be furious, Skylar said to her brother, still wiping tears from her face with the back of her hand. I thought you'd think I betrayed Dad's memory, or... Sky, stop. Sawyer's hands found hers again, warm and reassuring. Dad made his choices. You made yours. And yours led you to your mate. That's sacred. I understand mate bonds. They're not something you choose or deny. They just are. He squeezed her hands gently. And honestly, after everything we've been through, knowing you're with someone who will protect you, who's bound to you by fate itself, someone strong enough to keep you safe, that's the best possible outcome I could ever have hoped for. You really mean that? She whispered, searching his voice for any hint of reservation. I really do. She could hear the smile in his voice now, a genuine, easy warmth. Though, I have to say, my baby sister being queen, that's going to take some getting used to. I'm not a baby, Saw, Skylar protested, a small laugh bubbling up through her remaining tears. We're twins. You're 12 minutes younger. That makes you the baby. His tone was playfully mock-serious. Despite everything, she laughed aloud, a genuine, joyful sound. I've missed this. Missed you. I've missed you too, Sky. Every day. Galen cleared his throat, a gentle reminder of the world beyond their reunion. Alpha Sawyer, we do have matters of import to discuss. Your pack's transition into the Alliance, tribute obligations, and territory concerns that need immediate attention. Of course, Your Majesty. Sawyer's voice was respectful, but less tense now, infused with a newfound ease. But first, Skylar, would you and your brother like some time alone? The afternoon is yours. Jackson can show you the grounds, give you privacy to talk, to catch up. Really? Skylar's voice was hopeful, her heart swelling with gratitude. Really? Galen leaned down, kissing her softly on the lips this time, a possessive, loving gesture. Take all the time you need. Sawyer and I can conduct business this evening, after you two have had your reunion. Thank you, she whispered, pressing her face into his shoulder for a moment, feeling truly, utterly blessed. An hour later, the soft light of a late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the polished flagstones of the compound courtyard as Skylar and Sawyer walked together. Her hand rested lightly on his arm, a steady anchor, and the comfortable rhythm of their steps was punctuated by the rapid flow of their conversation. They were a whirlwind of words, an urgent catching up on weeks of separation, their voices a low, overlapping murmur. Skylar leaned slightly into his familiar presence, a warmth spreading through her chest that eased the lingering ache of grief. Sawyer sighed, the sound a low vibration against her palm on his arm. The pack is managing, he admitted, his voice tinged with a weariness she could almost taste. It's been hard. Some of the elders, the ones who were closest to Dad, they still question my authority, especially after what Dad did. His grip on her arm tightened briefly, a flash of frustration. But most have been supportive. They understand I had nothing to do with the conspiracy. They see I'm trying to hold things together. Skylar squeezed his arm back in silent reassurance. And the territories? The borders? Her brow furrowed with concern, imagining the restless energy of their neighboring packs. Secure, for now. Being under the underground's protection helps. He paused, a wry note entering his tone. Our new allies have a reputation. Other packs know better than to challenge us, at least while Galen's shadow looms. His voice dropped, a sudden shift in his demeanor. How did you end up as his mate, Sky? Really? 1 minute you were just staying here. The next, he trailed off, his curiosity almost palpable. The bond just happened, Skylar stated, her voice carefully steady, a practiced neutrality she hoped masked the flutter in her stomach. She still wasn't sure how much detail to share, or how Sawyer would truly react. When he touched my hand in his office, I felt it, a jolt, like static electricity, but deeper, in my bones. So did he. We tried to ignore it at first, to rationalize it away, but she shrugged, a helpless gesture. You can't ignore a mate bond, Saw. It's too strong, too insistent. No, you really can't. Sawyer was quiet for a long moment. The silence waited between them. Skylar felt his gaze on her, heavy with unspoken questions she couldn't see but could sense. His concern was a palpable hum in the air. He's good to you? Truly? He asked again, his voice softer now, almost vulnerable. Truly, Skylar affirmed, a genuine smile finally breaking through her cautious facade. Sawyer, he makes me feel. She searched for the right words, her mind sifting through a kaleidoscope of emotions. He makes me feel like being blind doesn't matter. Like I'm not less for it. He sees me for who I am, not for what I can't do, and he values that. He challenges me, yes, and he protects me fiercely, but he also lets me have my own strength. He encourages it. Her voice swelled with a conviction she hadn't known she possessed until now. A profound relaxation seemed to wash over Sawyer, as if a great burden had been lifted from his shoulders. She felt the tension drain from his arm, replaced by a warmth of relief. That's all I needed to hear. He squeezed her arm, a gesture of profound affection and acceptance. Though I have to tease you about one thing, little sister. What? Skylar asked, a ripple of anticipation and slight dread running through her. She knew that glint in his voice. You're going to be queen! His voice was suddenly bursting with mischief, a wide grin audible in his tone. Queen Skylar, Your Majesty, that means I have to bow to my baby sister at formal gatherings. You do not, Skylar exclaimed, playfully swatting his arm. I absolutely do. Protocol and everything, he insisted, a booming laugh escaping him. This is going to be hilarious to watch. Sawyer, she groaned, trying to sound annoyed, but failing as a smile tugged at her own lips. What? I'm looking forward to it. My little sister, the most powerful Luna in the territories, who can't even count stairs properly. She smacked his arm again, a little harder this time, but her laughter joined his. That was one time, and the lighting was bad. That's one time too many for a queen, sis, he retorted, still chuckling. They both dissolved into joyous, unrestrained laughter, the sound echoing across the sun-drenched courtyard, light and free. For these few precious hours, the weight of their new roles and recent tragedies lifted, leaving them just siblings again. Just Sawyer and Skylar, two halves of a whole, reunited despite everything that had tried to tear them apart. When evening came, painting the sky in hues of deep orange and purple, they stood at the imposing fortress gates where Sawyer's escort waited. The air had grown cooler, carrying the scent of damp earth and distant pines. Skylar clutched his arm, a sudden pang of sadness tightening her throat. You'll visit? She asked, her voice small, almost lost in the growing dusk. Please? I know you're busy with the pack, but I'll visit, Sawyer promised, his voice gruff with emotion as he pulled her into one more fierce, protective hug. The scent of him, pine and damp fur and old books, filled her senses. As often as I can. And you'd better visit too. The pack needs to see their queen, even if she technically belongs to another territory now. I will, I promise. Her voice was muffled against his shoulder. I love you, Sky. I'm so happy for you. Really, truly happy. I love you too, she whispered back, tears pricking at her eyes. She felt him press a warm, gentle kiss to her forehead, a lingering touch. Then he was gone, climbing into the waiting carriage. The crunch of wheels on gravel, the rhythmic thud of hooves, slowly faded into the quiet hum of the night. Skylar stood at the gates long after the sounds had vanished, her hand still raised as if waving. Jackson was a silent, comforting presence beside her, his steady breathing the only sound. Ready to go inside, Your Majesty? He asked gently, his voice a low rumble. Your Majesty, she repeated softly, the title feeling strange and heavy on her tongue. She sighed, a small, wistful sound. That's going to take some getting used to. You'll grow into it, Jackson assured her, a hint of kindness in his tone. I hope so. That night, Skylar lay warm and content in Galen's arms, the soft bedclothes a tangle around them. Both were sated and drowsy in the aftermath of their lovemaking, the air still thick with the scent of their mingled bodies and spent passion. His fingers traced lazy, comforting patterns on her bare shoulder, his breath warm and even against her hair. Was the visit all right? He asked quietly, his voice a low rumble in his chest. Seeing Sawyer? More than all right. She pressed a soft kiss to his chest, feeling the steady beat of his heart. It was perfect. Thank you for arranging it, Galen, for giving us that time together. He needed to see you were safe, happy, and I needed to assess his leadership. Galen replied, his hand moving to cup her face, his thumb stroking her cheekbone. He's doing well, considering. The pack is stabilizing. He'll be a good alpha. He was so happy about the mate bond, Skylar murmured, a sudden vulnerability creeping into her voice. I thought, she paused, a tightness in her chest. I was so afraid he'd be angry, that he'd think I'd forgotten Dad too quickly, or, you haven't forgotten. Galen's voice was firm, unequivocal, pulling her closer. You're grieving. You're allowed to grieve, and be happy at the same time, little wolf. They're not mutually exclusive. I know. It just feels complicated. She nestled further into his embrace, seeking his warmth and solidity. Life is complicated, he agreed, his voice softening slightly as he tilted her face up, kissing her softly on the lips. But this is simple, little wolf. Everything else is just noise. His reassurance was a balm to her soul. Skylar's eyes filled with sudden, hot tears. How do you always know exactly what to say? Her voice was thick with emotion. I don't. I just tell you the truth, he murmured against her temple. Another kiss following, deeper this time, a slow, tender claim. And the truth is, you're the best thing that's ever happened to me. Mate bond or not, I'd choose you. Every time. I'd choose you too, she whispered, her heart aching with a love so profound it felt like a physical weight in her chest. They kissed again, slow and sweet, tasting of surrender and certainty, the mate bond humming contentedly between them, a golden thread connecting their very souls. Outside, the vast stone fortress settled into the deep quiet of the night. Inside, two mates held each other close, their worlds finally aligned, finding peace in the simple truth of their connection. 6 months had carved new lines upon the world, and upon Skylar's spirit itself. The raw edges of grief and challenge had softened, honed instead into a quiet, unyielding strength that resonated deeply within her. She now moved with the confident grace of a woman who had not merely survived the storm, but had become the eye of its subsequent calm. Once more, the ancient stones of the underground fortress thrummed with the vibrant, often tense, energy of the annual gathering. But this time, the atmosphere was palpably different, thick with an undercurrent of both anticipation and guarded curiosity. The air, usually heavy with the scent of pine and damp earth, now carried fainter notes of expensive perfumes, polished leather, and the unique, subtle musk of 47 distinct wolf packs, a potent mix that prickled Skylar's heightened senses. The throne room, usually stark and imposing, had been dramatically transformed. Swathes of deep sapphire velvet now draped from the high, vaulted ceilings, catching the faint, magical glow of the luminescent crystals embedded in the rock. Silver tapestries depicting moonlit forests and swirling mists hung between obsidian pillars, shimmering softly, reflecting the queen's colors. Even the polished stone floor, usually a cold gray, seemed to absorb the opulent hues, casting a subtle blue tint. 47 alphas, a formidable assembly of power and pride, stood in precise formation. Their wolves, usually radiating untamed energy, were subdued now, their powerful presences carefully reined in. Their postures, though outwardly respectful, varied from rigid attentiveness to barely concealed unease, each alpha a silent study in the complexities of allegiance. Skylar could discern the subtle shifts in their breathing, the minute restless movements, the low, almost imperceptible hum of their controlled animalistic power. And then, the focal point, beside the Alpha King's ancient, formidable obsidian throne, a second one had been placed. It was smaller, certainly, but no less magnificent, radiating an ethereal beauty that contrasted sharply with its dark twin. Carved from pristine white stone, its elegant lines were inlaid with intricate silver filigree that seemed to sparkle with an inner light. It was cushioned in the same midnight blue velvet as the drapes, the fabric so rich and deep it seemed to absorb the very light around it. This was the Queen's throne, a tangible declaration of a new era. Skylar sat upon it, a vision of regal serenity. The cool, smooth white stone of the armrest rested beneath her fingertips, a grounding presence. Her silver eyes, though unfocused, held a profound depth, her presence absolute, a still point amidst the vast, shifting currents of power in the room. She wore a gown of rich, deep sapphire silk, whose fluid folds cascaded around her, the color so intense it seemed to make her eyes, even in their blindness, radiate an inner glow. Her lustrous black hair, usually a wild torrent, was woven into intricate braids, interspersed with delicate silver threads and luminous moonstone beads that caught and diffused the soft light, crowning her truly every inch a queen. Beside her, Alpha King Galen sat rigid and cold upon his dark throne, a stark, powerful counterpoint to Skylar's luminous grace. He was the epitome of full authority, his dark, formal attire emphasizing the breadth of his shoulders, the unyielding set of his jaw. No warmth softened the granite-hard planes of his face, carved by years of command and conflict. No gentleness touched the deep, resonant timbre of his voice. This was the wolf who ruled through sheer strength and an unwavering, often terrifying, will. Every alpha present felt the palpable weight of his presence, a cold, almost predatory stillness that reminded them precisely who held ultimate power in these lands. A shiver, imperceptible to outsiders, rippled through the gathered ranks. Alpha Varen of the Western Reach, Galen's voice cut through the respectful hush, a sharp, resonant sound like steel against stone, echoing slightly in the vast chamber. Approach. A portly alpha, his pack colors a muted gray and brown, swallowed hard, his face a pale mask of nerves. He began to move, his heavy boots making a soft, rhythmic thud on the polished floor, each step a hesitant shuffle towards the throne dais. He bowed low, his gaze darting between the formidable king and the serene, unseeing queen. A faint sheen of sweat glistened on his forehead, betraying his inner turmoil. He was close enough now that Skylar could catch the faint, bitter scent of his anxiety. "Swear your oath," Galen commanded, his tone leaving no room for prevarication. "I, Alpha Varen, do swear my loyalty to the crown." His voice was a reedy murmur, unsteady as he spoke. His eyes flickered nervously, unable to meet either the king's piercing gaze or the queen's steadfast, unseeing one. "To the Alpha King, and—" he hesitated, a subtle catch in his breath, his eyes flicking downwards, as if searching for an escape from the weight of his words. A subtle ripple of murmured discomfort passed through the assembled alphas. Galen's head tilted, just a fraction of an inch, but the subtle movement was enough to make the air grow instantly colder, heavier. "To your queen," he rumbled, his voice dropping to a dangerous, silken whisper that seemed to slither through the hall, tightening every muscle in Varen's body. "Say it properly, Alpha." Varen's throat bobbed almost violently. A desperate gulp. He squeezed his eyes shut for a split second, then reopened them, his fear now starkly visible. "To the Alpha King and Queen," he forced out, his voice now a little stronger, though still strained. "I pledge my pack's loyalty, my territory's resources, and my life in service to the crown. And do you acknowledge Queen Skylar's authority as equal to mine in all matters of law, justice, and pack governance?" Galen's words were slow, deliberate, each syllable weighted with unchallengeable authority. His tone brooked no hesitation, no hint of doubt. Skylar felt a tremor run through the floor, as if the very earth beneath them acknowledged his power. "I do, Your Majesty." Varen's voice was barely a whisper of forced compliance. "Then your oath is accepted. You may return to your position." The dismissal was sharp, final. Varen practically scurried back to his place, a wave of palpable relief washing over him, which Skylar registered like a soft current. She allowed herself a barely perceptible sigh, her hand tightening almost imperceptibly on the armrest, her composure momentarily tested but quickly regained. One by one, the remaining 46 alphas approached. One by one, they stepped onto the dais, the rhythmic sound of their varied footsteps echoing through the cavernous hall. One by one, they bowed low, their voices a droning succession of affirmations, swearing loyalty not just to Galen, but to Skylar, to the blind queen who couldn't see the expressions on their faces, but could hear every minute tremor of doubt in their voices, every forced smile in their pheromone signatures, every lie, every truth. Skylar sat perfectly still, her senses absorbing the tapestry of sounds, the rustle of clothing, the subtle shifts in heartbeats, the varying cadences of their pleas. Some swore easily, their voices ringing with genuine respect and conviction. Skylar could feel the warmth of their sincerity, a soothing balm. Others struggled with the words, their voices betraying a clear discomfort, a thinly veiled reluctance to pledge allegiance to a woman they still considered weak, vulnerable, or merely a decorative appendage. Their hesitation spoke volumes, and Skylar felt the prickle of their skepticism, tasted the faint, metallic tang of their resentment on the air. Galen noted each one. His eyes, like chips of obsidian, tracked every movement, every flicker of doubt. His memory was absolute, a steel trap, storing away every micro-expression, every wavering syllable. Those who hesitated, those whose respect was clearly lacking, would be watched carefully, their names etched into his mind for future reckoning. When Sawyer approached, a familiar warmth spread through Skylar's chest, a welcome contrast to the prevailing tension. She could feel his steady, confident aura even before he reached the dais, and a faint, comforting scent of pine, and something uniquely, Sawyer reached her. Her heart swelled with a mixture of pride and profound affection. Her brother bowed formally, his movements fluid and respectful, then knelt before both thrones, his gaze unwavering. Alpha Sawyer of the East Aurora Alliance. His voice boomed, strong and proud, filled with undeniable conviction. I pledge my loyalty to the crown, to my king and to my queen. I swear to protect, serve, and honor both until my last breath. A wave of murmurs, this time of approval, rippled through the assembled alphas. Your oath is accepted, Alpha Sawyer, Galen said formally, a flicker of something almost akin to approval in his otherwise stoic expression. Rise. But before Sawyer could stand, his gaze, warm and steady, turned specifically to Skylar. His posture, though still respectful, softened just a touch. Your Majesty, my queen, my sister, he said, his voice dropping to a more intimate, yet still audible tone that resonated only with true affection. You honor us all with your strength and presence. Tears pricked at the corners of Skylar's eyes, a rare, unwelcome emotion threatening to break her carefully constructed composure. She swallowed past the sudden lump in her throat, a faint, genuine smile touching her lips. Thank you, Alpha Sawyer, she replied, her voice steady despite the surge of emotion. Your loyalty means more than you know. Her hand reached out, unseen, just a fraction, a silent acknowledgement of their bond. Sawyer met it with a brief, warm gaze, then rose, his head held high. The ceremony continued for what felt like endless hours. Oaths were sworn, often with more genuine fervor, after Sawyer's display. Gifts, ranging from rare pelts to intricate weaponry, were formally presented to the crown. Political alliances, both new and renewed, were meticulously negotiated in whispers after the oaths. Through it all, Galen remained the picture of cold, unyielding authority, his presence a constant, almost physical pressure in the room. Skylar, by his side, maintained her poised and serene demeanor, a quiet strength that belied her lack of sight. They were, to all appearances, the perfect king and queen, a formidable and awe-inspiring pair. When the formalities finally concluded, a collective sigh of relief seemed to ripple through the chamber as a lavish feast was announced. The alphas relaxed slightly, the rigid tension in their shoulders easing, though none truly let their guard down in the Alpha King's ever-watchful presence. The air filled with the welcome aroma of roasted meats, spiced wines, and fresh bread, replacing the earlier sense of nervous sweat and polished steel. Beneath the heavy oak table, hidden from the many curious eyes, Skylar felt Galen's strong, warm hand find hers. It was a private, clandestine gesture of affection, a silent anchor in the public storm. His thumb traced the sensitive skin of her knuckles, a gentle, reassuring caress that sent a comforting warmth radiating through her. She squeezed back, her fingers intertwining with his, a silent conversation passing between them, "You did perfectly," he murmured, his voice a low, rough whisper, so quiet only she could hear it, a faint brush against her ear. The usual coldness in his tone was absent, replaced by a deep, almost tender pride. A soft, genuine smile bloomed on Skylar's face, a rare, private moment of shared intimacy. "So did you," she whispered back, her voice light and fond. He chuckled, a low rumble in his chest that vibrated through her hand. "I was terrifying," he stated, a hint of his usual dark amusement. "You were magnificent," she countered, her smile widening. As always, the days that followed blurred together in a steady stream of meetings, formal meals, and intricate diplomatic negotiations. Skylar attended them all, her presence a silent testament to her growing authority. She offered keen insight when asked, her quiet, measured words carrying an unusual weight that commanded attention. She sat regally beside Galen, a vision in her sapphire gowns, as he expertly managed his vast kingdom, her heightened senses picking up the nuances of every conversation, every subtle shift in power dynamics. The alphas watched her with a complex mix of reactions. Some, the more open-minded or genuinely loyal, regarded her with grudging respect, acknowledging the undeniable power she radiated despite her blindness. Others watched with open curiosity, trying to discern the true nature of the blind queen, intrigued by her unwavering composure. A few, however, harbored thinly veiled skepticism, their eyes darting, their whispers betraying their doubts about a queen who could not see her own subjects. But none, not a single alpha, dared to challenge her openly. Not with Galen's cold, calculating gaze tracking every interaction, every shift in posture, every minute flicker of disrespect. His wolf was a palpable, silent threat in the room, constantly ready to unleash its destructive fury upon anyone who showed even the slightest hint of defiance or insolence towards his queen. By the afternoon of the third day, the gathering finally concluded. Alphas departed in their varied groups, their ornate carriages rolling away from the fortress, the crunch of their wheels on the frosty stone marking the end of the summit. They carried with them not only new directives and renewed alliances, but also the astonishing, often unsettling, news of the blind queen back to every distant corner of the territories, forever changing the perception of power in the werewolf world. As the last carriage disappeared from earshot, a profound quiet descended upon the fortress, richer and more meaningful than before. 3 mornings after the last alpha departed, Skylar woke feeling intensely queasy. The nausea wasn't just a sudden spike. It was a deep, rolling sickness that settled low in her gut, tasting like stale metal and anxiety. It had been happening for weeks now, a relentless churning in the mornings, exhaustion that hit her without warning like a physical blow, and a strange, almost painful sensitivity to smells. She'd been meticulously hiding it, carefully choosing her meals, and forcing cheerful energy, not wanting to worry Galen during the high-stakes political gathering that had just concluded. But now, alone in their chambers, the sunlight filtering softly through the heavy curtains, she pressed a trembling hand to her stomach, just beneath her ribs. The skin there felt delicate, almost fragile. A profound, terrifying hope bloomed in her chest. Could it be? She'd missed her cycle. Twice now. But she rationalized it. She had been stressed, navigating the complex social landscape of the gathering, emotional from the sheer weight of responsibility. That could certainly cause irregularities, couldn't it? She tried to cling to that logical certainty, but the pervasive nausea, the crushing exhaustion, the way certain foods, staples she normally loved, suddenly made her stomach turn with visceral revulsion. She needed to know for certain, but first, she needed sustenance to settle her stomach, or she wouldn't make it to midday. Galen was still deeply sleeping beside her, his large form sprawled out, breathing the slow, deep rhythm of profound rest. He was utterly exhausted from days of nonstop political maneuvering, diplomacy, and enforcing peace among their sometimes fractious allies. She slipped quietly from the bed, moving like a phantom. The chill of the polished stone floor kissed the soles of her feet, a sharp contrast to the warmth of the furs she'd abandoned. She counted steps through the familiar corridors, the stone walls echoing the faint tap-tap of her bare feet. She made her way to the breakfast room. She'd become so comfortable here. She knew every subtle downturn, every worn patch on the staircase rug, every precise distance. The castle, which had once felt immense and cold, was truly home now. The breakfast room was empty. When she arrived, she was early, the sun barely clearing the eastern horizon. The air was cool and static. The servants had already laid out the heavy silver platters and warming trays. She could smell the rich, comforting scent of fresh bread, the smoky, savory tang of eggs and bacon, and tea. Someone had brewed a pot of strong, dark herbal tea. The scent hit her wrong, too strong, too bitter, laced with an aggressive, oily bergamot that scraped the back of her throat and tightened her jaw. Her stomach instantly lurched, threatening to revolt. She moved forward anyway, determined. She felt for the table edge, steadying herself, then located the substantial ceramic teapot. It was still fiercely hot. She felt the sharp heat radiating from the glaze against her fingertips. She reached for a cup, intending to pour just a small amount of diluted liquid, hoping the heat might somehow override the nausea. But her hand trembled violently. It shook slightly from the growing queasiness and the effort of fighting the urge to gag. The weighty teapot tilted too far, too fast. Hot, dark tea splashed viciously across her hand and wrist, scalding the tender skin. Skylar gasped, a sharp, choked noise, yanking her hand back instinctively. The teapot clattered heavily back down onto the carved wooden table, the sound echoing in the silent room. A sickening, sharp sting traveled instantly up her arm. Pain bloomed across her skin, an immediate, throbbing, burning sensation. She could already feel the skin tightening. "Skylar!" Galen's voice, usually deep and resonant, was sharp with instant alarm and the raw edge of a newly awakened alpha. She heard him running, the tremendous weight of his strides thudding on the stone floor, and Jackson's heavier, measured footsteps right behind him, entering the room seconds later. Then Galen's hands were suddenly on her, his touch a careful blend of urgency and restraint. He caught her burned wrist, examining it instantly. His scent, sleepy musk, mixed with sharp, metallic alarm, filled her nostrils. "What happened? Were you alone?" Skylar felt a sudden rush of humiliated tears, hating her own clumsiness. I spilled tea. I'm sorry. I was just reaching for the pot and it slipped. My hand, it shook. Jackson, get the healer. Now." Galen's voice was controlled, the alpha tone overriding his panic, but it was urgently quiet. He kept his grip firm, but gentle on her arm. "Skylar, come, sit down. I'm fine. Truly, it's just a splash." "I feel ridiculous. You're burned, Skylar, and you're fighting passing out." He guided her away from the table, his arm possessively tight around her waist. He pulled her body flush against his strong side. "And you've been looking pale and strained for weeks. You're going to the infirmary to be checked for more than a burn." No arguments. She didn't have the energy, physical or emotional, to argue anyway. The pain from the burn was sharp and distracting, and the nausea was getting worse. Suddenly, she just wanted the cool darkness of her bed. She leaned heavily against him. Galen swept her up into his arms, transitioning her weight effortlessly. He carried her through the corridors with swift, purposeful strides that were startlingly smooth. She felt the immediate change in temperature as they entered the infirmary cooler, drier, with the distinct, calming scent of poultices, dried lavender, and healing salves. "Your Majesty." The pack healer's voice, a female beta named Lyra, was wonderfully calm and professional. "What happened?" She burned her wrist with hot tea. Galen set Skylar down carefully on a narrow, clean cot, his eyes scanning the room for anything they might need. "And she hasn't been well for weeks. I want her thoroughly examined." "I am perfectly fine," Skylar protested weakly, her voice thin. She felt a deep blush of resentment that she was being treated like a difficult child. "You're not fine." Galen stood over her, his shadow blocking the light. His expression was etched with worry she hadn't seen since the first year of their bond. "You're constantly exhausted. You barely eat at dinner. You look like a ghost." "Don't think for a minute I haven't noticed." The healer moved closer, her experienced hands gentle, as she examined Skylar's burned wrist. The skin was already raised and angrily red. "This will sting, Your Majesty, but the immediate application of this salve will draw out the heat and prevent blistering. Cool, thick salve, smelling faintly of mint and aloe, spread across the burn, instantly quieting the angry heat." Skylar hissed through her teeth, but held perfectly still, clutching the fabric of the cot. "The burn is minor," the healer confirmed, tying a clean linen bandage around the injury. "Second degree, but small. It will heal completely within a week with proper care." Lyra's expression shifted, becoming more professional and assessing. She stepped back but kept her gaze steady. "May I examine you more thoroughly, Your Majesty? If you've been feeling unwell." "I was just distracted," Skylar interjected quickly, perhaps too quickly. "That's all. I'm all right. Just entirely drained from the gathering, and clumsy this morning." She forced a smile that didn't quite reach her tired eyes. The healer was quiet for a long moment, her eyes searching Skylar's face. Then she gave a respectful nod. "Very well. I'll prepare a pot of the salve for you. Apply it twice daily and keep it covered. If you experience any other symptoms, dizziness, fever, or continued nausea, please inform me immediately." "Thank you, Lyra," Skylar murmured, accepting the small jar of cool balm. The healer gathered her remaining supplies and left, closing the heavy wooden door softly behind her, leaving a palpable silence in the small room. Galen stood beside the bed, his arms crossed over his chest, his posture rigid. His expression was guarded, unreadable, but his scent was thick with suspicion and restrained frustration. "Skylar, what's really going on?" he asked, his voice low enough that it wouldn't carry past the door. "Nothing. Don't insult my intelligence." His voice was gentle, lacking anger, but utterly firm. He sat on the edge of the cot, leaning in until their breaths mingled. "You are my literal other half. I know when something's deeply wrong. Your body smells different. Your spirit is frayed, and you just burned yourself because you were too disoriented to pour tea. Talk to me." Skylar couldn't hold the lie any longer. His genuine worry was what finally broke her composure. Her eyes instantly filled with hot, stinging tears. This was it. The terrifying, joyous moment she'd been both dreading and desperately awaiting. She sat up on the cot, ignoring the twinge in her wrist, and reached out. "Come here," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. He moved immediately, and she caught his large hands, holding them tightly in hers, needing the grounding reality of his strength. "I haven't been feeling well," she admitted, the words spilling out in a rush. "For about 6 weeks now. Nausea, especially in the mornings. Exhaustion that makes my bones ache. And certain smells, like that terrible tea, make me instantly sick." His hands tightened around hers, his knuckles going white. Fear flickered briefly in his golden eyes. "Are you ill?" "Skylar, do we need to bring in someone specialized? I can have the royal physician from the Western Territories here by tonight." "No, I'm not ill." She took a deep, shaky breath, forcing herself to look him in the eye. Her tears finally spilled over, trailing hot paths down her cheeks, but they were tears of relief and love, not distress. "Galen, I'm pregnant!" The words fell into the sudden, echoing silence of the infirmary, like stones dropped into still, deep water. Galen went absolutely still. He didn't breathe. His muscles locked. For a long second, he looked utterly blank, as if the connection between his ears and his brain had completely severed. "What?" The word finally came out, a sharp, ragged sound, strangled with disbelief. "I'm having a baby." "Our baby." She smiled through the tears, unable to stop the overwhelming tide of emotion. "I've suspected for a few weeks, but I wanted to be certain before I said anything. And with the gathering, I didn't want to distract you. But now, the clumsy burning incident has forced the conversation. Galen made another sound, this one half-choked laugh, half-incredulous sob. His hands instantly released hers and came up to cup her face, his large thumbs tenderly brushing away the salty tears on her cheeks. His skin felt warm and slightly rough. "You're pregnant," he repeated, the words gaining resonance as the reality settled. "A baby. Yes, we are," she confirmed softly, leaning into the warmth of his huge hands. "A child," he breathed, his eyes shining brightly, reflecting the light from the infirmary window. "Our future." "Yes." Behind them, Jackson's voice interrupted the profound moment, carefully measured and quiet, near the door. "My deepest congratulations, Your Majesty. To both of you. This is wonderful news." Skylar had completely forgotten that Galen's second was standing guard. When she turned her head toward him, she could practically hear the warmth and genuine happiness in his tone. "Thank you, Jackson," she said wetly, her voice still trembling. "I'll stand watch outside and give you privacy now." Footsteps retreated, slow and respectful. The heavy door closed with a gentle click. And then, surrounded only by the sense of life and healing, they were finally alone. The sterile scent of the infirmary, usually a stark reminder of vulnerability, was now softened by the electric current of their emotions. Galen's forehead pressed against Skylar's, the warmth of his skin a comforting anchor, his breathing a ragged, uneven sigh that vibrated against her. His voice, usually a commanding bass, was hushed, almost fragile. "I almost believed it would never happen for me." Skylar's brow furrowed, her hands instinctively rising to lightly trace the strong line of his jaw. "What do you mean?" she whispered, her heart already clenching with an unspoken understanding of the raw emotions stirring within him. A mate, a family, love. He pulled back just enough to look at her, though his eyes were still clouded with a vulnerability she rarely saw. His voice was rough, thick with an unfamiliar tremor. "I've spent so long being the Alpha King, a fortress built of ice and duty, cold, alone, untouchable. I thought that was all I'd ever be, destined to rule from a solitary throne. And then you walked into my life, a storm of light and fire. You saved me from myself. You challenged every rigid belief I held. You made me want things I'd long ago given up hoping for, dreams I'd buried beneath the weight of my crown." "Galen," Skylar began, a soft gasp escaping her lips as tears pricked at her own eyes. "I love you." The words weren't a declaration. They spilled out, fierce and desperate, a torrent of long-suppressed emotion. His hands cupped her face, his thumbs gently sweeping away the tears that now freely tracked down her cheeks. "I love you so much it terrifies me sometimes, this profound, overwhelming connection. You're everything, Skylar. My mate, my queen, the beating heart in my chest. And now you're giving me a child, a family, a future I literally never thought I'd have, a lightness I assumed was beyond my grasp." Skylar was crying openly now, great, cleansing sobs that shook her shoulders. She fisted her hands in the soft fabric of his tunic, holding on as if he were the only thing grounding her to this unbelievable happiness. "I love you too," she choked out, her voice thick but clear. "So much. I never imagined I could be this happy, this utterly fulfilled. After everything, after losing Dad, after years of feeling like I'd never be enough because I couldn't see the world the way others did, you made me feel whole, valued, loved exactly as I am, shadows and all." His gaze, dark and intense, felt like a physical touch, wrapping around her with unwavering certainty. "You are enough," he murmured, his voice a low, resonant rumble. His hands cradled her face, strong yet infinitely gentle, as if she were something precious beyond measure, a fragile, exquisite piece of art. "You're more than enough. You're everything." He kissed her then, deep and passionate and utterly claiming. It was a kiss that poured every ounce of love and wonder and fierce protectiveness he possessed into the profound connection between them. Her lips parted beneath his, tasting the salt of her tears and the sweet, musky scent of his skin. feeling the raw, desperate hunger that mirrored her own. It was more than a kiss. It was a silent vow, a communion of souls, a promise whispered against her mouth. When they finally broke apart, both breathing hard, lips swollen and eyes shining, Galen's hand, still trembling slightly, moved to rest gently on her still flat stomach, a fragile hope blossoming in the space between her skin and his palm. "Our child," he murmured, the word laced with a wonder so profound it silenced the world. "A piece of you and me, a tiny flicker of our bond made manifest." What if? He stopped, a fleeting shadow of vulnerability crossing his powerful features, a concern a lesser man might never voice. What if he or she is blind like you? Skylar reached up, placing her hand over his, her touch firm and unwavering. Her own vision might be dark, but her inner sight was crystal clear. "Then they'll be perfect," she said, her voice resonant with conviction. "Exactly like I am. Just like you helped me understand I am worthy and complete." A soft sigh of relief escaped Galen, and his shoulders relaxed. "They will be perfect," he agreed, his voice regaining its strength, a profound certainty replacing the fleeting doubt. "Because they're ours, and they will be loved unconditionally." He pulled her close then, wrapping her in his arms, holding her against his chest with a fierce, possessive tenderness that spoke volumes. She was the most precious thing in his world, a truth that settled deep into his bones. "I can't wait to meet our little wolf," Skylar whispered against the warm, solid expanse of his chest, listening to the steady beat of his heart. "To build this family with you, brick by brick, moment by moment. To raise them in a kingdom where strength is measured by heart, not by fear or by brute force. A place where everyone belongs." "They'll have your wisdom," Galen said quietly, his lips brushing her hair, his voice filled with reverence. "Your grace, your incredible ability to see truth where others see nothing but darkness. They'll know the world through your eyes, Skylar, and it will be a better world for it. And they'll have your strength," she countered, looking up at him, a soft, adoring smile gracing her lips. "Your unwavering loyalty, your fierce protectiveness, the kind that makes kings into true protectors. They'll have our love," he finished, his arms tightening around her, anchoring her to him. "Always our love. That is the strongest magic of all." They sat together in the hushed intimacy of the infirmary, the morning light streaming through the window pane, painting the room in soft hues of gold and amber. The faint sounds of the waking kingdom, a distant whimper from another patient, the rustle of a nurse's uniform, the chirping of early birds drifted in. But within their shared space, there was only peace and profound anticipation. Two mates, bound by fate and by choice, their hands intertwined, preparing to welcome new life into their transformed world. This was the Alpha King who'd finally learned to love, shedding his icy exterior for a warmth that radiated through his entire being. This was the blind queen who'd learned to lead, her inner vision guiding not just her people, but her powerful mate. And soon, a child would be born into a kingdom forever changed, forever softened, forever strengthened by the extraordinary bond they shared. Skylar made her way down the familiar corridor, counting steps out of habit rather than necessity. It had been 5 years, and the routine was a comfort now, grounding her in the vast, silent architecture of the fortress. She knew every inch of this command center now, every turn, every staircase, every distance measured and memorized. The corridor air was cool against her cheeks, carrying the faint, metallic scent of morning dew and old stone. In her arms, a small, warm weight squirmed impatiently. Gabriel was surprisingly heavy, a dense coil of muscle and restless energy. "Mama, I can walk," came the protest, muffled slightly against her shoulder, accompanied by a sudden, powerful wiggle. "I know you can, little wolf. I see you running circles around the guards daily," Skylar chuckled, the sound soft in the echoing hall. "But humor your mother, just for a few more steps." Skylar smiled, holding her son closer, inhaling the familiar, comforting scent of him wood smoke and untamed boy. Gabriel huffed but settled against her chest, his small arms wrapping tightly around her neck. At 4 years old, he was all fierce determination, a perfect blend of his father's undeniable intensity and his mother's innate grace. And unlike his mother, he could see. Storm blue eyes, exactly like Galen's, missed nothing. Black hair that fell in unruly waves. A face that would one day break hearts across the territories. But right now, he was just her baby boy, warm and solid in her arms, his heart beating a rapid rhythm against her chest. "Is Papa in the breakfast room?" Gabriel asked, his voice eager, tinged with a slight whistle when he exhaled. "Yes, with Jackson. They're having their morning meeting." She could already hear the low, serious drone of their voices through the thick oak door ahead. "Good. I need to ask Jax something important." "What's that?" "Can't tell you." "It's boy stuff," Gabriel declared with profound seriousness, pulling back slightly to look her in the face. Skylar laughed softly, a low, melodic sound. "Boy stuff. I see." Critical, no doubt. They reached the heavy, iron-bound door of the breakfast room, and Skylar pushed it open with her shoulder. The conversation inside stopped immediately. Galen and Jackson's deep voices cutting off mid-sentence, leaving a thick, expectant silence hanging in the air. The room smelled powerfully of rich, dark coffee and polished oak. "Good morning," Skylar said warmly, stepping into the bright stream of morning sunlight that sliced through the high windows. "Good morning, my queen." Galen's voice softened instantly, the cold edge disappearing like frost in the sun, that unique sound reserved only for her and their son. Gabriel's head popped up from her shoulder, his eyes instantly locating his father. "Papa." The moment Skylar set his small booted feet down on the cool stone floor, Gabriel took off like an arrow. His small feet pounded across the stone. A quick, excited slap, slap, slap. He launched himself at his father with complete and total confidence that he'd be caught. And he was. Always. Galen caught his son mid-leap, his massive hands wrapping securely around the boy's waist before settling him easily onto his knee. Gabriel immediately wrapped his arms around his father's neck and planted a loud, smacking kiss on his cheek, leaving a wet spot on the rugged skin. "Good morning, Papa." "Good morning, fierce one." Galen's entire demeanor transformed around their son. The cold Alpha King melted into someone warm, gentle, and utterly devoted. He smoothed back a lock of the boy's dark hair. "Did you sleep well?" "Yes. I had a dream I was fighting a bear, a huge one, and I won." Gabriel bounced excitedly on Galen's knee, making the heavy oak table tremble slightly beneath Skylar's reaching hand. "Of course you did," Galen said seriously, a spark of pure amusement dancing in his storm blue eyes. "You're the strongest warrior in the underground." "I know." Gabriel turned his attention to Jackson, who sat across the table, a steaming coffee mug cradled in his huge hands. "Jax, can we fight today? Please? You promised last time." Jackson grinned, the scarred corner of his mouth turning up, the lines around his eyes crinkling. "I did promise, didn't I?" "Yes, and Papa says you always keep your promises." Gabriel's blue eyes were wide and earnest, fixed solely on Jackson. Skylar made her way to her seat beside Galen, her hand instinctively finding his free one on the table. His skin was rough and warm against her palm. "Gabriel wants to fight everyone lately," she said with gentle exasperation. "Yesterday, he challenged 3 guards, the cook, and a visiting alpha, to combat. The visiting alpha accepted," Galen added, his shoulders shaking slightly as he held back a laugh, unable to hide his pride. "Gabriel managed to tackle his leg before I intervened." "He's 4, Skylar pointed out, squeezing Galen's hand lightly, in gentle admonishment. "He's fierce," Galen corrected, his gaze burning briefly into hers before returning to their son. "Like his mother. I'm fierce like Papa," Gabriel protested, bouncing again. "Right, Papa? I'm strong like you." "You are," Galen agreed, his large hand ruffling his son's unruly black hair. "But your mother is fiercer than both of us combined. She just hides it better. Gabriel considered this seriously, tilting his head. Mama's fierce? The fiercest? Jackson confirmed, his voice low and steady. Your mama saved your papa's life before you were born, faced down danger without flinching, even when she couldn't see it coming. That's true strength, little prince. Wow. Gabriel looked at his mother with new, profound respect, his eyes wide and bright. You saved Papa? I did, Skylar said softly. The memory still vivid, the cold fear, the absolute necessity, because he's worth saving. I know. Papa's the best. Gabriel turned back to Galen, cupping his father's slightly stubbled face in his small hands, a fierce tenderness there. When I grow up, I'm going to be just like you, strong and brave and the Alpha King. You'll be better, Galen said quietly, emotion thickening his voice until it was a deep, soft rumble. He pressed his lips to the top of Gabriel's head. You'll be everything I am and everything I'm not. You'll have your mother's wisdom and heart along with my strength, and Jax will teach me to fight. Speaking of which, Jackson said diplomatically, setting his mug down with a solid clink, perhaps we could arrange a proper training session this afternoon. In the practice yard, with appropriate safety measures? Gabriel gasped, his whole face lighting up like a candle flame. Really? Really? But Jackson held up a warning hand. Only if you promise to listen to instructions and not tackle anyone without permission. I promise. I promise. Papa, can I? Please? Galen looked at Skylar, raising an eyebrow in question and tightening his grasp on her hand for confirmation, seeking her silent permission. She sighed, a sound of profound contentment mixed with slight resignation, but smiled widely. Just be careful with him, she said to Jackson. He's too fierce for his own good. I'll guard him with my life, Your Majesty. Jackson's tone was serious, the weight of his promise palpable. As always, Gabriel bounced on his father's knee with unrestrained excitement. I'm going to be the best fighter in the whole kingdom. The whole kingdom? Galen asked, a deep, amused chuckle escaping him. The whole world. That's a worthy goal, Galen said solemnly, holding the boy's gaze. But remember, true strength isn't just about fighting. It's about knowing when to fight and when to show mercy, when to be fierce and when to be gentle. Gabriel nodded seriously, absorbing his father's words like scripture. Everything his papa said was law to him. Skylar could physically feel their auras together, her formidable mate, a steady, immense warmth, and the bright, searing energy of their fierce little son, and her heart swelled with a love so profound it sometimes left a painful sweetness in her throat. The underground had changed in 5 years. The fortress was still strong, still powerful, still commanded respect throughout the territories, but now it was also filled with laughter, with warmth, with the scent of freshly baked bread, with a small boy who ran through corridors counting steps like his mother, who challenged guards to combat before breakfast, who climbed on his father's knee without fear because he'd never known anything but love from the most dangerous wolf in the kingdom. What are you thinking about? Galen asked quietly, his eyes finding hers, recognizing the depth of her silent emotion. How perfect this is, Skylar breathed, tightening her grip on his hand. How lucky we are that we found this. I'm the lucky one. His hand squeezed hers again, hard, an anchor in the morning light. Both of you are my whole world. I'm your whole world, Gabriel announced proudly, clearly having heard the last phrase. Right, Papa? I'm your favorite. You are my favorite son, Galen agreed diplomatically, hiding his smile in Gabriel's dark hair. I'm the only one, which makes you the favorite by default. Gabriel giggled, that pure, delighted sound of a child who was completely secure in his parents' love. He squirmed around on Galen's lap to look at his mother. Mama, after Jax teaches me fighting, can you teach me the step counting thing? Of course, little wolf. Why do you want to learn that? Because you do it, he said simply, his blue eyes shining with serious purpose. And everything you do is important. Papa says you're the smartest person in the kingdom. So I want to learn everything you know. His innocent certainty made Skylar's eyes sting with sudden tears. Then I'll teach you, she promised, her voice catching slightly. Everything I know. As breakfast was served and conversation flowed, a servant quietly setting down a platter of smoked meats and fresh bread, the rich, yeasty scent filling the room, Gabriel chattered about his plans to become the greatest warrior in history. Jackson indulged the boys' enthusiastic questions about sparring techniques, and Galen watched over his family with fierce protectiveness and soft wonder. Skylar leaned into her mate's warmth, counting her blessings. A mate who loved her completely. A son who was fierce and kind in equal measure. A home built on honor rather than fear. And a kingdom that had learned that true strength came not from dominance, but from the courage to love. The blind queen who had learned to lead. The cold king who had learned to love. And the fierce little prince who would one day rule with both wisdom and strength, because his parents had taught him that the two were never meant to be separate. That's the end of this tale. But in the world of the supernatural, there's always another shadow waiting. Thank you for staying with me through every twist, turn, and heartbeat. If you enjoyed the ride, there's more waiting for you. Take a look at the other audiobooks on this channel. Don't forget to subscribe if you want more magic, monsters, and stories that go bump in the night. Until next time, stay curious and brave and never stop listening.